Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 551-604. Chapter 551 Become Stronger Insolent. Could only let Zhang Kuang taunt a few words there, but then Zhang Kuang was finally subdued under the fists of Manto and Shido brothers. This time, Brother Manto and Shido found that they were arrogant, and their strength and speed increased a lot after they recovered. The past, one of the Manto and Stone brothers had a slight disadvantage in the battle against Zhang Kuang. But as long as the two brothers go into battle together, they are arrogant and only get beaten. But it's different now. Manto and Stone brothers are one of them fighting against Zhang Kuang. They are not opponents at all. The two of them only managed to defeat Zhang Kuang, which made both Manto and Shido feel a little depressed. I said Shishi, what kind of medicine did that brat take? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? I also feel very puzzled. It is reasonable to say that he has scent vitality, and his strength should not be as good as before, but now, it seems to be more than twice as strong as before, which is really strange. I was laughed at by him before. If they took the lead in attacking Qi, then he would not be able to go to heaven. Ha ha ha, I said the two of you don't patronize the chat. Even if Qi-jun is not very strong now, you can't be so careless. Hey, we didn't expect Qi-jun to be so weak. It seems that Li Ziyang is their last line of defense. That's right, it's no wonder that Li Ziyang worked so hard. It turns out that after him, there are no capable people in Qi. General Fang Zheng said solemnly. It's not entirely true. It should be that the main force of Qi's army is in Wei, which is why Qi is so weak. Three of them were talking and attacking the city here, and everything seemed to be easy to do. If the city gate had not been strong, they would have already breached the east gate at this moment. The Qi army on the tower, whether throwing stones or shooting arrows, was blocked by the shields of the armored soldiers brought by Brother Manto and Shishi. Their attacks were of no use to Brother Manto and Shido. Father, do you think we should slow down the pace and wait until Buff and the others attack the city, and then we will break through here? Wang Jian thought there, and he felt that this scale was indeed better to grasp. The siege is too fast. It will indeed give Buff the feeling of rushing to attack. He had already thought very clearly now that these credits were less important to his relationship with Buff. Wang Meng, you're right, let's slow down the pace. Here. Buff looked down at Kidu from a high place, and he saw the attack on the three sides of the city gates. Seeing Zhang Kuang smashing the city gate with one punch, Buff smiled slightly. It seems that the arrogant body is indeed as I think. Once she was seriously injured, the Black Dragon Soul helped her to open up all the blocked meridians. Instead, his strength was greatly increased, and his strength was far greater than before. Ha ha ha, is this guy Manto actually hitting the city gate with his head? It seems that his arrogant progress has greatly stimulated him. Buff also remembered the time when Zhang Manto and Shido brother yesterday. Manto's face turned green. This Wang Jian's attack seems to be getting weaker. Buff pondered for a while, and then understood what Wang Jian meant. Hee, it seems that they are quite sensible. Is there any benefit to the arrogant injury this time? But Buff has his own plans, this time even if he breaks Kidu. He doesn't want this credit either. Damn it, Tianji, you should think of a way. King Qi, now Kidu is short of soldiers and can only defend reluctantly. I hope that Sunbin and the others will come soon, so that I can be relieved from the danger. But, now that they have attacked the city gate, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait for Sunbin to arrive. King Qi, Wei Chen proposed to retreat in the direction of Wei. What did you make me run away from? Hope was there staring at Tianji with glaring eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Tianji also nodded helplessly, and then said, now this is the only way. We are evacuating in the direction of Wei State at this moment, just in time to meet Sunbin in advance. Tianji, if we evacuate Kidu and Kidu falls, won't our Qi kingdom perish? No, as long as there is King Qi with you, the state of Qi will not perish. After we join Sunbin, it will be a good idea to retake the capital of Qi. Tianji's words made King Qi ponder there. It is true that what TNG said is very reasonable. If he defends Chi's capital here, his life will be at stake once the city is destroyed. King Chi thought for a while there, then nodded and said, "Okay, as you said, go down and prepare." After TNG received the decree, he went down and started preparations about the retreat. At this time, Sun Bin and his troops were rushing on their way, and the soldiers were already complaining that the marching speed was too fast, and some even died of exhaustion. But the minibus had no idea of slowing down, because he knew that time was everything. You arrive at Kidu earlier, maybe Chi will still be saved. Regardless of the soldiers' complaints, they were forced to move forward quickly. King Chi obeyed Tianji's advice and began to order the evacuation of Kidu. At the same time, soldiers were sent to Sun Bin to deliver the letter and told Sun Bin about the situation. Buff, still, watching the progress of the siege from a high place, it seems that Kidu will be broken in half a day. Now Buff has begun to think about what will happen after the attack on Kidu. After occupying the capital of Qi, Buff will give the credit for breaking the capital to Wang Jian, and he does not want to show his brilliance now. Although he had to show some of his own strength, it was also to deter Wang Jian and Wang Meng. Save them the attention of always wanting to play double Jiao bone powder. He also didn't want to publicize this matter, so when attacking Qingzhou County, he deliberately made a high profile to show part of his strength. Let Wang Meng and Wang Jian know that he is not so easy to offend. It seems that the effect is still good. Judging from the speed of attacking the city with Wang Meng since childhood, they are very concerned about Buff's opinion. Worrying that his siege speed is too fast, Buff will think that he is taking credit, and Buff can see through their thoughts. Nodding with satisfaction, at least if they can think this way, they will definitely not move other crooked thoughts. Bufu stood there and looked into the distance, wondering what was going on between the soldiers of Qi State and the state of Chu after they attacked Wei. The state of Chu had been watching the play for so long, and now it has taken advantage of the attack on the state of Wei, and now the situation has gradually become clear. Chapter 552-Attack Kidu. Chidu was broken, it was like a wall that was about to collapse, and Chu State would definitely push it up and not help him. But no matter. What is Chu's plan? Buff has his own plan. His only purpose now is to take Kidu first. After destroying the state of Qi, he competed with the state of Chu. Buff, looking at these subordinate generals who were attacking the city, thought that things were almost ready. As long as the state of Chu is destroyed again, the state of Qin will be able to unify the 6 states. At that time, King Qi, everything is ready. We must leave now, and it may be too late. King Qi glanced at the hall behind him, let out a long sigh, and then walked out with a flick of his hand. Zhang Kuang and Mantou, Shido, broke through the east and west gates of Kidu almost at the same time. The army he led rushed into the city and ran straight to the palace of King Qi. Ha ha ha, brother Mantou, you are one step behind. I was the one who attacked here first. Mantou looked at Zhang Kuang and said with a smile, Zhang Kuang, you think too much, look back and see who is in the hall. Hesitating, when he heard Mantou's words, he turned his head to look inside the hall. Watching the stone slowly come out of the hall. I'm going, when did you get in? Shishi looked proudly at Zhang Kuang, and said with a smile, just when you arrived at the door, I just came in. Oh, I'll go. Your brothers are deliberately playing with me, right? They're going to be one step ahead of me on purpose, and you're jealous of me here. Ha ha ha, then who do you blame? Who told you to move so slowly? Our brothers have been waiting for you for a long time, thinking of letting you attack the city first. Who knows that giving you a chance, you were useless. When Mantou heard Shishi's words, he laughed out loud. Stone is right, when we attacked the east gate, they all fell asleep there. I was thinking insolent, how could you break through the west gate earlier? I didn't expect that we all slept, and you are still not as fast as us. HMPH, you two are not here, I still don't know you, you must be on fire, trying to get ahead of me and attack Kidu. At this time, Zhang Kuang waved his hand, and then said impatiently, okay, this time you are better than you, and I will never lose to you next time. Hey, insolent, this is not like your character, when did you admit defeat so easily? Ganya asked suspiciously, and Qi Ying also said at the house next to him. Yes, we are the first to arrive here, how can we count them as winning? Hey, Ganya, Qi Ying, you are talking nonsense with your eyes open there. When I came out from the inside, you only arrived at the door. How can you admit that it is so difficult for others to be excellent? Pull it down, Shi, I saw it just now, you in here, and then climbed the wall and entered the main hall. You can deceive Zhang Kuang, but you can't deceive me. You have to know that 100 meters away, I can also see where a person's neck is. What? Zhang Kuang heard Ganya's words and shouted loudly there. He stared at the brothers Shito and Manto with wide eyes, as if he was going to rush up to fight them immediately. Ah, I can't think of Ganya, your eyes are so good, you really deserve to be a god archer. Stone in. There was a ha-ha, ignoring the arrogance, the eyes that seemed to eat people. Yeah, I said how did those 500 stinkins believe in you so much? They are soldiers trained hard by Lao Su, but they were picked by you there. Ganya, you owe us a big favor. Hearing what Manto said, Ganya opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. In fact, this is indeed the case, but this is all Buff's arrangement. Ganya can't say let Manto go to Buff. Saying this, Manto and Shito will definitely not let him go. Although he is arrogant, he is so powerful now that he can compete with brother Manto Stone, but he will not offend him because of himself, and he will be the archer who suffers from that brother Stone. In melee beating, how could the bow and arrow be the Manto Stone? If the opponents of the brothers are against them, it is not a sin. Hey, Manto, don't ask for favors there, and 500 archers give bows and arrows as gifts. What is the meaning of the long? You have an opinion to go to the long to talk about it. Zhang Kuang said angrily beside him, then turned around and strode into the hall of King Qi. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet, why did you leave? What else can I say? You went to the King Qi's hall first. Needless to say, King Qi must have been caught by you. I can't go in and see King Qi's throne. Ha, where did King Qi come from? He ran away long ago, and he didn't even see a shadow. Zhang Kuang heard Shishi's words, then turned to look at him and said, Stone, don't make fun of me, the credit is yours, and since you caught King Qi, I won't compete with you for the credit. HMPH, do I seem to be teasing you now? Ganya came to Shishi's side at this time, looked at Shishi and said, King Qi really abandoned the city and fled. Really, when we got here, the building was already empty, and no one was seen. Ganya looked back at Qi Ying and nodded. Qi Ying said a few words with the soldier beside him, and the soldier retreated. I didn't expect that this King Qi was really a bare bun, and was actually scared away. Zhang Kuang said displeased there. Let's see where he can go to feed the steamed buns. Shishi, how about we bet one more time? Manto and Shito glanced at each other, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, Zhang Kuang, I found that you were a little overwhelmed after your injury healed. How do you want to bet? Ha, you don't know about steamed buns and stones. Lying on the bed for 2 months made me suffocated. At that time, I wanted to die. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to fight and kill the enemy like today. Since God has given me another chance to live, of course I have to splurge as much as I can. Although Zhang Kuang said it easily, everyone could understand the mood at the moment. Brothers Manto and Shito have been overwhelmed with arrogance these days, which is their depression. Now that the arrogant words have vanished, Manto laughed and said, You are young. You are a cat, the kind that can't be killed no matter how you kill it. Now that you are alive again, you should really be more mad. Ha, yes, Manto, I know you can understand my mood, how can we bet or not? Betting, since you are so interested, I will definitely accompany you to the end. Tell me, how to bet. Chapter 553-King Qi ran away. Zhang Kuang smiled and said, This time King Qi has already escaped. We will bet on who can catch King Qi first. Okay, That's it, what's the bet? The bet is that the loser will win 3 bowls of wine to drink, and shout 3 times brother, how about it? Ha ha ha, it's funny, we bet on the stone with him. Shito nodded with a smile, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, although you are not dead, you must be careful, after all, your body has just recovered. Gongya hurriedly said beside him, Stone, don't be deceived by him. This guy slammed the city gate open with his own strength, and his current strength is unfathomable. The words of caution made Brother Manto and Shito stunned for a moment, and then looked at Zhang Zhang in surprise. Looked at them with a smile and said, I have suffered so much, and I almost stepped into the gate of hell. There is no benefit, is it a bit too unreasonable? Ha ha ha, that's right, Zhang Kuang brother, you are a lucky general, you can recover from such a serious injury, and your strength has increased so much. I have been on the battlefield for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a situation. Wang Jian and Wang Meng rode their horses to their side. When Zhang Kuang and Zhang Fengjing had broken through the west and east gates, Wang Jian and Wang Meng ordered people to attack, and not long after they broke the city gate and came here. General, you are a little late this time. Gongya went up and gave him a kick and said, you kid, be polite to the general, don't just come out of the gate of hell, and send it back to you. Wang Jian hurriedly said there, hey, it doesn't matter, are they all my own brothers, I still understand the arrogant character relatively well. Besides, I have suffered a lot this time, and I have suffered a lot, and I don't blame us for being arrogant, so what are these few words? Quote. Ha ha ha, the general is still reasonable, I said that the general will definitely not be so stingy, be careful that you don't take the heart of a villain to the belly of a gentleman. Gongya kicked the arrogant kick there again and said, fuck you, if you don't want to die, just shut up for me. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter there. So happy, what are you talking about? Bufu came over from behind at this time, and Zhuang Kuang ran to Bufu's side and said, Sir, this King Qi is as timid as a mouse, and they ran away before we could break the city. Well, I guessed it. Ah, how long, you already guessed it. Well, this is his only way of retreat, and it is also the way he chooses. Apart from running away, he has no other way. Wang Jian nodded, then looked at Buff and said, I just don't know where this is going. Could it be that he went to the state of Chu? Buff shook his head there and said, definitely not. If he goes to the state of Chu, he will undoubtedly send the sheep into the tiger's mouth and throw himself into the net. Well, Buff, Qi and Chu have been in the alliance for a long time, and they have been fighting against our Qin state and attacking Wei state, how could it be? Ha ha ha, the general is fighting on the battlefield, haven't you heard the truth about the death of the cunning rabbit and the cooking of the lackey? Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, Buff, do you mean that the alliance between Qi and Chu is not so reliable anymore? Buff nodded. Afterwards, he said, when there is a common interest, of course there is no problem with their alliance. But now that Wei state has been wiped out, as the so-called cunning rabbit died, and the big dog of Qi state is already scarred, if you don't eat it at this time, then the king of Chu will be in vain as the ruler of a powerful country. Wang Jian suddenly realized what Buff said. He was also a smart man, and one day he knew that what Buff said was basically the truth. He nodded there and looked at Buff and said with admiration, Buff, you have a far-sighted vision, and you are beyond your reach. Hee hee, I'm just well informed, General, don't have to praise me too much. Oh Buff, have you got any news? Bufu looked at Qi Yingyi, nodded and said, I just found out that it was not long ago that the state of Chu had started a massive attack, and the state of Wei was captured by the state of Qi. What? When Wang Jian heard this news, he was overjoyed. It was great news for Qin. Originally, Wang Jian thought that after Qi and Chu destroyed Wei, they would join hands to deal with Qin. But now it seems that if the information Buff got is accurate, then the situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. At the same time that Wei state was destroyed, Qi state was destroyed immediately, leaving Chu state to compete with Qin state, which is the best result for Qin state. It is much stronger than joining forces with Qin and the weak Qi at the same time. Buff, is your news accurate? Ha ha ha, it's absolutely true. The general can send soldiers to inquire, and I believe the news will be available soon. The joy on Wang Jian's face at this time could not be concealed, and this was really very good news for him, the general of the Qin state. He looked at Buff excitedly and said, if that's the case, the alliance between Qi and Chu has broken down, and Chu is now eating the Wei city they just attacked behind them. Then the state of Qi is now facing the enemy on both sides, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to persevere, and the state will be destroyed sooner or later. Hee, what the general said is correct. The capital of Wei has been occupied by the Chu state, and now the capital of Qi is occupied by our Qin state. It can be said that Qin and Chu are now evenly divided, and it will depend on who will capture the remaining cities. Wang Jian nodded, and he was in a very good mood at this time. The things that have been hanging in my mind have finally come to an end. He looked at Buff with a smile and said, Buff, this time you have made great contributions to attacking Qi. I will definitely report to the King of Qin to commend you for your great deeds. Hee, General, this time I attacked Kidu, but my generals fought bravely to kill the enemy all the time, and made great contributions to the establishment. It is reasonable for the general to seek some rewards for them. But we are only assisting the general to attack Kidu, so the general does not need to show my credit, just reward my subordinates. Wang Jian couldn't figure out what Buff said for a while. He couldn't figure out what Buff meant. He looked at Buff and asked cautiously, Buff, capturing Kidu is a huge credit, and I don't deserve it. Dare to swallow it alone. Besides, I'm just an assistant, from breaking the wheel formation, capturing the county seat of Qingzhou, and now capturing the capital of Qi. It's all caused by you, Bufu, and you should be the first. Wang Jian thought that Buff was tempting him, so he told Buff completely and unreservedly what was in his heart. Chapter 554 Not famous in history. But Buff shook his head there and said, those credits are dispensable to me, and they don't mean much. I just want to follow my brothers to conquer the world together, and stand in the world as a man in vain. Satisfied. Only then did Wang Jian feel that Buff really didn't want this great credit. There, his expression changed. Looking at Buff seriously, he said, Buff, do you know what this great credit means? Ha, this is how I don't know the high official and rich salary. I want everything I want. Xiaolu shook his head there, and then said, those are things outside the body. If you don't bring them with you in life, you don't take them with you in death, they are really useless things. Wang Jian looked at Buff earnestly and said, as military generals, we have all our lives in the military, we just want to be famous on the battlefield and make history. Buff looked at Wang Jian and nodded and said, being famous in history is indeed the final glory that a general wants. Buff, taking the capital of Qi, the great credit is enough to make you famous, you can't do it. Ha, Wang Jian, you misunderstood what I meant. Although this credit can make my name go down in history, I still have no interest. Wang Jian was about to say something to persuade Buff, but if Buff would leave, he turned and walked into the hall. At this time, Feng Zheng and Zhang Kuang came to Xiaolu's side and said, General, we will definitely not want it if we don't want it. You should understand his character. He can't get what he wants. If you don't want it, it's useless for others to take it away. After speaking, Zhang Kuang also turned around and followed Buff and walked in. Then all the generals walked into the hall with them, and there was not a trace of surprise on their faces, and there was no trace of doubt about the decision made by Buff. Wang Jian and Wang Meng looked at each other, then looked at these people. He didn't understand at all. Who doesn't even care about being famous in history? Why would they care? Wang Meng looked puzzled when he saw Wang Jian there. He quietly leaned into Wang Jian's ear and said a word. Wang Jian was startled and his body swayed. He had heard Wang Meng say something like this before, but at that time he just thought it was Wang Meng's random guess, and it was impossible. But now seeing the attitude of Buff and the appearance of the soldiers, this thing is more and more possible. It was because he believed what Wang Meng said, And it was possible, that's why he couldn't stand in shock and took 2 steps back. Looking at the backs of Bufu and the soldiers, Wang Jian shook his head and sighed. Then he looked at Wang Meng and said, Wang Meng, you are usually not strict with your mouth, but this matter must be firmly rotted in my stomach, and you must not reveal a single word, otherwise it will bring disaster to my Wang family. Father, I will never reveal a word to anyone about this matter. It is a matter of great importance, and I know it very well. And the means of buff, you let me keep seeing him with fear. I don't want to die like that person. The father and son did not expect the same scene there, and their faces turned pale. While their father and son were chatting in a low voice, there were shouts from inside the hall. General, why haven't you come in yet? The banquet is ready. Oh, we'll be right there. The banquet had already been arranged when Shishi first arrived here. King. When Meng and Wang Jian came to the main hall, Zhang Kuang and the others had already drank. Only then did they feel the joy of victory, and drinking in the Kidu Hall was completely different from other cities. Zhang Kuang laughed and said, I am really lucky, I really survived the hardship, and there will be blessings in the future. Being able to drink here is something that I didn't even dare to think about, and today it's actually realized. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, and Brother Manto and Shido laughed and said, you kids should have more bowls of wine. If it wasn't so long, how could your kid have the life to drink here? Go and have a drink with the King of Hell. Go. Go, go, Crow's Mouth, you are drinking with Lord Yama, but I really want a glass of wine. If it wasn't for a long drink, I wouldn't be able to beat you 2 guys. HMPH, why do you now think you can beat the 2 of us together? Zhang Huang looked at Brother Manto and Shido disdainfully and said, it didn't work before, but now it's not a big problem. It's unreasonable, arrogant, you are too arrogant, come, let's make gestures, just to add to everyone's fun. Okay, steamed buns and stones, you repair him well for me. He has been a little too arrogant these 2 days. Hey, Ganya, I think you're skinny too, why didn't you come down and let's practice? Ganya was there, his eyes widened and said, okay, you stand 100 meters away first, let me shoot 3 arrows and then talk about it. Fuck you, let me be your living target, I won't do it. HMPH, then stop talking nonsense there, my sister and Brother Manto Shido make gestures and let's watch the fun. Saying that, Zhao King turned her head to look at Qi Ying and continued to say with a smile, come here, place a bet, I bet on Brother Manto Stone to win. Okay, I'll bet on Madness to win. Others set up gambling there, and Buff watched them make trouble there, and shook his head helplessly. Since the attack on Qi during this period, they are indeed very tired. Now that Kidu has finally been breached, it is natural for them to relax. Ha ha ha, you guys actually take me as a gamble, Ganya bet on me, and bet on me to win. I'm going, Ganya adds a bet to both of our brothers, and bet on us to win. Looked at Zhang Kuang and Brother Manto Stone and said impatiently, go, you guys don't make trouble here, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time, and continue to drink after gambling. Being reprimanded by Ganya, Brother Manto and Shido, as well as Zhang Kuang, had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hey, I said Manto Stone, why do I feel something is wrong? What's wrong? Why are you afraid? If you are afraid, just admit defeat. Joke, you are still the same. Are you crazy? Come on, see the trick. Insolently rushed towards Manto, and Brother Stone. Haha, it's good to come, arrogant. The past, when Manto and Shido fought against Zhang Kuang, they would use their strength to win or lose. But this time it was different, Manto and Shishi actually used Tai Chi exercises there. Of arrogance was weakened a lot in front of Tai Chi exercises. Chapter 555 _ Take the initiative to admit defeat. Tai Chi exercises. There, Zhang Kuang said slightly surprised, and Manto and Shido looked at Zhang Kuang proudly. Why are you afraid, arrogant? If you are afraid, you will take the initiative to admit defeat, call us big brother, and we will let you go. Ha ha ha, it's okay to ask your big brother, but if you ask me to admit defeat, I'll talk about it after the competition. Continued there disdainfully. Even if Sun Cheng is here, I'm not afraid of his Tai Chi exercises now, let alone you two who are halfway monks. How far can you practice Tai Chi exercises? HMPH, don't you know if you try it? After speaking, the two rushed forward and fought with Zhang Kuang. At the beginning, Zhang Kuang didn't feel that there was any Tai Chi exercise, he was too familiar with it, and when he fought against Sun Cheng, he suffered a lot from Sun Cheng's inability to Tai Chi. And if it wasn't for his arrogance at the time, Sun Cheng might not have surrendered so quickly. Gangya and Qi Ying made jokes for a long time, so whoever knows the most about Tai Chi exercises must be arrogant. Of Tai Chi when fighting, and he only knows a little about the secrets. Is it not the case with Brother Stone, since they resisted the attack of the two generals of the motherland with Tai Chi exercises and fought back to kill them? They went all out to study the Tai Chi exercises that belong to them under the guidance of Fang Zheng. Sun Cheng's place, the use of Tai Chi to defuse the enemy's attack, the defense rate is very high, but the attack power is really weak. But in the hands of the steamed bread and the stone, the two of them were strong and powerful. Therefore, it also brings a different direction to Tai Chi, which can easily resolve the enemy's attack, and can also use its own strength to counterattack. The impression of Zhang Huang Taiji's impossibility still remained in the feeling of Sun Cheng. He was accidentally hit by Manto and Shido, and the hit Zhuangzhang flew out and stuck to the wall. Slowly sliding down, Zhang Kuang squatted there, clutching his chest and grinning. Bantu and Shishi, what kind of Tai Chi exercises are you doing? It hurts so much, you want to kill me. Shido smiled and said, you bastard, there are so many people who have broken bones without dying, how could you be killed by us with 3 punches and 2 feet so easily? That's right, don't pretend to be there, this little bit of strength won't hurt you at all. Zhang Kuang rubbed his chest and stood up, looking at the steamed bun angrily. Brother Stone said, you said lightly, you can't take too much injury, it hurts a lot, you know. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt, what are you doing? Gangya said next to him, and Qi Ying was also beside him, laughing and helping. That's right, don't chirp there, hurry up. I'm still pressing you to win. HMPH, you really don't have backaches when you stand and talk. It's not like you don't know these two measurements. Who can withstand a few punches from them? Zhang Kuang's words are really not wrong. If Brother Manto and Shitu's fists go all out, the huge city gate can be opened, not to mention hitting people. But in the battle with Zhang Kuang, they will not use all their strength, but the pain is inevitable. I said arrogant, can you do anything? If you can't, then surrender and admit defeat. Ah, if you want me to admit defeat, go to your dreams, isn't it just a changed Tai Chi exercise? The attack power has increased a little, see how I break 5, the two of you attack. Zhang Kuang pressed his feet hard, and the man rushed out with a bang, so fast that he couldn't see it, and he was already in front of Manto in a blink of an eye. When Manto heard the sound, he had already started to defend, and raised his 2 arms to block his chest. With a bang, the steamed bun slashed back, feeling a little sore and numb in his arms. Manto thought to himself, this madman's power has increased again, and his arms can't remember how long he hasn't felt this way. Seeing that Manto was beaten back by a punch, Shishi rushed up and punched Zhang Kuang. He moved under his feet and dodged sideways, dodging the fist of the stone. Then a punch hit the stone also flashed to the side, and one arm held the arrogant fist. The two of them were right there, you punched and I punched against each other. Happy. Zhang Kuang burst into laughter there, and then his speed suddenly increased a lot. Shishi saw that the speed of the arrogant increased, and it was difficult to resist for a while, so he used the Tai Chi method again. Manto also attacked at this time, and Zhang Kuang was attacked by 2 people in succession, but he fell even slightly, relying on his own speed to deal with Manto and stone. Insolent itself is powerful, and now the speed has increased so much, the steamed buns and stones are really a little difficult. Zhang Kuang became more and more brave in battle, and the brothers could only use Tai Chi exercises to deal with it. In the face of Zhang Kuang's sudden and rapid attack, they were not used to it for a while. I said, Gongya, Zhang Kuang is really too powerful, and he has grown to such a level. To the point. Well, Qiying, it seems that we still can't offend him in the future, even the steamed bread brothers can't do anything about him now. Haha, you two cowards, it's just an increase in speed and strength, but its moves haven't changed much. Zhang Fengjun said with a smile, Brother Manto and Shido just haven't adapted to the sudden acceleration of arrogance. But have you noticed that the moves of Manto and Shido are not panic at all? It can be said that even if the speed increases, the madness does not take any advantage. After listening to Zhang Fengjung's words, Gongya and Qiying observed it for a while, and it was really like what Zhang Fengjung said. In terms of defense, who can break through the defense of Brother Manto and Shido? Among the 6 kingdoms, their brother's defense can be regarded as the strongest. When Manto and Brother Shido are fully used to Zhang Kuang's speed, that brat will have to suffer. Zhang Fengjung knew the Manto Stone brothers very well, when Zhang Kuang, Gongya and Qiying attacked Qingzhou. General Fengjung and the others were attacking Fengaling County, when they fought with Manto and Shishi every day. Even if it was him, he was barely able to draw a tie with them. He knew that if he wanted to break through the defenses of steamed buns and stones, it was already difficult to reach the sky. Have strengthened their defenses even more after they learned the Tai Chi exercises. For a while, and found that he couldn't break through the defenses of Shido and Manto brothers. Chapter 556-Smashed Buns. They were not injured at all, and they would charge back in a short while. 3 people 3 are there, you come and go, punching and kicking, it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. Buff and the others were drinking and watching them fight, and from time to time Gongya, Qiying and Hua Yunlong cheered for them. I said that you are planning to find the dawn, hurry up, we are all sleepy, it's time to go back to sleep. Haha, yes, steamed buns and stones, are you ready? I have to be serious. Haha, come on, I want to see what you look like when you're serious. Okay, take the call. Zhang Kuang rushed up, at this time his speed was not as fast as before, he punched out, and Manto's expression suddenly became serious. Because he can clearly feel that this punch is different from the previous one. Power, and you can feel that this punch is full of power. This time, instead of using the double-armed bar, he used Tai Chi. Hands swayed like clouds and flowing water, dissolving the punch that came madly. But this time Manto wasn't as easy as before, with a bang, his arrogant fist hit Manto's chest. Steamed bun flew upside down, hit the wall, and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing the steamed buns being punched and flying to the ground, the people who were drinking there, who were a little sleepy, suddenly regained their spirits. Insolent, good work, to be able to fly the steamed buns, it is indeed much more powerful than before. Gongya shouted loudly there, and Qiying said beside him, this is the state of arrogance that is born with divine power. Before they could continue talking, Zhang Kuang was kicked away by the stone. Manto stood up there, patted the dust on his body and smiled slightly. Hee hee, it's just a little trick of the worm. If you want to defeat our brothers, you are still early. What? Gongya and Qiying stared at Brother Manto and Shido with wide eyes. It turns out that this is just the cooperation of Manto and Brother Stone, to defeat the trap set by Zhang Kuang as soon as possible. Let the steamed buns be attacked by Zhang Zhang to reveal their flaws, and then be punched away by the stone. You must know that the power of the stone is also very large. This punch flew out so wildly and hit the wall before it stopped. Covering his chest, Zhang Kuang coughed twice, and slowly stood up against the wall. There, he glanced at Shishi sadly. I said you should be so cruel, you almost killed me. Hee hee, arrogant, is the chest of the steamed bun so easy to hit? Those who dare to hit the steamed bun, do you know what will happen? Zhang Kuang shivered all over there, and he remembered some bad memories from before. Hey, Stone, you don't have to be with me. Now I'm not the same as before. Don't think about bullying me with Manto like before. Oh, it seems that you still can't remember it. Manto, let's kill it with that trick. Everyone is sleepy. Well, Stone, you don't want to kill Zhang Kuang. You can't use that trick casually. Hearing the steamed buns and the stone, wandering there relentlessly said, you stop bluffing there, I don't know how much effort you have put in. Hee, Shido, I was wrong, this brat doesn't give him some power, he really thinks we brothers are easy to bully. Hey, you two are easy to bully, you have to touch your conscience when you speak. Manto and Shido didn't care what he said, but grabbed each other's hands, and then Manto swung the stone up. The speed kept getting faster, and it was the first time that everyone saw Manto and brother use this trick, and even Buff had never seen it before. Insolent, be careful. Zhang Fangjung reminded him at the right time. Zhang Kuang glanced at Zhang Fangjung. He knew that Zhang Fangjung would not say such words easily. The arrogant face became serious, standing there watching the steamed buns and the stone brothers, who were now somewhat unclear, circling around. A sudden, Zhang Kuang just felt a flower in front of him and was kicked away. Zhang Kuang didn't even see it. How could he get out, and he was still very far away from brother Manto and Shido just now. Keep going in circles. But before Zhang Kuang could see it clearly, he was kicked away again. At this time, everyone watching was stunned, only Zhang Fang was smiling slightly. Gong Ya and Qi Ying looked at Zhang Fangjung, and there was no expression of surprise on his face. So he asked, when did Zhang Fangjung, Manto and Shido become so powerful? Zhang Fangjung shook his head and said, I don't know when they learned it. This should be the first time they have used it on others. Ah. So I asked Zhang Kuang to be careful, because I don't know if Manto and Shido can stop this trick. Buff looked at the steamed buns and the stone brothers who were constantly spinning, and smiled slightly. It seems that brother Manto and Shido have learned a good move. Shi Chong, does he have any fame here? At this time, Hua Yunlong also stared straight at brother Manto and Shido. Since he took refuge in Buff, he saw Buff's power and admired Buff very much. Hearing Hua Yunlong's question, Buff said with a smile, it's possible that they learned this trick from Tai Chi. Oh. Well, it seems that it has nothing to do with Tai Chi exercises, it's just an ordinary rotation, but in fact there is a great mystery in it. Steamed bun grabs the stone and starts to rotate, using the rotation to increase the speed of the movement, just like a top. Moreover, other people's attacks on him will also be blocked by them, and the attack distance has also increased a lot. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect them to realize such a powerful move on their own. Ha ha ha, Hua Yunlong, I heard Zhang Kuang say that your martial arts are not bad. It's very long, I'm just a little trick, it's not worth mentioning in comparison. Hey, you're comparing yourself to the wrong person, hee, you can compare yourself arrogantly, you can compare yourself with steamed buns and stones, and you can even compare yourself with Zhang Fang, but don't compare yourself with me, it's very tiring. Hua Yunlong was stunned for a while, not expecting that Buff would say such a thing. This is because he thinks differently. He doesn't always encourage his subordinates. Why did this deal such a big blow? Hua Yunlong couldn't speak for a long time there. Buff just wanted to tease this young man. Seeing him standing there without speaking, he seemed to be thinking about something. Please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 557 _ You are still young. Buff continued. Haha, don't think about it there, you will understand why I say this later. You are still young and have great potential for development. There will be opportunities in the future, and learning more things will be good for you. Well, thank you for your guidance. I already understand what Shi Chong means, so don't worry, I will never be proud. Ha ha ha, Ruzi can be taught. As soon as I say it, you will understand my intentions. Zhuangquang didn't see the wrong person. Buff looked at Hua Yunlong with admiration and said, the weapon you used is still in your hands. Hua Yunlong didn't understand, but Bufu suddenly asked what he meant, smiled and said, It's good. I've used that spear since I started practicing martial arts, and it has become a part of my body. Buff nodded, then said nothing. The bow next to him stabbed Hua Yunlong with his elbow. Hua Yunlong turned around and saw Gongya winking at him. He didn't understand what he meant to her, but Buff saw Gongya beside him and coughed. Gongya immediately restrained himself, ignored Hua Yunlong, and continued to watch the battle between Zhang Kuang and Brother Manto Stone. Buff smiled and didn't speak, watching Zhang Kuang constantly being kicked away by Brother Manto Stone. Lost, Buff stood up and said loudly, "Since the outcome is already decided, there is no need to continue." Hearing Bufu's words, Brother Manto and Shito stopped, and Zhang Kuang also stood up slowly. His face was blue and purple. He touched his face lightly with his hand and grinned suddenly in pain. "I said that you two brothers are too ruthless. Let's see what it will be like to beat Zhang Kuang." There, Manto smiled and said, "This is his own hardship. Who asked him to provoke our brothers, ha ha ha. HMPH, you don't have to be complacent there, and I will seek revenge for you when I have mastered the trick." "Ha ha ha, okay, insolent, our brothers are waiting for you." "Okay, the generals attacked the capital of Qi today. All of you are for great achievements. Is this celebration banquet enjoyable?" "Wow, I'm really happy." "Yes, Shichong, today is too happy." "Well, that's good. Now that you're enjoying yourself, you can go back to rest. Tomorrow, you can rest for a day, and then start to attack the Wei state, chasing the remnants of King Qi." "Here. Hey, arrogant, we were just patronizing a fight. Let's go have another drink." There, Manto came to Zhang Kuang's side and whispered. Zhang Xuang's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Buff, who had already turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Kuang nodded there, and then said, "Okay, after playing for so long, my stomach is a little empty again, just in time for a drink." "Okay, let's go." The two of them are going to get some food and drink and go back to the room. Buff glanced at the back of the two, shook his head, and left with a smile. "King Qi, Sun Bin asks to see you." Tianji came to King Qi's side and told King Qi that Sun Bin had come to the city where he was, Daliang. As soon as King Qi heard that Sun Bin was coming, he quickly stood up, with a happy face, and walked out of the room to greet him. "King Qi, you can't." "Well, Tianji, Sun Bin came here. We have been saved in Qi. Why didn't you let me see him?" "King Qi, Wei Chen. Not that you aren't allowed to see him, it's just the way you are now." The current King Qi looks really embarrassed. I hope to look at my hands and look at myself. Suddenly I felt that I was really embarrassed. Has been sleepless all night and mentally tortured these days. After Kidu fell, he felt that Qi was over. "Come on, change my clothes for me." King Qi is also a person of extraordinary wisdom, otherwise he would not have bullied him so powerfully, but now he has broken his head and can't think of how to deal with it. He had also heard that the state of Chu had betrayed its promise and began to bring down the state of Qi. When he heard the news, although King Qi was shocked, he instantly calmed down. I felt that what the King of Chu did was actually right. If he stood from the King of Chu's point of view, he might have made the same choice. I just blame myself for not being able to defend the capital of Qi. If I only had to defend the capital of Qi and then defeat the Qin army, the current situation will definitely be different. If that was the case, Chu state would definitely not turn against him, and if they could deal with Qin state together with Chu state, Qi state would definitely be able to get a chance to breathe. But now it's too late to say anything. The state of Qi is too weak now, it is already about to fall. The wall, no one dares to support it. After changing clothes, King Qi's state was completely new. Except for the vicissitudes on his face, it was no different from when he was in Kidu before. Let Sun Bin come in. Sun Bin waited outside the door for a while, and finally waited for King Qi to summon him. At this moment, his time is very precious. He ran from Waidu to here, and he took 3 days to reach the 5-day journey. After arriving here, not all of them were exhausted, and some even died of exhaustion halfway through. But Sun Bin had no plans to stay, because he knew that the state of Qi was at stake, and if he couldn't get back to King Qi as soon as possible, then the result would be really hopeless. King Qi. The subordinates are late, please punish the King of Qi. Hey, Sun Bin, he attacked the city all the way, captured the capital of Wei, forced the King of Wei to hang himself, and now he leads the army back to the savior. Only great achievements, how has he ever been there? Thank you King Qi for your irresponsible grace. Sun Bin sat there and said, King Qi, although we have abandoned the capital of Qi at this time, as long as we retake the capital of Qi as soon as possible, things may turn around. Sun Bin bluntly told King Qi about the situation in front of him, hoping to listen carefully. The light of hope slowly appeared in his eyes, and Sun Bin's words made him see hope again. He came to Sun Bin's side and held Sun Bin's hand tightly and said, Sun Bin, now the survival of Qi is all up to you. King Qi brought me a kindness like a mountain. I will do my best to protect the state of Qi. If the state of Qi is here, I will be here. If the state of Qi falls, I will never steal my life. Okay, Sun Bin, you are indeed a loyal minister of Qi. I will make you a national captain. After the Qin army is defeated and the capital of Qi is retaken, I will let you have half of the country. King Qi, protecting the family and defending the country is within the responsibility of the ministers. I hope you don't need to pay too much attention to it. The important thing right now is to retake Kidu first. Sun Bin is right, it's just that Qin's troops and horses are brave now, so I'm afraid they won't be their opponents. Don't worry, King Qi, even if I go to attack the capital of Qi, I must take it back. Chapter 558 Lead troops to expedition. Okay, Sun Bin, you have always been resourceful and skillful. I believe you will be able to do it. You can speak up about what you need me to do. King Qi, Wei Chen is thinking, if your majesty leads an army to expedition and recaptures the capital of Qi in person, the effect will be very different. The king of Qi thought for a while. In fact, he also wanted to attack the capital of Qi, but he had no soldiers and no generals who could fight against the Qin state Bufu and the others. Seeing that King Qi was hesitating, Sun Bin said earnestly, I know what King Qi is worried about. Seeing King Qi looking at him, Sun Bin continued, although Qin's troops are brave, I want King Qi to lead the troops to fight this time, not really to let you fight against them, but to lead them out. Well, Sun Bin, I don't understand what you mean. If you go to attack the city, won't they go out to fight? Sun Bin shook his head with a wry smile and said, if it was before, they would definitely go out of the city to fight, but not now. Why do you say that? Tianji asked from the side. He didn't understand what Sun Bin meant either. Sun Bin glanced at Tianji and King Qi, and said there, if Chi-Chu didn't tear his face, I would definitely attack us quickly, so that we won't have a chance to breathe. But now it's very different. The state of Chu is slowly approaching from behind, and it is constantly devouring the city station where we captured the state of Wei. King Qi and Tianji finally understood what their little father said. Sun Bin, what you said is reasonable. There is no way forward, and there are chasing troops behind. You are talking about our current situation. King Qi looked a little frustrated again, and couldn't help but sigh there. Seeing King Qi's appearance, Sun Bin said calmly, the state of Chu is attacking us from behind, and the state of Qin must have known the news. Then if we go back to attack Kidu, if they don't leave the city to fight, it will be a very big blow to us. Quote. Hope looked up at Sun Bin and said, that's why you let me lead the troops into battle. Sun Bin nodded and said, as long as you go into battle personally, King Qi, passers-by will surely think that we are already out of our depths, and then we will definitely go out of the city to arrest you, in order to make great achievements. But, Sun Bin, in this case, aren't you putting King Qi in danger? Sun Bin glanced at Tianji and said, if you want to lure Qin soldiers into battle, this is the only way. Maybe King Qi will take some risks, but I can guarantee that my life will be safe, and as long as the Qin army goes out to fight, I will be sure to defeat them. At this time, King Qi stood up and looked at Sun Bin and said, okay, since I want to be so sure of you, I'll go. King Chi, no, how can you take the risk and use it as bait to lure the enemy into battle? Ha ha ha, I am now the king of the subjugated country. As long as I can retake the capital of King Chi, why not be a child? At this time, King Chi suddenly wanted to understand what he was no longer like before. He looked at Sun with burning eyes. Although I'm a bait, you don't need to care too much about me. As long as you can capture Kidu, you'll have made a great contribution. Even if I am unfortunately killed, as long as you remember that the Chi state is immortal, it will be right for me. Seeing King Chi's decisive eyes, Sunbin nodded and said, King Chi, don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, if I want to kill you, I have to step over my body. Quote. Seeing their wreckage, Tianji couldn't help but be moved, and he came to Sunbin's side. Looking at Sunbin, he said, it's really admirable that the general is loyal and patriotic. Tianji bowed his head deeply and said, I hope the general will save King Chi's life no matter what. Sunbin nodded and did not speak, but he had already made up his mind secretly, if he could not defeat the Qin army in this battle. Of Qi will truly perish, and the world will no longer have a place for them. After everything was ready, the next day King Chi led his troops to the vicinity of Kidu. That have been repaired, it looks like there has never been a battle. I thought that I was still there before. In the capital of Qi, you were the monarch of a country, but in the blink of an eye, I have now become the monarch of a subjugated country. Before that, it was still, Prince Dan, who laughed at Yan Kingdom, didn't expect it to be his turn so quickly. After a sigh, King Chi adjusted his emotions and walked forward with his troops and horses. Sunbin sat on a chair and observed the movement on the city wall. He found that the city wall was crowded with people, and it seemed that a lot of people had climbed up. Sunbin had a bad premonition in his heart. He didn't know this buff very well. But being able to defeat Li Ziyang, as well as the three brothers Zhou Long, Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao, shows that Buff's strength is extraordinary. At this time, Bufu was standing at the head of the city with Gongya and Zan Kuang looking at the army of Qi state not far away. Wow, this Qi army is really fast. This place is so far from Waidu, so the army came here so quickly. Hee, this Sunbin doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. After breaking the capital of Wei, he gave up occupying the capital of Wei and turned around. Without stopping, he rushed here. It seems that the game is very clear, but it's a pity. It's so long, what a pity. It's a pity that it's too late for him, and as a result, he has lost his way and has no chance. Sir, what's the purpose of Sunbin now leading the army to attack Kidu? Haha, I'm afraid they want to recapture Kidu as soon as possible, so that they will have the strength to talk to Chu. Well, now that they have hated the Chu country, are they still thinking about an alliance with the Chu country? Ha ha ha, arrogant, although they have already hated going abroad, but joining forces with the motherland is their only way out. So they have to find a weight that can negotiate with Chu state no matter what, and this weight is the capital of Qi state. Here we are. Oh, I finally understand why Shi Chong didn't let us play. Haha, then if we spend it with them, in less than half a month, they will fail. Without the city, there will be no food and grass. What will his army of 200,000 eat? Ha ha ha, so that's the case, what should we do? Buff turned his head to look at the bow and arrow and said, didn't you pick another 1,000 archers, so you can give them a try? Here. Buff said with a smile, the 1,000 archers selected by the subordinates have great potential. I believe that after training for a period of time, you will be able to catch up with the 500 archers. Chapter 559_military orders are like mountains. Well, I'll leave it to you. Zhang Kuang is in charge of delivering the supplies, and I'll leave it to you on the city wall. They must not be allowed to approach the city gate, and they are absolutely not allowed to go out to fight, understand arrogance. The last sentence, Buff said while looking at the arrogance. Hey, don't worry, I will obey your orders. Well, among these people, I am most worried about you. This time defending the city is different. If you dare to violate the military order, you will be dealt with by military law. Good to hear Buff say this, and suddenly he became serious and said there, Sir, this subordinate will never go out to battle without authorization. If you violate the ban, you are willing to raise your head to see you. Buff then nodded reassuringly, and left here. He was really a little worried and arrogant. Since this guy recovered from his injury, when he had no spare time, he was either looking for this competition or that person to learn from. The generals were so troubled by him that they all ducked away when they saw him. But this brat, Zhang Huang, clearly knew that everyone was avoiding him, yet he didn't restrain himself, instead he intensified. Later, Gong Ya, Qi Ying, Hua Yunlong and Zhang Fengjung finally couldn't bear it any longer, and together they beat Zhang Huang to half-death. But Zhang Huang didn't think it, and continued to do whatever he wanted after the injury was healed. I also saw that he felt a headache. In fact, Buff can understand that the arrogance just wants to improve himself quickly and let himself adapt to the feeling after the speed and strength are improved. Everyone understands it, so they don't know him in general. When the army of Qi State attacked, Zhang Huang seemed particularly excited, and wished to lead his troops into battle immediately. So Buffalo persuaded him again and again, and even took out military orders to threaten arrogance, just because he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself for a while and then go out to the city to fight and ruin his own affairs. Bu Fu did this. Zhang Huang was thinking about sneaking out and catching King Qi back just now, before he made a military order. But after the military order was issued, Zhang Huang gave up the idea and waited until Buff left. He looked at Gong Ya in frustration and said, I finally found the feeling, I want to practice on the battlefield, but it's really disappointing that Chang is not allowed to play. Ha ha ha, arrogant, look at your potential, what is there to fight against a monarch of a subjugated country? How many generals can he have under his command? If they are really powerful, they won't be scared and run away at all. Gong Ya's words made Zhang Huang stunned for a moment, and then he became happy there. You're right, Gong Ya, it's true. If King Qi's men really had strong generals, then our attack on the city gate would not have been so smooth. That's right, so, don't think too much about it now, just follow the arrangement of the chief and be responsible for helping us transport materials, that's all. Hey, okay, I'll wait on you guys to see how you guys are doing. Gong Ya said confidently, who is the person standing at the front? At first, Zhang Huang only thought about whether to go out to the city to fight, and he didn't care about who the leader of the opponent's army was. To him, none of this mattered. If Buff let him fight, he didn't care what kind of opponent he was. As long as he is dedicated to defeating his opponent, this is what he will do. But now Gong Ya said that he was arrogant and began to seriously check it. And no matter what he saw, it startled him. This is... There, Gong Ya smiled and said, you know why Shi Chang ordered you not to appear. Arrogant nodded, he finally understood why Shi Chang did this. Because if you don't do that, Zhang Huang may have already mounted his war horse, picked up his weapons and rushed out. Who is that leader? That is King Qi, and now everyone in Qin wants to catch him. It was a great credit to catch him, and his arrogant body was a little unruly. The footsteps were slowly moving. Gong Ya saw Zhang Wangyazi, and smiled helplessly. How much do you want to catch King Qi? Your body will move involuntarily. Ah, I can't help it. I can't control my body. I don't know why since I was rescued by Shi Chang, I feel that the heat in my body needs to be vented. When I see the masters, I want to fight them. Insolent, stop joking there, forget what Shi Chang said to you just now. Go out of the city to meet the fighters. Gong Ya's words made Zhang Huang shudder, and his eyes regained a trace of clarity. Shaking his head, Zhang Huang finally calmed down. Gong Ya, what happened to me just now? Carefully there, he said seriously. Insolent, I don't think you're not quite right recently. You frantically looked for someone to compete with each other, and just now, you couldn't help but almost lost yourself. Gong Ya looked at Zhang Huang and continued, I think you should talk to Shi Chang to see what's going on. Zhang Huang also nodded, he did feel that something was wrong, and he seemed to be more aggressive than before. I feel a little bloodthirsty. I just want to defeat the enemy, and the desire to fight is particularly strong. And there is one thing that everyone doesn't know, only his own clearest feeling is that he is very eager to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Longing for blood, Zhang Kuang felt that Gengya's words were right, he must have something wrong or should talk to him for a long time. But now is not the time. The bow and arrow archers arrange their positions and start archery practice. King Qi stood there, watching more and more soldiers on the city wall. He didn't worry too much, because he was standing at a relatively far distance. Looking at the archers on the top of the city, King Qi not only sneered. It turned out that he planned to use the archers to make us retreat. What a wishful thinking. But King Qi thought to himself. If they don't give them a chance to catch themselves, then the role of their bait will be lost. So King Qi made up his mind, gently slapped the horse's rear buttocks, and walked slowly forward. Go. King Qi is impossible. Tianji tried desperately to stop him. He didn't worry about King Qi going to the battlefield, so he followed him all the time. At this time, seeing King Qi is also slowly approaching, this is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Because if it is within the range of the archer's design, the archer's ornament will be used to put cold arrows. Light of injuries, in the worst cases, death, so Tianji did not want to let King Qi face such a danger. Haha, Tianji, you don't have to worry. Their bows and arrows can't shoot here. I'm at least 150 meters away from the city wall. There's no way anyone in this world can shoot arrows that far. Chapter 560_exaggeration. Feeling that his words were a bit too full, King Qi continued to add, even if someone can shoot such a long distance, the arrow has no power at all, and I am afraid that even my armor can't be pierced. Let's go. King Qi, it's better to be careful, don't be afraid of 10,000. Ha ha ha, Sun Bin, since you asked me to lead the troops in person, it's not just to attract them to come here. If they are too far away, how can they come out of the city to arrest me? King Qi, I have long heard that there is an archer among the soldiers of the Qin state. He is very strong in archery and is good at long-range shooting. Don't be careless. Come back quickly. Oh, I've heard it too, but that isn't it all exaggeration. Besides, it's about 150 meters away from the city wall, probably not. King Qi's name is Gengya. He is an archer under the Qin state Bufu, and he was famous for being able to shoot 100 meters away a long time ago. After so long, no one knows if he has grown up. King Qi should be careful. Sun Bin was anxious. Although he asked King Qi to go on an expedition in person, as a bait to lure Bufu and the others out of the city, he didn't want King Qi to have an accident. Without King Qi, what would it be called? The state of Qi? It's just a tactic that's all. Sun Bin believes that there is no risk to use this tactic. Unexpectedly, despite his dissuasion, Hope still moved forward. His legs are inconvenient now. If he had legs, he would definitely rush forward and pull King Qi back. King Qi was a little unhappy in his heart, and Sun Bin used it as a bait to lure Buff and the others out of the city, which made him feel uncomfortable. But in order to take back the capital of Qi, he also endured it, but when he got here, Sun Bin still pointed fingers at him, which made King Qi's heart begin to have irritable thoughts. In the suspicion, now that Sun Bin is leading the army, and King Qi is in a weak position, the words that usually seem normal are especially harsh to King Qi. Although Sun Bin was still there, strongly discouraged, King Qi still stubbornly walked forward. Just as King Qi was about 120 meters away from the city wall of Qi capital, there was a swoosh, the sound of arrows flying, and King Qi didn't even react at all, only felt a chill in his chest. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the half arrow on his chest. King Qi's eyes widened. He didn't feel the slightest pain. At this moment, he began to recall the past events in his mind, recalling the time when he commanded the ministers above the Kidu Hall. Scene after scene passed in front of his eyes constantly. King Qi smiled. Maybe it was his final destination. Even if he died, he would return to Kidu. The soldiers behind were running fast, and when King Chi hit the arrow, Sun Bin panicked. Unexpectedly, the most unwilling thing to see, King Chi was shot by a bow and arrow. I don't know how the situation is now, so we can only order someone to rescue him quickly. When the soldiers rushed to King Chi's side, they found him sitting on a horse with one hand stretched forward. I don't know what they were saying. The soldiers quickly pulled him off the horse, then protected him with shields, and carried him to the back. Ha ha ha, Gangya, you are really, at a distance of 120 meters, you actually hit your chest with one arrow. He underestimated me too much. Yuan Jie rode forward alone and walked so close to me. Ha ha ha, you. What nonsense are you talking about at a distance of more than 120 meters? You are still talking so close. This is what others hear, and they will definitely say that you are bragging there. Zhang Kuang was scolding the bow and arrow there, but he admired the bow and arrow very much in his heart. If it is said that his own bow and arrow are fighting against each other, then the bow and arrow are definitely not his opponents. But if he really fights with Bo and Ya, how can Bo and Ya get close to him? Even if he is on a war horse, it will take a while to reach him. Shoot. And the bow and arrow will not stand there and shoot arrows, he will also move. Therefore, on the battlefield, the bow and arrow occupy an absolute advantage. I said, Gangya, did you shoot King Chi to death? There, Gangya nodded confidently, and then said, an arrow pierced through the chest. Even if he has double jawbone powder, it is too late to use it. Ha ha, you are young. This time you have made a great contribution. You shot the King Chi to death, and the state of Chi was destroyed. Come on, go and report to the general, that King Chi was shot dead by a bow and arrow. Insolent, what do you do to report this trivial matter to the general? In fact, even if King Chi doesn't die like this, the country of Chi is already doomed to perish. Zhang Kuang glanced at Zhao King there, and then said, Gangya, this time you are very calm, and you see very clearly. The chief said it, didn't you hear it? It's just that as long as we don't go out of the city to fight and defend the capital of Chi, Chi will have no chance to turn defeat into victory. Well, I've heard it for a long time, but you shot King Chi to death with one arrow, did you greatly shorten the time? Zhang Kuang put his arm around Gangya's shoulder and said, Okay, let's not talk about this matter. Since King Chi has been killed, we don't plan to go out to the city to fight, how about a drink? Forget it, King Chi was just shot by me. Sun Bin and the others will definitely avenge him. I believe they will attack in a while. Gangya turned his head to look at Zhang Kuang and said, didn't you always want to go into battle to kill the enemy? It seems that the time won't be too long. Gangya looked at Sun Bin's camp in the distance. It was silent at the moment, and there was no panic. Gangya sneered there and said, even if you hide your archery skills, I still know very well. King Chi, woohoo. The concubines beside her were crying, but Sun Bin reprimanded them. Don't stop crying there, you can't know the situation of King Chi, otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for us to attack the city. Ha ha ha, Sun Bin, you have ulterior motives and killed King Chi, and now you are pretending to be here and want to attack the city. It's ridiculous. Sun Bin glanced at Tianji who looked very sad beside him. Sitting in the chair, he sighed and said, King Chi doesn't listen to advice and insists on doing his own thing. I can't help it either. HMPH, Sun Bin, stop arguing there. You asked King Chi to lead the expedition in person, just to take the opportunity to kill him, so that he could monopolize the state of Chi. Tianji looked a little emotional. Chapter 561-embarrassing situation. If it wasn't for Sun Bin being protected by soldiers by his side, he would probably have rushed over to fight Sun Bin to the death. Every word I say is broken, whether you believe it or not. Now that the matter has come to an end, we can only hide the news. As long as the capital of Chi is captured, everything will turn for the better, otherwise the kingdom of Chi will perish, and you and I will both be ministers of subjugation. Ha ha ha, King Chi is dead, the state of Chi has been destroyed, and we have long since become ministers of subjugation. Oh no, you won't, you still have hundreds of thousands of troops as a guard of honor. Whichever country you surrender to, you can get a place. Sun Bin saw that TNG could no longer listen to what he said, so he sat there, stopped talking, slowly closed his eyes, and began to think about the next thing. HMPH, you can play there by yourself, the old man won't accompany you. After TNG finished speaking, he turned and left. Not long after he left, the soldiers heard news that TNG had committed suicide by hanging. Sun Bin shook his head helplessly, sighed deeply, and said, "Bury him well, he is also a loyal minister of Qi. It's a pity." At this time, Sun Bin's eyes were bright and he said, "Go ahead and prepare to attack the city tomorrow." Here. The unexpected death of King Qi disrupted Sun Bin's plans. He did not expect such a powerful archer among the people of Qin. Although he persuaded King Qi to return back, he didn't really believe in his heart that there would be archers who could shoot arrows here. If he knew that someone could shoot King Qi from such a long distance, he would have forcibly pulled King Qi back. But it's too late to say anything now. Sun Bin is not the kind of person who complains about others. Facing reality is his smartest part. Right now, what he is thinking about is not the survival of Qi, but what to do with his hundreds of thousands of troops. Now that Qi has been destroyed, there are only two powerful countries left among the 6 countries, Chu and Qin. Sun Bin didn't think that the two countries would get along so peacefully. He knew that a war was about to break out. Unlike the annexation of small countries, the Chu state is very powerful. Its strength is comparable to that of the whole country, or even slightly better. Now that Qin state has captured the capital of Qi, and the state of Chu has captured the capital of Wei, I am sandwiched between the two of them, and the situation is very embarrassing. Sun Bin didn't care about his own life or death. He must find a way out for these 200,000 soldiers who were born and killed with him. Choose the slightly stronger state of Chu, which is treachery, or the state of Qin, which has been attacking the state of Qi and led to the downfall of the state of Qi. Sun Bin has no idea in his heart at this time. Come back. So he decided to fight Buff in Kidu, and he also wanted to know how powerful Buff was. Gangya, you shot King Qi, Li. Wow, King Qi has died, and the result has been destroyed. How will you deal with it next? Buff mused there for a while and then there was a tough fight to come. Well, it's better to go now. Sun Bin is also a talented person, and he is a prodigy in the world. Just relying on him to attack the city and conquer the land all the way, and hit Waidu, he is not a generalist. Yes, my subordinates also think that Sun Bin is indeed very powerful. If he can be recruited and surrendered, it will be of great benefit to Qin and Xichong. Quote. Ha ha ha, Sun Bin is indeed a genius, but because of this, he will never surrender to Qin or Chu. Buff smiled and shook his head and continued. When the state of Qi was in the most critical time, the state of Chu betrayed its promise and stabbed the state of Qi in the back, making it impossible for the state of Qi to turn over. He looked at Zhao King and continued. And our Qin state has been attacking the Qi state. It can be said that the Qi state is destroyed, and we are the culprit. Well, that's true. It seems that we and the motherland are both enemies of Qi. Yeah, but that's what war is like, and changing dynasties must go through this process. After listening to Gangya's words, Bufu nodded and said, it seems that you have a certain understanding of the situation. Hee, Xichong, we have been by your side all the time, and we have broken so many battles. If we don't grow, it will be too much to say. Ha ha ha, you are all very powerful people, and you will be able to gallop on the battlefield in the future. What's the matter? Since the bar can't think about it, what are we going to do next? Ha ha ha, Gangya, you shot people's expectations to death with one sword, and then you want to recruit them. Fail to surrender, is there any way to kill them all, and the defeat will be over? Oh, yes, arrogant, what you said also makes sense. Buff glanced at everyone and said there. Tomorrow they will attack the city in a big way. Bow and arrow, you led 1,500 archers to guard the front of the city, and start sniping the front of the Qi army from 100 meters away. Here. Brothers Fangjung, Manto and Shido, you led heavy armored soldiers, wait until the bow and arrows are shot and the enemy army reaches the city, then rush out of the city gate to fight with them, resist their attack, and destroy his army. Sharp. Here. Zhang Huang, you and Qi Ying, Hua Yunlong, when the enemy's morale begins to slump and start to collapse, quickly attack them and completely destroy them. Here. Wang Meng and Wang Jian were standing beside him while listening to Bufu dispatching troops there. After looking at each other, Wang Jian stepped forward and looked at Buff and said, "Buff, do you need our father and son to do something?" Reason why Wang Jian didn't request to fight was because he was afraid that Buff would be overhearted. Turned his head and glanced at Wang Jian, then said with a smile, "This time, General Lao is here to defend the city. Once my troops and horses can't resist Sun Bin's attack, I hope the general can defend Kidu." Buff, you are joking there. Your troops are all out. It's hard to imagine who among the 6 kingdoms can resist. How can you say that you are defeated? The world is unpredictable, and Sun Bin is said to have unpredictable plans, which should not be underestimated, and must be fully prepared. Although King Qi has been killed now, if the capital of Qi is occupied by Sun Bin, there may be a possibility that Qi will be revived. When Buff said these words, he already knew it very well. The situation was clear, and it was impossible for Qi to be resurrected anyway. But he deliberately told Wang Jian, and did not want him to participate in the confrontation with Sun Bin. Chapter 562 There is something for you to do. What a smart man Wang Jian is. Since Boof didn't want him to join the war, Wang Jian didn't say anything. Since you have made arrangements for Buff, well, I will guard it in the city. Well, officers and men, tomorrow's battle will be no trivial matter. You have to work hard and don't underestimate the enemy. Here. Buff arranged everything and let the generals go ahead and rest. After all the soldiers went down, Zhuang Fan came to Buff's room. "Wow, you call me. Well, I have something for you to do alone." Phoenix had a task in an instant, and it was a secret task. His eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Buff with a smile and said, "What good task do you have for me?" "I want you and Hua Yunlong to lead a soldier from the back door to Sun Bin's camp and bring him back to me." Zhang Huang frowned, and then said doubtfully, "Shi Chong, won't Sun Bin personally lead his troops to attack the city tomorrow?" Buff shook his head there, then looked at Zhang Huang and said, "He won't, he will definitely be in the camp, you must catch him alive for me when you go." Here. After the arrangement was made properly, both the soldiers of the Qi state and the soldiers of the Qin state have now entered the dreamland. This quiet night, a bright moon shone in the sky. Bufu looked at the moon in the sky, and he didn't know what to think. The next morning, the Qi army began to attack the city, and it was aggressive, but Sun Bin was not seen. To Gangya's disappointment, he originally thought that if there was a chance, he would shoot Sun Bin with one arrow, but it seemed that Sun Bin was already prepared. "In fact, that's right, I already know that there are archers who can shoot 120 meters, who will be killed by them as a target, but they are careful but they haven't spared the cavalry of Qi. They could get close." The bow and arrow ordered the 1,500 archers to start shooting from a distance of 100 meters. "Lao Yu, kill that guy who rushed to the front, it seems that he is still a general." Lao Yu didn't say a word. He picked up the weapon that Buff had made for him, set up a bow and shot an arrow, only to hear a swoosh and flew out. In a flash, he shot at the general who was 100 meters away, the one who rushed in front of him. He has been able to draw the bow more than half now, and the power is not increased by a little bit. His archery skills were even comparable to bows and arrows. If he hadn't been careful to increase the distance of archery to 120 meters away, Lao Yu would have been able to surpass him. Because the speed of Lao Yu's arrow is very fast, because the power of the bow is very large. "Good job, Lao Yu, continue to shoot down the next to him too. I said you don't watch the fun there." Together, Qi Jun rushed to the front of the soldiers and shot them to death. "Ha ha ha, well, let them see our Qin archers. This wave is 1,500 arrows, and they can shoot me 100 meters away. If it's just shooting a person, I'm afraid their head is not enough. But so many Qi troops rushed forward together, and when the arrow fell, it would always hit one person. Seeing that the soldiers in front kept falling off their horses, the generals of the Qi army also scattered the cavalry. This greatly reduces the hit rate of the arrows, even though they are able to shoot arrows up to 100 meters away. But if the hit rate is poor, the Qi army's cavalry will not be damaged at this time, and it was so serious at the beginning. I saw that the generals of Qi Jun used this method to let the soldiers avoid the dedication of being shot. Ha ha ha, Gangya, your archers are not good, they have found a way to deal with you. These guys are really hard to deal with. I didn't expect to know so quickly the weakness of our archers. Well, the soldiers and horses led by Sun Bin are indeed extraordinary. It's up to you, brothers Fangjung, Manto and Shito. Ha ha ha, okay, leave it to us next. Get on the horse and get out of town. Wearing heavy armor, with big shields steamed Buns and brothers Stone, and Fangjung with heavy armor rushed out of the city. That was galloping this way, and thrust their spears forward. Of the cavalry made it impossible for them to dodge the spear at all. Constantly being stabbed and dismounted, the generals of the Qi army saw that the Qin army had opened the city to fight, so the cavalry began to stop charging. The heavily armored soldiers rushed out from behind and saw that the opponent changed their formation again. Fangjung couldn't help nodding and said, "You have the right amount of relaxation and a well-balanced deployment. It is truly extraordinary that Sun Bin has been able to break through so many cities in the Wei Kingdom and have been able to break through Wei all the way." Ha ha ha, you don't need to sigh at Zhang Fangjung. Although Sun Bin is amazing, it's a pity that he has no eyes and casts the wrong master. That is, if you have his talent, under Shi Chang's command, who else in the world can resist our army? Ha ha ha, Manto and Shi, you are so right. Sometimes vision is also a very important talent. Well, with Fangjung and Shi Chang by his side, we will definitely make a difference. Let's go, let's meet for a while how powerful Qi's heavy armor is. Good. Fangjung and brother Manto Stone rushed up on war horses. The troops and horses of the two sides fought together, Manto and Shito and the general Fangjung, and they all faced the generals of Qi. Although the generals of Qi state were not Manto Shishi, and there were opponents of General Fangjung, they were not immediately sacked by them. They were constantly fighting with them there, and at this time Gangya and the others were not idle, and continued to shoot downwards. Madman Hua Yunlong took a soldier and horse to ride quickly, and quickly circled from the back door towards Sun Bin's camp. Although the journey was a little longer, it was useless because they chose the fastest horses, and it took too long to arrive near Sun Bin's camp. Maybe it was decided to make the final attack, so Sun Bin didn't leave too many soldiers to defend the camp. Looking at the few soldiers in Dai Ying, Zhang Kuang felt that there was no need for a sneak attack. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough for him to fight alone. He swaggered and walked towards the camp with the soldier. Hua Yunlong was a little worried. How could Sun Bin leave such a big flaw with his military skills? Just wanted to remind Zhang Kuang to pay attention, but it was already too late. A lot of Qi soldiers and horses rushed out from the rear of the camp. Seeing so many soldiers and horses, Zhang Kuang's expression became serious. However, he did not panic at all, arrogant to his current ability. Among the 10,000 armies, taking the head of an admiral is like looking into a bag to find something. Although this added a lot of tactics, for him, it was just a little more time. Chapter 563_Insolent Trapped. Explained to Hua Yunlong, and told him to protect himself. He picked up the weapon in his hand and was about to rush forward. At this time, I saw that the soldiers of the Qi army began to dodge to both sides, and 8 people carried a chair and walked out of the camp. On the chair sat Sun Bin with disabled legs. He looked at Zhang Kuang with bright eyes, and said with a smile, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time, Zhang Kuang." Hearing Sun Bin say his name, he thought that Sun Bin was bluffing and arrogant, but his face finally changed. How do you know it's me? I've never seen you. Hee, dare to rush into the camp so blatantly. Are there any other people in Buff's subordinates besides the arrogant and arrogant? Zhang Kuang narrowed his eyes there, looked at Sun Bin and said, HMPH, even if you guessed what I am today, you can still suffer a little less if you keep your hands down. Don't think that you have a lot of soldiers. These shrimp, soldiers and crabs are not enough in front of me. Fear. Haha, I didn't think that these soldiers could conquer you, but what about them? And horses appeared outside the camp. This was a group of archers. The bows and arrows in their hands were already aimed at Zhang Kuang and the others. Insolently scolded himself for being careless and fell into the ambush of the enemy. Now surrounded by archers, it seems that there are many lucky few. I didn't expect you to arrange it so meticulously. You wouldn't be the one who defeated Wei State. Although your legs are disabled, I still admire you for being arrogant. Haha, so far, you have been captured by me. How are you going to deal with the madness? There, Zhang Kuang said disdainfully. I have been on the battlefield for many years, and I have not cared about life and death for a long time. Now that I am trapped by you, I have nothing to say. Let's do it. Sun Bin didn't order to shoot arrows. He saw a picture of Kuang and turned to look at Hua Yunlong next to Zhang Kuang. You are Hua Yunlong. As a native of Qi, you actually betrayed Qi. Now that Qi has been destroyed, how do you feel? Hee, you don't have to do this. When I decided to do this, I already thought about everything. The world's major affairs must be divided for a long time, and it is not surprising that it must be divided for a long time. These words Hua Yunlong said were said by Buff. Because of his admiration for Buff, Hua Yunlong often went to Buff to ask him about the general situation of the world. Well, I didn't expect you to say such words at such a young age. Who told you these words? It's the general of the Qin state, Bu Fu, the one who broke the Qi capital. Sun Bin nodded there, and then said, what else did he say to you? Hua Yunlong didn't want to talk to each other at first, but when he turned his eyes, he thought of something, and said there, the general also said that good birds choose wood to perch, and good ministers choose masters to serve. General also said that if the world is unified, everything will belong to one country, and there will be no distinction between Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao and Wei. At this time, Sun Bin lowered his head and spoke there. Zhang Kuang was impatient there. I said, what are you doing in there? Hurry up and do it. At this moment, Sun Bin looked up at Zhang Kuang and said, killing you or not now has no effect on the change of the situation. Since he has such pride, I really want to see him. HMPH, I don't understand. If you want to see who has nothing to do with me and don't do anything, be careful that I will kill you and chop off your crippled head. The arrogant words did not irritate Sun Bin who was sitting there, but Sun Bin said calmly there, although you are fierce, but you lack wisdom, and you are arrogant and unrestrained, underestimating the enemy will make you suffer a lot. You. 3 emperors just wanted to say let him go for 2 days, but Sun Bin didn't wait for him to speak and said there, Zhang Kuang, you guys are trapped by me today, it is almost impossible to escape, but I don't want to kill you, nor can I let go. You'd better not resist, I just want to see your General Buff, and I hope he can condescend to come. Ha ha ha, are you joking there? Catch the thief first and catch the king. I want to deceive us here, and then catch him, so that you can take back Kidu without any effort. Ha ha, it doesn't seem that you have no brains, but you were wrong about being arrogant, it seems that you don't know enough about your skills. If you can single-handedly break through the wheel formation, do you think I can catch him with a few soldiers and horses? Sun Bin's words were so arrogant that he couldn't answer, so he looked at Sun Bin, wondering what medicine he was selling in his gourd. Hua Yunlong, you can ride back and see your general, say a word to him. Go ahead. Go back and tell your general, what will he be like after the world is unified? Hua Yunlong took a deep look at Sun Bin. He knew what to say, and it seemed that it would not hurt Zhang Zhang. If he really wanted to do that, he wouldn't have to bother and talk so much. As long as the archer was ordered to shoot arrows just now, it would be very difficult to survive even if he was arrogant in martial arts. Okay, I'll tell our generals what you said. At this time, Sun Bin stretched out his hand and waved, surrounded Hua Yunlong and his troops, and made a way out. Hua Yunlong turned around and glanced at Zhuang Kuang. Zhuang Kuang nodded to him, and then Hua Yunlong left here on horseback. After Hua Yunlong left, he quickly returned to Kidu from the original road. Seeing Hua Yunlong coming back alone, Bi Yufu was shocked. Why are you the only one who came back and arrogant them? Hua Yunlong told Buff what happened after he arrived at the camp and all the conversations with Yu Sunbin. Buff pondered for a while there, and then smiled slightly, thinking in his heart, it seems that the battle between Qi and Qi should be over. After putting on his armor, he picked up the Fang Tianhua halberd, and without even a single entourage, he and Hua Yunlong came to Sun Bin's camp. Sun Bin, I'm Buff here, don't you want to see me? At this time, no troops and horses came out, only 8 people carried a chair, and a few followed. Haha, the general really intervened boldly and came to my camp without a soldier or a pawn. Hee, it's actually nothing, since you have no intention of fighting, I don't need to bring troops and horses here. Haha, the general has really overestimated his own wisdom, this is just one of my tricks. Said Sun Bin waved his hand, thousands of soldiers appeared around the time, some with spears, some with bows and arrows, eyeing Bufu and Hua Yunlong. Ha ha ha, what's the point of this kind of temptation, it's better to invite me in for a drink. Sun Bin watched Buff jump off the horse, and walked slowly in front of him like that. Chapter 564-Chat in the camp. There he looked at him with a calm smile, without the slightest panic. Ha ha ha, it really is a dragon among people, with extraordinary bearing, wisdom and courage. Sun Bin shook his head there, sighed and said, there's nothing to regret about Qi's defeat in your hands. It's no match for you, so why not? Hee, Sun Bin, you have a foresight, I've always wanted to meet you, how about you invite me in for a drink? Please. Sun Bin and Bufu walked into the tent of the main camp, and those soldiers had already retreated. Hua Yunlong also entered the camp behind Buff. Entered the tent, he saw Zhuang who was bound by ropes. Buff glanced at him, but didn't say a word. Arrogant lowered his head and dared not look into Buff's eyes. Come on, let go. Sun Bin asked people to untie the arrogant rope, and then ordered people to prepare wine and food. World does not know that the last battle between Qin and Qi, in front of the capital of Qi, in Battle 1, the commanders of the 2 armies in Sun Bin's camp were chatting there. This made Zhang Kuang and Hua Yunlong puzzled there. But standing beside them did not dare to speak, and they found that the dialogue between Sun Bin and Buff was a level they could never imagine. They think of the future very far away, and the twilight eyes are left to Insolent and Hua Yunlong. At first, they were a little worried about the battle in front of the city gate, but after listening to it, they became fascinated, and the battle had already been thrown out of their minds. Sun Bin and Hua Yunlong talked about the past and the present, analyzing the past battle situation and analyzing the future situation. Sun Bin and Buff talked eloquently and had great insight. It seemed that the 2 of them had met confidants. After a while, Sun Bin said the general's talent is far beyond me, and the martial arts are beyond my reach. Besides, the general's subordinates have many strong soldiers, and it seems that the general trend has been achieved. Haha, Sun Bin, although you don't have legs, your knowledge is higher than everyone else's. It's a pity, I'm so late to meet you. Just as the 2 were talking, a general rushed in with such a failure. General, it's not good. When he saw 3 more people in the tent, he was stunned. General, they are. Sun Bin glanced at him there, and then said, they are the generals of Qin State, Bufu, and his subordinates are Zhang Kuang and Hua Yunlong. What generals? Since it's them, why didn't you send troops to arrest them, just as our frontline lost, and if we catch them, we can turn defeat into victory. Hey, Yu Xing, don't be impulsive, I'm safe. At this time, Sun Bin glanced outside and said, Go on and call on the golden soldiers. Why is this, General? As long as we capture these 3 people, we will use them as threats, and we will inevitably make the Qin army surrender and withdraw from Kidu. Sun Bin glanced at him and didn't say a word, but he shook his head helplessly. Hee, what's your name and want to catch your grandfather? I'm afraid you have to practice. Don't be mad, although I can't beat you, but can you beat thousands of troops? Ha ha ha, why don't you try to take your dog's head out of thousands of troops, just like looking into a bag to take something. At this time Buff was talking beside him. Zhang Quanger, you don't have to say it again, I haven't asked you to settle the account just now. Madman heard Buff say this, and suddenly became cowardly, looked at Buff and said with a smile, Hey, Shichong, I was really careless, I didn't expect to be ambushed by them. HMPH, I'll take care of you after you go back. Now let me stand there honestly. If you dare to speak more, you will be punished severely. Here. Hua Yunlong covered his mouth and smiled secretly next to him. Buff glanced at him, and if he wanted to move it up, he stood up straight like arrogant. Buff came to the general, looked at him and said, Don't say that there are thousands of troops, but 100,000 troops can hardly hold me down. Do you believe Yuxing? At this time, Buff released his momentum, a murderous aura, forcing Yuxing to take a few steps back. He leaned against the wall of the tent and barely fell. You. At this time, Buff didn't pay attention to it anymore. He turned around to look at Sun Bin and said, Now that the situation is clear, I know your thoughts, and you will never take refuge in my command. But don't worry, I will definitely treat your soldiers and horses kindly, and it won't be long before you become a brave soldier under my buffalo account. Sun Bin nodded and said, The general has great ambitions, and today I talked with the general, and all the worries in my heart have been cleared up. I believe that these places will definitely make great achievements without the generals, and I hope that the generals, no matter what obstacles will be encountered in the future, will not follow the original intentions and follow through. Buff looked at him and nodded, and said to Zhang Quang and Hua Yunlong, Let's go back. Here. Walking to the entrance of the tent, Buff stopped and said there, Sun Bin, I hope you can survive, even if it is just a seclusion in the mountains, you can witness whether your decision today is correct. After finishing speaking, Buff left with Zhang Quang and Hua Yunlong. That general named Yuxing, after Bufu left, sat there, sweating on his head. Until Buff left just now, he felt that he was being stared at by a fierce beast, making him unable to move. Even his legs were shaking constantly, and after a while, he finally stabilized his emotions. At this time, he slowly stood up and came to Sun Bin's side. General, who the hell is Buff? Why does he feel like he's being stared at by a beast just by looking at me, making me unable to move? Sun Bin said calmly there, This Buff is a dragon among men, and he will do something in the future. It is also a blessing for you to follow him. General, even if we are defeated, why do we have to follow him? Sun Bin Yuan's somewhat empty eyes looked at Yuxing at this time, but his voice was still faint. If you want to live a life in vain and waste your skills, if you want to make a difference and honor your ancestors, I advise you to give up the idea just now. What I didn't take you to do, the one just now. Buff can definitely take you to do it. General. I'm tired, it's time to rest. After returning to Kidu, the battle was already over. After the Qi army called Jin to withdraw, Zhang Fengjing and Gangya did not pursue them, because they had received orders from Bufu and were not allowed to pursue the Qi army. Chapter 565-Insolent Punished. Shichong, I really don't understand what Sun Bin is thinking. Bufu glanced at Zhang Quang without saying a word, and Zhang Quang continued there, since he decided to surrender at the very beginning, why should Qi Jun fight us? Bufu looked at the arrogance, and said plainly, Sun Bin is a genius in the world, you are arrogant and arrogant, how can you know what he thinks? Hey, Shichong, this time I really knew I was wrong, so please forgive me this time. HMPH, Zhang Quang, don't take it seriously there. I can forgive you. If you met someone else this time, you would have been shot to death by random arrows. Seeing Buff's serious expression, Zhang Zhang knew that Buff was really angry. He also put away his look of laughter, then looked at Buff and said, "Shi-chong, I was really wrong, this time I was really careless." Humph. Bufu stopped talking about him, but said indifferently, "I understand Sun Bin's intentions. The fall of Qi state, Qi soldiers have hatred in their hearts, and if they release their anger in the last battle, it will be a surrender. They won't give up." "Oh, so that's the case, really well-intentioned." Bufu took a look there and continued, "Sun Bin is far-sighted and far-sighted. When Wei Guo betrayed the Yistal alliance, he already knew that Qi Guo was in danger. At that time, he had already begun to plan to find a way out for these soldiers and horses for him." Everyone looked at each other there, all bearing Sun Bin's intentions. "Wow, since Sun Bin is so versatile, and the son of the soldier, why don't we keep him and call him down? I also told him such a thing, but he refused. He said that anyone can surrender, but only he can't." Buff shook his head there, sighed, and then said, "Forget it, a genius like this has completely mastered his own way out. Well, what are we going to do next? Ganya, Qi Ying, General Fangjung, Hua Yunlong, you will distribute the Qi soldiers under Sun Bin to your command. You must appease them well, and don't wait too long." Here. Zhang Kuang stood behind, not daring to speak. Buff glanced at him, and then said lightly, "Zhang Kuang, you are too careless this time, and you must be punished." "Well, Mr. Chong, your subordinates understand. HMPH, you have gone through hardships, and you should not die, but you should cherish them well. You still clean up like this, if you don't teach you a lesson, you will never remember it, and if you are careless on the battlefield, you will be in danger." Buff said angrily there, "I saved you for a while, but not for the rest of your life. You weigh the pros and cons by yourself." Zhang Kuang was ashamed there, and during this period of time. Knowing why since he recovered from his injury, he felt a hot blood in his body as if it was burning. Let him always have the urge to fight, and at times, he will completely lose his ability to control himself. Zhang Kuang also felt a little distressed after the incident, but he didn't know what was going on, he just couldn't control himself. "Shi-chong, I really know I was wrong, and I will definitely not do it again next time." Seeing Zhang Kuang's sincere attitude, Bufu nodded there, then looked at the crowd and said, "Now that the state of Qi has been completely destroyed, the only enemy we have left now is the state of Chu." Wang Jian looked at Bufu and said, "Bufu, Qi state has been conquered by us, and now we should be able to return to Qin state to return to life." Buff glanced at Wang Jian and said there, "The general can return to his orders at any time, we will stay here and wait for an opportunity." Wang Jian gave Bufu a meaningful look there. "Okay, Buff, then I'll lead the troops away tomorrow. Take care of you here." "Well, okay, the general will come to my room later, I have something to discuss with you." Wang Jian nodded, but did not speak. "The state of Qi has been conquered. You have worked hard and made great achievements. Tonight, a big banquet will be held to celebrate your achievements. Ganya and Qi Ying, you are responsible for arranging the surrender of the Qi army, let them have a good meal too. Here. Okay, let's go down. Here." After everyone left, Buff returned to his peace of mind, when Wang Jian knocked on the door and walked in. "Buff, what do you want from me?" "Hee, the general is seated." Wang Jian nodded and sat down, then looked at Buff. "General, when you return to Qin state this time, how do you plan to present to Qin state?" Wang Jian glanced at it. Bufu then said with a smile, "Bufu, when you attacked Qi this time, you have made outstanding contributions. I will definitely report to the King of Qin and reward you for your merits and deeds." Bufu looked at Wang Jian with a smile and said, "General, I have not achieved anything in this battle against Qi. Generals are the main force, and they have taken the most credit for conquering the generals of Qi, and the rest are the credits of my subordinates." Wang Jian looked at Buff in confusion for a while. "Buff, You are. Ha ha ha, don't worry about the general, I don't have any other intentions, I just don't want to be in the limelight. Wang Jian seemed to understand what Buff meant, nodded there, and then said, I understand, Buff, I already fully understand your thoughts. Don't worry, none of your subordinates' credit will be small. Buff nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Wang Jian and said, General, I am indifferent to fame and fortune. I just want to lead my brothers to do something so that I can live a life in vain. I hope my parents can understand. Buff, I understand this. I won't tell King Qin about you. Don't worry. Okay, this is due to the general's care. When attacking Kidu, the general deliberately slowed down the pace. I can see this. Haha, nothing can be hidden from your eyes, Buff. Wang Jian didn't hide it either. He knew that Buff had spoken out, so there was no need to hide it. General's heart, Buff's heart. At this time, Buff took out a small porcelain vase from his waist, and put the small porcelain vase on the table. Buff looked at Wang Jian with a smile and said, the general can recognize this thing. Wang Jian looked at the small porcelain bottle, and when he took it out from Buff, he had already recognized what it was. At first, Wang Meng used the medicine powder in the small porcelain bottle to recover completely. Could it be that? Double flood bone powder. Ha ha ha, the general still remembers it. Buff's question was a bit joking, and he asked this on purpose. Chapter 566_ gave it to you. Wang Jian's face was a little hot, and he looked at Buff with a little embarrassment and said, I am really sorry Buff and arrogance, Buff, you. Buff waved his hand there, preventing Wang Jian from continuing to speak. General, don't say it anymore, the reason why I brought this up is not to complain about you. Buff continued there, the things of the past are over, and the general has paid what he should bear. This bottle of double jiao bone meal will be given to the general. Hearing Buff's words, Wang Jian stood up at once, watching Buff speechless. Buff looked at Wang Jian with a smile, he knew that Wang Jian needed a little time to calm down. After a while, Wang Jian sat down slowly, then looked at Buff and said, Buff, this thing is too precious, it can save people's lives at a critical moment, I dare not accept this thing easily. In fact, Xiaolu was very eager to get this small porcelain bottle in his heart, and he would rather have a bottle of double jiao bone powder than to attack Qi. But no matter how much he wanted, he had to control his own desires. Not to mention how much the powder was in the past, he would be embarrassed to ask Buff for it again. Buff saw his thoughts and said with a smile, the general has always treated Buff well, and when the brothers Manto and Shido were at the general meeting, they were also taken care of by the general. Buff stood up, came to Wang Jian's side and continued, General, don't be polite, but there is really only one bottle left of this double jiao bone powder. After the general uses this bottle, there will be no more. When Wang Jian heard Bufu's words, he was overjoyed. He had seen the efficacy of these two jiaobu powder. Be able to get it again is simply a great luck for him. He can still remember the fate of Wang Meng's subordinates who wanted to get this powder. Wang Jian stood up, held Bufu's hand there, and said with certainty, Bufu, I will keep your kindness in my heart, and I will use it in my Wang Jian's place in the future. Hey, General, this is out of the question. General, just keep one thing in mind. Don't tell others the source of this powder, and there is only one bottle of powder left. Wang Jian looked at Buff and nodded. Buff picked up the small porcelain vase on the table and handed it to Wang Jian's hand. Wang Jian carefully took the small porcelain vase in Buff's hand, and put it on his body like a treasure. Then Chong sighed and looked at Buff and said, Buff, there was something I was sorry for before, please forgive me. You don't need to say more, General, you should go back to rest early, and you must remember what I said. Okay, ha ha ha, then I'll leave first, you should rest early too. The early morning of the second day, Wang Jian and Wang Menggabi left the capital of Qi with their troops and returned to the capital of Qin. Buff led the arrogant and they stood together, waiting for the order of the king of Qin. Sir, we have to wait for the order to do something. and it would be better to hit the city where Wei State was occupied by Chu State. Yeah, there are also cities where the Qi army of Qi State Sun been attacked Wei State, and there are still some that have not been conquered by Chu State. We took those away, and it was considered an attack on the city of Qi. Haha, you've only rested for 2 days, can't stand your loneliness. Now you're thinking of going into battle to kill the enemy. Ha ha ha. Everyone stood on the wall of Kidu and laughed. Shichong, do you think the king of Qin will order an attack on Chu? General Fang Zheng asked suspiciously. He believed that the strength of Chu State was not inferior to that of Qin State, and there were many fierce generals, and it was not easy to attack. Oh, probably not. Ah, what are we still doing here? We're just waiting for an opportunity created by the state of Chu. Seeing Buff's confident look there, all the soldiers looked at each other in puzzlement. Zhang Fangzheng, Gongya, and the others have smarter minds, but at this time, they can't think of what the so-called opportunity is that Buff is talking about. Ha ha ha, don't be impatient, you can drink happily in the city these few days, rest, don't worry, you will have the opportunity to fight soon. Okay, Will Fangzheng, steamed bread and stone, how about we continue to fight wine? HMPH, arrogant, you still dare to fight against our brothers based on your alcohol capacity. Last time, we were so drunk that you fell to the ground, and it was my master who sent you back to Fangzheng. Don't expose the shortness of the steamed buns, there is still some ability to be arrogant, but in the later stage, you can stuff the chicken legs into your nose, which is not something ordinary people can do. Of Manto and Shito, Zhang Kuang said indifferently, you two guys are so arrogant even after drinking a few bowls of wine. Gongya said next to him, this time I'm on Zhang Kuang's side. I can't do anything else, I still have a good hand in drinking. Fuck you, Gongya, I can do anything, not just drinking. Arrogance suddenly he became serious, his face was full of hostility, and he was suddenly stunned when he looked at him carefully. He turned his head and glanced at Qi Ying, then looked at Zhang Fangzheng and said, I'm just joking, what are you doing so seriously? But the arrogance didn't seem to be relieved by Gongya's words. HMPH, ignorant people, don't know how powerful I am, don't talk more there, lest I be rude to you. When Gongya heard Zhang Kuang's words, he suddenly became angry. He looked at Zhang Kuang angrily and said, Zhang Kuang, what's wrong with you, is it because of some stimulation? Hearing Gongya's roar, everyone turned their heads to look at the two of them. Buff was also attracted by the quarrel between the two at this time. Originally, Zhuangzhang and Manto, Stone Brothers and the others were fighting and making trouble together, and they didn't ask about it. Even if it is a combined fist, Buff will not stop them. He knew that they knew the importance, and if they were to discuss together, it would also help their martial arts improve. But this time Buff felt different. Gongya looked at Zhang Kuang's eyes full of anger and arrogance, but his expression was full of disdain and a kind of arrogance. Was no joke, it was a very serious look of contempt. It is precisely because of this kind of care that the eyes are so irritating, that money is not serious, even if it is too exaggerated, it will be laughed off. But now it is different, arrogant, his eyes, tone and serious attitude, just don't have the feeling of putting bow and arrow in his eyes at all. Chapter 567_Insolent Change. Gongya, you are just a mere archer, not my opponent at all, so it's better not to provoke me. Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhang Kuang's words, and they all looked at Zhang Kuang in unison, feeling that Zhang Kuang was different today than usual. Gongya stood there without speaking, and he also felt that Zhang Kuang was different from usual. At this time, Buff also came to Gongya's side to look at Zhang Kuang and said, Zhang Kuang, why did you start talking drunk before drinking? Did you forget? Did I warn you before? Ha ha ha, Shichong, although you have the ability to reach the sky, everyone is afraid of you, but I am arrogant and don't believe in evil, let me experience your brilliant tricks today. Buff frowned there, he already knew that there must be something wrong with the arrogance, or he would never have spoken to him like that. Insolent. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? At this time, Zhang Kuang suddenly froze for a moment, as if Buff and the others were confused and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Why don't you say you're going to drink? Why are you looking at me with those eyes one by one?" Zhang Kuang's phone calls made everyone even more puzzled. They looked at each other in surprise, and then looked at Zhang Kuang again, wondering what happened to Zhang Kuang. Buff didn't speak, and walked a few steps to him like Zhang Kuang. Insolent. Buff was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a huge fist hit his face. Buff quickly stepped back to protect the fist, and then looked wild with anger, and his face began to turn cold. Insolent, you are crazy, you dare to sneak attack even if you are long. Hua Yunlong shouted from the side, then rushed towards Zhang Kuang, trying to subdue him. But Zhang Kuang didn't let Hua Yunlong catch him, and he fought with Hua Yunlong in a flash. Ha ha ha, okay, happy, just let me see if you have any progress. Everyone knows Hua Yunlong's martial arts, so they didn't stop him. They also wanted Hua Yunlong to subdue Zhang Kuang and see what happened to Zhang Kuang. Buff looked at Zhang Bed coldly, and seemed to have discovered something in his heart. The feeling that the group he attacked brought him was very familiar to him. He needed further proof, so that didn't stop the madness. Ha ha ha, come on, I've been suffocating for the past 2 days, and I just want to have a good fight. Zhang Kuang laughed wildly there, and then fought against Hua Yunlong fiercely. Used all his strength for every attack, all of which were fatal. Hua Yunlong and Zhang Huang were just holding on to the attitude of learning from each other and the idea of subduing him. Therefore, the attack has some reservations, and it is like this. Yunlong slowly fell behind, and was attacked by insolent fists and had no ability to fight back and could only barely parry. Seeing that Hua Yunlong was about to lose, Feng Zheng rushed up and blocked Zhang Kuang's punch at Hua Yunlong's chest. Hua Yunlong stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew that if he hadn't shot Feng Zheng just now, he would have shattered a few ribs if he was hit by that punch. Seeing that his attack did not succeed, his arrogant expression did not change much. In front of him, Zhang Kuang sneered, "HMPH, although you saved him, you are not my opponent either, come on, let me see what you have." How many kilograms? Fighting Feng Zheng and Zhang Kuang together, like Hua Yunlong, in order not to hurt Zhang Kuang, Feng Zheng hit Zhang Kuang in a place where it was not fatal every time he attacked. But the arrogance is different, every time the place of attack is very dangerous. Feng Zheng didn't get used to it at first, because he, like Hua Yunlong, didn't regard Zhang Kuang as a real enemy. Zhang Kuang's offensive is ferocious and ruthless. Feng Zheng has no other choice but to use Tai Chi exercises to spend with Zhang Kuang. At this time, Zhang Kuang saw that he couldn't attack for a long time, and suddenly became impatient. He accelerated the attack for a while, and saw that he still couldn't defeat the General Feng Zheng's angry wow. Damn, you guy, why don't you dare to fight hard with me and grind it here and there, it's really disturbing. Zhang Kuang, what's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Zhang Kuang simply ignored Feng Zheng's words and continued to launch a fierce attack, and his moves became more and more ruthless. Zhang Feng was also burning with anger at this time, and he couldn't bear to hurt him in every possible way, but he was arrogant and went to the killer now. Zhang Feng was very careful at this time, and he was afraid that he would accidentally be hit by insolence. It would be very troublesome. However, Tai Chi can only defend, but cannot attack. Zhang Feng has not had a chance to control Zhang Kuang for a while. How long? Why do I feel that something is wrong with Zhang Huang today? He seems to have become a lot more brutal. Gongya came to Buff's side and said there. Qiying also came over, who they were with the decoration for the longest time. Zhang Kuang's performance today made them unbelievable. They didn't even know what was wrong with Zhang Kuang, but it was definitely different from the usual Zhang Kuang. Well, I can see it too, and I can roughly guess what caused Feng Zheng to grind his temper again to see if there is any change. Feng Zheng was patiently fighting against Zhang Kuang. Watching Zhang Kuang's more and more impatient attack, he knew that it was about time for Zhang Kuang to explode. "Ah, you bastard, if you use this technique again, I will kill you." Zhang Kuang was completely furious by Feng Zheng's Tai Chi exercises. At this time his skin began to turn black again, and there seemed to be a black mist floating on his face. The two eyes became red, looking at Zhang Fengzheng there. Fengzheng was stunned when he saw Zhang Kuang's change. He didn't know what happened to Zhang Kuang, but it looked quite scary. Fengzheng turned his head and glanced at Buff. Buff nodded towards him and said, "Zhang Kuang should be poisoned. If you fight with him again, the poison will flare up, then I'll find a way to detoxify him." Here. After listening to Bufu's words, Zhang Fengzheng nodded, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "I'll just say what's wrong with you. It turned out to be poisoned. Okay, let me detoxify you today." When Fengzheng was attacking Zhang Kuang by changing his Tai Chi technique, his martial arts were not weak at all. He used to take care of Zhang Kuang before, but also to find out the situation. That's why I have been using the Tai Chi method to fight a madman while observing his changes. Ha ha ha, is that right? It'll be fun to fight like this. Come on, let's fight to the death. Chapter 568-Fighter Fengzheng. Zhang Kuang saw that Zhang Fengzheng had changed his style of play, and at this time he became excited, swept away the anger just now, and fought against Zhang Fengzheng. You can attack Fengzheng with confidence. Now he should not be afraid of being hurt. It's better to be able to subdue him. Otherwise, one of his legs can be discounted. Everyone was shocked when they heard Buff's words, not to mention that Buff said that Zhuangzhang was not afraid of any harm, but the fact that Fengzheng discounted Zhuangzhang's legs made the middleman in shock. Shichong, I know that Zhang Kuang is wrong, but there must be a reason. I hope Shichong will punish him lightly. Gongya pleaded for Zhang Kuang by the side, and Qi Ying also came to Buff's side to speak for Zhang Kuang. Manto, Brother Stone and Hua Yunlong all came to Buff's side, hoping that Buff could open the door and not let Fengzheng break his legs. Zhang Kuang also heard Buff's words and laughed out loud there. Just because this guy wants to hit me in the leg is a big joke. I might as well come up with you, maybe there is a chance. After hearing Zhang Kuang's words, everyone suddenly hissed. Usually Zhang Huang is a little arrogant and everyone can accept it, but today he dared to challenge Buff, and the generals were horrified. Shichong, what the hell is going on with him? Yeah, it must be something crazy. Shichong, do you want us to go and subdue him together and then I'll ask him what's going on? Buff shook his head there and said, you don't need to worry about this for now, just watch it from the side. Let General Fengzheng fight him. Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with him. After listening to Buff's words, everyone could finally let go of their hearts. Seeing that Zhang Kuang and General Feng were fighting there, they were also muttering in their hearts. Buff looked at the crowd and continued. Zhang Kuang is poisoned, but this poison is not enough to kill him, but it makes him stronger than before. After listening to Buff's words, everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions in their eyes. They didn't know what Buff was talking about. How could a person who was poisoned not be fatal but become more powerful? Isn't this poison a good thing? Buff looked at them with a slight smile, and then said to me. Don't worry, this poison can't really kill Zhang Kuang, and if it wasn't for this poison, Zhang Kuang would have died long ago. Ah, what the hell is going on? Bastard, it's still hurting people there. If you don't hold back, you'll be captured. I'll take you and show it to you. Zhang Kuang heard Buff's angry shout, and once there, he looked back at Buff, his eyes were empty. When Fengzheng saw Zhang Kuang stop his hand, he seized the opportunity, and went up to a madman's uniform. But in fact, Zhang Kuang didn't resist at all. If Zhang Kuang wanted to resist, with his current strength and speed, Fengzheng wouldn't be able to catch him so easily. After capturing him, Gongya and Qi Ying rushed forward and tied Zhang Kuang with ropes. Then he brought him to Buff's side. Buff looked at the arrogant with cold eyes. At this time his expression was dull, and he seemed to have no reaction at all. Suddenly he shook his head, and then looked at the bow and arrow around him. Qiying and the General Fangjung, looking at himself with strange eyes. What are you doing? Why are you tying me up? What is wrong with me? It also seemed very flustered. He didn't know what was going on, as if everything he did just now had nothing to do with him. Zhang Fangjung asked Zhang Kuang seriously, don't you remember what happened just now? You were going to attack just now. It seems that you really don't know anything. Zhang Fangjung blinked at Zhang Kuang as he spoke, and Zhang Kuang understood it, looked at Buff and said, I really don't remember what happened just now. I don't even know what happened. Buff had already seen through the trick between them, but he didn't break it down. They protected each other during the summer vacation, and they valued each other's love and righteousness. In fact, Buff also liked to see it very much. But that's not what he cares about now. Looking at Zhang Kuang, he said, Zhang Kuang, tell me honestly, have you felt a fire in your heart these days? Zhang Kuang was stunned for a while, and then said, Shi Chong, it is true, it was better at the original time. When you have that feeling in your heart, you can play against General Fangjung and the others, and you can also relieve yourself by fighting the enemy. Zhang Kuang continued to talk about his feelings these days. But after 2 consecutive days of rest, none of them fought against me, and I felt that the fire could not be released. Well, I see, there's nothing wrong with arrogance, but I'm afraid you're going to suffer again. Ah, how long? I have done nothing wrong. Hee, the mistake you made was that someone hurt you so badly that I used the soul of the Black Flood Dragon to help you open up the meridians, so that his soul remained in part of your body. That's why you have a great temperament. Change. After listening to Bufu's words, they were stunned for a moment, and then they understood what was going on with Zhang Kuang, but they never imagined that such a thing would happen, and the Black Horned Dragon's soul could actually stay in the body of Zhang Kuang. And change his character. How long? If that's the case, is there any way to get the Black Dragon's soul out? Gongya asked worriedly from the side, and Qiying also asked worriedly from the side. It's very long. If the Black Horned Dragon soul is pulled out from the egg yolk, will there be problems with the arrogant body or will it return to its original state? Qiying's words startled Zhang Kuang. Ah, that. So long, do you have to extract the Black Horned Dragon soul from my body? I don't think it's a big problem, except that I am willing to fight a little bit, the rest are pretty good. Good. And I also feel that I am much stronger than before, can't I keep it in my body? Seeing Zhang Kuang's appearance, Buff laughed and said, in fact, it's okay to keep the soul of the Black Dragon in your body. Ah, that's really nice. When the 3 emperors heard Buff's words, they breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Buff happily. However, there will be no problems in a short period of time, but after a long time, there is no opponent to fight. If you release the anger in your heart, you will become a person who kills innocent people. Then all the people around you are in danger, and this is not the end result. Chapter 569-Poisoned. The longer the time is, the heavier the aura of the Black Dragon soul in your body. It will slowly invade your body, and in the end it will explode and die. Ah, exploding and dying. Zhang Kuang's face turned pale with fright, and he stared at Buff, speechless. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang seriously at the moment and said, why do you still want to let the soul of the Black Flood Dragon live in your body for a long time? The arrogant head shook like a rattle, and there he said quickly, how long, no matter what. How painful, be sure to help me pull the Black Horned Dragon soul out of my body. I don't want to become a demon who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Zhang Kuang's words surprised Buff for a moment. He originally thought that Zhang Kuang died because he was afraid of exploding his body, so he asked Buff to help him extract the Black Dragon's soul from his body. If Zhang Kuang's kindness can't be changed no matter what, think about it, this is the previous battle, and Zhang Kuang has never made a killer. Even though he was controlled by the Black Dragon's soul, he still didn't hurt the steamed bun. And stone them. Just that he didn't fight for the past 2 days, maybe it was because his toxicity was aggravated that he lost control, and that's why he became like this. Speaking of this, I have to blame Bufu, because when Bufu used the soul of the black dragon to help Zhang Kuang to heal, he ignored that the black Jiaolong actually has this skill. It seems that this time, he must be repaired properly, otherwise, he will always be secretly doing mischief by the side. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang and said, Zhang Kuang, don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. As long as you relax, it won't affect your body in the slightest. Zhang Zan nodded there, then relaxed his mind and closed his eyes. Buff grabbed his side and let the soldiers bring Feng Tianhua halberd, and then communicated with the soul of the black dragon in Feng Tianhua halberd with his mind. And tempering that soul, the soul of the black-horned dragon was so painful that it was tempered by Buff, and there was repeatedly begging for mercy. Naughty beast, do you still dare to make small moves beside you? The black dragon's soul was there, and he quickly shook his head, looking pitiful. Buff looked at the black dragon's soul in his mind, and said angrily, next time if I find you doing this again, and disobeying my order, I will search your intellect and practice your soul. He Xiaolong's soul heard Buff say this, and was so frightened that it hurriedly kowtowed there. Seeing that the black-horned dragon's soul was completely tamed by him, Buff said to him, hurry up and take back the remnant soul you left in Zhang Kuang's body. If you dare to sit again, you will blame my subordinates for being ruthless. After speaking, Zhang Kuang, don't put Fang on Zhang Kuang's body. A wisp of black mist floated out from Feng Tianhua Ji and entered Zhang Kuang's body. Zhang Kuang suddenly opened his eyes, and the pain made him unable to support him. Although he was prepared, he still did not expect that kind of unforgettable pain came to his body again. Ah! Zhang Zhang shouted loudly there, and the unbearable pain made him feel unbearable there. Past, he was sick in bed for 2 months, and his will was severely hit. He was afraid that when he knew that he had the opportunity to go to help, he hoped that he would be full of courage. Although the pain was extremely painful, he could rely on his tenacious perseverance to resist the pain. In order to stand up again for myself, no matter how much I suffer. Difficult, he has no complaints. But now, his body is 100 times stronger than before, but he still has to endure such pain to the bone, and the pain that penetrates into his soul makes her unbearable this time. There was screaming constantly. Buff sat on the brow and couldn't leave the arrogant body. At this time, Brother Gongya and Qi Ying Manto Shito were holding on to the madness tightly, and seeing this madness and pain, their eyes became red, and tears were rolling in the circles of their eyes. They don't understand why those who suffer this kind of pain are all arrogant and arrogant. How many times have they suffered so much, but they never thought that it is not over yet, and now they are still suffering from this unbearable pain for ordinary people. But they can't let go at this moment. If they let go now, they will lose all their achievements. Although their hearts are grief-stricken, Zhang Kuang must be allowed to persevere. The mist swam through Zhang Kuang's 7 meridians and 8 meridians again, and then took back the remnant soul that remained in Zhang Kuang's body. During this period, Zhang Kuang fainted and woke up due to the pain, and woke up again after fainting. Even the battle-hardened generals couldn't help but be moved when they saw Zhang Huang's miserable appearance. Perhaps the pain of a broken arm would not use such a sore spot. Finally, in the last cry of arrogance, Buff's Feng Tianhuaji left his body. Zhang Kuang suddenly fell into a coma, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If Feng Zheng had not blocked his mouth with a cloth in advance, I am afraid he would have killed himself by biting his tongue. 4 people carried him to the bed, and ordered their subordinates to help him translate and clean the stains on his body. Zhang Fengzheng came to Buff's side and looked at Buff and asked respectfully, "Shi Chong, arrogant, there should be nothing wrong." Buff nodded there, and then said, "Well, he's fine now, it's just a need to rest, this time he may be lucky in disguise." "Ah, what a long, you mean? Hee, you'll know when he wakes up. Shi Chong, you are too tired, go back to rest early, we can take care of the bed." "Well, when he wakes up, there may be some stressful reactions, you should pay attention, don't let him suddenly hurt you." Here. After Bufu left, Brother Manto and Shito looked at Zhang Kuang and said, isn't Shi Chong a bit too exaggerated? The black dragon soul in this guy's body has been taken away, so it shouldn't be as powerful as before. I said steamed bread. Since I said it, it will definitely be used in a different place. It's better to be careful. It would be too shameful if you didn't die in the hands of the enemy but get injured by arrogance. Looks like he'll have to wait a while to wake up. Let's guard it in shifts. Zhang Fengjung was there watching them speak, and several people expressed their agreement with Zhang Fengjung's approach. Divided into 3 waves, Fengjung and Qi Ying were in a group, Hua Yunlong and Gongya were in a group, and Manto and his brothers were in 2 groups, guarding Zhang Kuang in shifts. Qi Ying, you'd better stay away from Zhang Kuang. What Shi Chong said always bothers me a lot. No one knows when Zhang Kuang will wake up. It's still good to stay away from him, lest he really get hurt by him. It's not worth it. Chapter 570 stress response. Qi Ying nodded there. He knew that even when he was arrogant, Qi Ying was not his opponent. Now that Buff says he will become very powerful, Qi Ying is also very alert. Took a few steps back and came to Zhang Fengjung's side, then looked at Zhang Fengjung and said, Shi Chong said that arrogance will become very powerful. Zhang Fengjung shook his head and said, you heard it wrong. He said that when Zhang Kuang wakes up, he will have a stress reaction, and he can't judge the people around him when he just woke up from a coma. Because the body wakes up in extreme pain and is no longer bound, it will launch an attack by mistake and accidentally hurt the people around. Oh, so that's the case, then it's better for me to stay away from him, no matter what. A stress reaction, or hurting someone for no reason, or his current strength, I can't stand by his side. Zhang Fengjung said worriedly. I was thinking that the reason why he became strong was because of the relationship between the black dragon's soul in his body, and now the black dragon's soul has been taken away. Whether he will return to the way he was before, or even worse than before, is what worries me the most. Qi Ying glanced at Zhang Fengjung. We came to see this madman. It'll be fine for sure. Zhang Kuang is very tough. In Daliang County of Wei State, the troops of Chu State have been besieging here for 2 days, and the reason why they did not break Daliang is not because of how strong the defense of the Qi army is here. But the Qi army in the beam has already sent someone to send the news. It is said that all the cities north of Daliang have surrendered to Qin, and if Chu wants to attack, they are attacking the cities of Qin. Shang Fei, the general of the state of Chu, hesitated there, because the king of Chu did not explain that he was going to attack the state of Qin now, so he did not dare to act rashly. In case, because of his own impulse, he ruined the important affairs of the king of Chu, it would not be worth the loss. However, he never retreated. He still sent someone to report the situation to the king of Chu, hoping that the king of Chu could give him instructions on what to do. Before the king of Chu's order came down, he would never act rashly. Why did the army surrender to Qin? This is Xiaoba's credit. After he finished talking with Buff, he had a deeper understanding of Buff's skills, and he felt that Xiaoba would definitely do something in the future. When Qi Jun was handed over to him, Xiaoba was relieved, so he went all the way to these common senses and told them his thoughts. He also told them that if they wanted to resist Wei's troops, they could only say that they had surrendered to Qin, which was the only way. Those who were originally his subordinates didn't understand Xiaoba's behavior very well at first, but later, the Wei state attacked aggressively. The defenders of these cities were not opponents of Chu at all, and soon the larger cities were occupied by Chu. Moreover, the attitude towards the prisoners when they go abroad is not like Buff and the others. His character is very sturdy, and he treats him like a prisoner. After Xiaoba explained, he left. No one knows where he went. Maybe it's really like Buff said, he has been secluded in the mountains, and no one has seen him since. Ha ha ha, I'm mad and resurrected. Beside him, there was a bow and arrow with bruised eyes, who looked at Zhang Kuang with sad eyes and cursed. I said when you can't wake up, but you wake up when I'm guarding. Ha ha, who told you to be unlucky? It was obviously for you. Stay away from him, but come close to him. HMPH, if I hadn't seen him recovering from a serious injury, I'd have to shoot him an arrow anyway. Ha ha ha, don't be so polite, let's brothers, I'll invite you to drink and make up for the wounds in your heart. Go, stay away from me, you bastard. Ganya saw the arrogant approaching, and the unsatisfied white hands were like driving flies away. Hey. I saw Zhang Kuang's figure move, and people have come to Ganya's side. He wrapped his arms around Ganya's neck and laughed out loud. Hua Yunlong, Zhang Fangjung, and Qi Ying were stunned when they saw Zhang Kuang's appearance. Bow and arrow were also thrown there, looking at Zhang Kuang in amazement, his face full of doubts. Zhang Kuang laughed for a while, and then saw that they didn't say a word, and stood there for a while. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you looking at me like this? The black dragon's soul in my body has been swept away, and now I'm not going crazy. At this time, Ganya looked at Zhang Kuang carefully and asked, Zhang Kuang, don't you think there is something wrong with you? Zhang Kuang let go of the bow and arrow, looked at the bow and arrow seriously, and said, don't you mean to say that the black dragon soul in my body hasn't been cleaned up yet? I don't feel anything. Zhang Kuang's nervous appearance there, and the pain that he seemed to be pulling away from He Xiaolong really impressed him too deeply. Seeing the worried look on his face, he knew that he really didn't want to suffer that kind of pain anymore. Don't worry about it, we're not talking about this. Hearing Zhang Fangjung's words, Zhang Kuang let out a long breath. Then he looked at Ganya and scolded, you guy is right there, making a fool of yourself and making me jump. You don't know, the pain of Ganya is simply not something that people can accept. Hee, you should suffer, or you won't have a long memory. At this time, Buff was talking and walked in from outside. After Zhuang awoke, Fangjung sent someone to inform Buff. It's very long, I really remember this. I don't dare to let myself suffer such a serious injury. My current thinking is to fight if I can, and run if I can't, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Maybe it was because he saw that Zhang Kuang was getting better, everyone was in a very good mood, and so was Buff. How crazy do you feel? Do you feel any changes from before? Zhang Kuang stretched his arms out there, then looked at Buff with a smile and said, I didn't feel any difference. It seems that my body is much more relaxed than before. I always felt that there was a fire in my heart, but now I feel very cool in my heart. Well, it's fine if there is no change. If there is any discomfort, you must tell me in time. Zhang Huang glanced at Buff gratefully, and then knelt down. What a long way, arrogance has caused you trouble. After saying a sentence, Zhang Kuang felt that his eyes were a little wet, and he no longer knew how to express his feelings. Although these words could not fully express the gratitude in his heart, it was his words from his heart. Words simply cannot express the gratitude. Chapter 571 Do not blame you. Buff nodded there, and then said, the previous thing is that the black dragon's soul is doing something wrong in your body, which makes your temperament change greatly. It's not your fault. Buff looked at everyone there and said, we will face the powerful Chu army in the future, and their strength is comparable to ours. It may even surpass us. You must not be careless. Shichong, we have been here for 3 days, but Chu Jun has not made any movement yet. Are they planning to live in peace with you like this? At this time, Manto and Shido brothers also came here. They were guarding the arrogance before, and they had just changed shifts, and they rushed over after the rest. Buff saw that the steamed bread and the stone were also coming, and there he smiled and said, since you are all here, let me tell you something about the state of Chu. Everyone was listening to Bu Fu's words carefully, and Bu Fu told them about Chu's attack on Wei's city. He told them Xiaoba's analysis of the situation. It was only then that everyone suddenly realized that they had a simple understanding of the affairs between Chu and Qin. It turned out that when they attacked the state of Qi, after the state of Chu attacked the border of the state of Qin state, they suddenly withdrew their troops to attack the state of Wei. This was an agreement between the king of Qin and the king of Chu. When the state of Chu attacked the border of the state of Qin, Brother Manto and Shido killed 2 generals of the state of Chu. At that time, the king of Chu realized that the strength of the Qin state was not bad, and that a forcible attack was not the best strategy. So he sent a letter to the king of Qin, saying that Qin and Chu had a temporary truce, and that after the states of Qi and Wei were eliminated, the two countries would divide the world equally. The king of Qin agreed with the suggestion of the king of Chu at that time, so in the future, whether it was the state of Qi who asked for help from the state of Chu, was Wei state who asked Qin state for help, they were all pretending to be there, and they didn't go all out to fight. Was because Xin Sheng received the will of the king of Qin that he deliberately lost consecutive defeats and pretended to be defeated by the army of Chu. Kings of Qi and Wei were still kept in the dark, and they didn't even know until they died that their two countries had already fallen for the tricks of Qin and Chu. Buff had noticed all this at the time, so he let Manto and Shito withdraw from Xin Sheng. Like Buff, there is another person who can see into the conspiracy of Qin and Chu. Although he tried his best to change the situation, the will of God is hard to resist, and he cannot change it alone. This person is Xiaoba, at the time of the chat with Buff. Xiaoba analyzed the relationship between Qi, Chu, Qin and Wei in detail, and told Buff all their strengths and weaknesses. And he also mentioned about the secret alliance between Qin and Chu. At that time, Buff felt that Xiaoba's thoughts in himself. To think that the minibus can see through this is really far-reaching and vicious. The two talked there for a long time because of this matter, and they even speculated about the future development. Buff sincerely wanted him to conquer the world together. But Xiaoba shook his head and said, "As far as I can know and predict, you are all above me, and you don't need me to guide you when you know everything by yourself." Buff knew what little 8 meant, so he didn't force him anymore. Handing over all his soldiers and horses to Buff, Xiaoba left with confidence. When Buff told the generals about these things, in their hearts, apart from being shocked, there was only sadness for Xiaoba's departure. "It's so long, I didn't expect King Qin and King Chu to be so sinister and cunning." Zhang Kuang said a word out of nowhere, and Buff looked at him and said with a smile, "Whatever you do, you are always deceitful. This kind of method is too common on the battlefield, but it's just to see who uses it more wisely." Zhang Fangjung nodded and said, "If that's the case, it seems that there will be no war with Qin in the short term." Gong Ya said from there, "I don't think so. Chu country is slightly stronger than Qin country now, if we don't take advantage of this strong victory to pursue. Once the Qin state develops, he has missed the opportunity when he wants to attack the Qin state." Qi Ying nodded there to agree with Gong Ya's statement. Now is indeed the best time for the state of Chu to attack the state of Qin. The state of Qin is developing too fast. If you can't effectively restrain the development trend of the Qin country at this time, as Gong Ya said, it is impossible to find such an opportunity in the future. Buff nodded, and then said, "What you said is very reasonable, but in fact, not only does the state of Chu want to annex Qin, but the king of Qin also has such thoughts." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then saw Buff listening to him continue. "King Qin has always wanted to unify the 6 kingdoms, and I guess he will never wait any longer." "Wow, what do you mean?" This time Wang Jian returned to Qin to return to his life. "I believe that there have been other arrangements for the trip. He will not be sent here again. The king of Qin should send him to guard the border of Qin and confront Chu." Bufu paused there and continued. Although Xin Sheng lost in a row, the cities he occupied after that were all important military locations, where the Chu state launched several consecutive attacks, all of which were defeated by Xin. Victory stopped. It's because it plays a very important role as an offensive against Chu. Brother Manto and Shito received a sentence there and said, "As I said, General Xin Sheng has always been very brave, but I didn't expect that he would lose consecutively to those people in Chu. It turned out to be intentional." Bufu nodded, then continued, "You guys have had a good recuperation in the past 2 days. I believe that you will soon participate in the battle. The battle between Chu and Qin should be the first place to confront each other. Daliang County, we sent troops to protect Daliang County. Well, don't worry now, it won't be too late to wait until a large number of them are attacked by Chu state. But, insolent, what you really mean is that we will counterattack after the state of Chu has made its first move. In this case, even if the King Qin's order did not come down, we would have no reason to be caught by them. Oh, so that's how it is. This soldier has a lot of knowledge to lead a war. If it was me, it would be the easiest to defeat them all. Gongya sneered at the insolent beside him. If it were you, you might have to stay in bed for another 2 months. Bah, Gongya, don't say such unlucky words. Ha ha ha. Crowd burst into laughter. At this time, Zhang Fengjun came to Buff's side and said quietly, I was arrogant just now. Chapter 572 _ a little guilty. When Bufu heard Zhang Fengjun's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then seriously looked at the insolence. Insolent is a little guilty by Buff. He has caused a lot of troubles during this period of time. When Buff listens to it like this, he always feels like something in his heart, as if he has discovered it all. Wow, why are you looking at me like that? There Buff shook his head, then smiled, got up and turned away. All the generals also got up and left, only Gongya remained. Zhang Kuang didn't know what was going on there. He was watching Gongya there. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. Zhang Kuang said there. After I woke up, you guys were there mysteriously and strangely, what happened? Gongya looked at Zhang Kuang. Don't you realize that you were different? Just now, you came to my side in an instant, and the speed was ridiculous. Zhang Kuang listened to Gongya's words there, then thought about it, and looked down at his feet. In the previous battle, he also had teleportation, which was a skill acquired after wearing the boots that Buff gave him. But now his feet are empty, not even a pair of socks, just standing barefoot on the ground. However, Gongya said that he was moving very fast, and Zhang Kuang had just woken up from a coma, and he hadn't noticed the change in his body yet. Gongya, how about we go outside and try? Gongya gave Zhang Kuang a meaningful look, then nodded and said, okay, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. This time, Gongya secretly smiled. The bruises on his eyes were pulled from his face because of the smile. Gongya grinned in pain. Gongya is cute and has no good intentions, thinking that Zhang Kuang didn't punch him before, and in the name of learning from each other, he took the opportunity to teach him a good lesson. Zhang Kuang was stupid there, as if he didn't know Gongya's mind. I walked back and forth constantly there, feeling the changes in my body. It is indeed much lighter than before, but this feeling has already been felt before. He thought that the black dragon's soul was extracted from his body to give him such a feeling, but he did not expect that it was the change in his body. Seeing Gongya covering his eyes, Zhang Kuang smiled awkwardly, and then said, Gongya, I am so sorry for letting you take care of me, but I accidentally hurt you. Che, what is this injury? We are all happy that you can wake up. Gongya couldn't bear to see the arrogant look, so he comforted him there. But when he picked up the bow and arrows, he was there thinking, this time you must suffer a little. Swordsmen with bows and arrows all have no sword tips, which also affects the accuracy of his archery, but this error is not worth it at all. Zhang Kuang greeted Gongya and walked away. When he was 100 meters away, Zhang Kuang turned around and looked at Gongya. Come on, bow and arrow. Bow and arrow took out an arrow, and then aimed at Zhang Kuang. A swoosh, an arrow came out in response, and flew towards Zhang Kuang, who was 100 meters away. Zhang Kuang just turned to one side, and the arrow flew past him. Gongya, come up with some real skills, you won't be able to try it like this. Zhang Kuang stood in the distance and shouted loudly. The bow and arrow really didn't use much power just now. He was afraid of the insolence he had just recovered. He couldn't dodge his arrows yet, so he just attacked tentatively. But seeing Zhang Huang now, he easily avoided his own arrows, and the bows and arrows increased the intensity of their shooting without hesitation. Feeling the arrow that was twice as fast as before, the arrogant expression became serious. While dodging the arrows of the bow, he moved forward, making it more difficult for him to dodge. The closer you get to the arrow, the greater the speed and power of the arrow. Ganya felt relieved when he saw Zhang Kuang approaching him slowly and with ease. It seems that even if Zhang Kuang did not become stronger this time, he certainly did not become weaker. Ha ha ha, can you hurry up, Ganya? I don't feel challenged at all. Ganya listened to the arrogant words and thought about this guy. Dogs can't stop eating shit at any time. This arrogant tone made people feel angry. Ganya thought of being hit by his punch just now, and his heart burst into flames, and 2 arrows were placed on the bowstring. As soon as the hands loosened, they shot out together, and 2 things flew over together at different angles, making Zhang Kuang completely serious. The bow and arrow continued to shoot, and the speed at which Zhang Kuang approached him was a little slow. Seeing Zhang Kuang like this, Ganya felt a little proud in his heart. Being able to suppress the arrogance, for the bow and arrow of the archer, I still have a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Continue to increase the force, and the speed and power of the arrow doubles. I thought that Zhang Kuang would be defeated, but I didn't expect that Zhang Kuang's speed actually increased. Quickly dodge the arrow, and then quickly approach the bow. Ganya was startled by his arrogant action, thinking that this guy hasn't used his full strength yet. There, Zhang Kuang laughed and said, it seems that this body has indeed changed a bit. At the beginning, it was a little difficult to adapt to, but now it's better. There he continued shouting, Ganya, hurry up, I want to see where the limit of my body is. Ganya's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was actually shooting arrows very fast. Originally, people wanted to teach Zhang Kuang a lesson, so when shooting arrows, he was also very serious. But now it doesn't seem to be of much use to insolence. Now Zhang Kuang has come to a distance of 50 meters from the bow and arrow, and his speed is much faster than that of Hua Yunlong at that time. Ganya's practice during this period of time is not a vegetarian. He leads 1,500 archers. If his skills are not superb, how can he convince everyone to let them obey his orders? Put 5 arrows on the longbow on top of it, he shot at them with all his strength. At the same time as the shot was fired, the bow moved its hands and feet at the tail of the arrow. Let their attack angles spread out, and each arrow arrives one after the other. This kind of skill can be said to be a marvelous skill, and it is this hand that makes the 1,500 famous archers cast their 5 bodies on the ground with admiration for the bow and arrow. Zhang Kuang is also amazed at the superb archery skills of bow and arrow, but he has no time to praise bow and arrow now. A distance of 50 meters, seeing the bow that left the bow and arrow, he arrived at Zhang Kuang in an instant. The 555 angles greatly compressed the place where Zhang Kuang was hiding, but Zhang Kuang did not panic. Chapter 573-Fight with Bow and Arrow. Directly, his body twisted into a strange shape, which just made the arrows fly over the surface of his body. To say that it is strange is also an action that a normal person can do, stretching his arms and bending his legs, lowering his waist and turning sideways. These series of actions are done, making the arrogant look a bit funny. But let him dodge the 5 arrows of the bow and arrow perfectly. Ganya was stunned for a moment. Of course he wouldn't think what his 5 arrows could do, not to mention the arrogance now, even before Zhang Hua was completely capable of avoiding it. It's just that he didn't expect Zhang Kuang to easily avoid his arrows in this way. This requires very high mastery of one's own body and the speed of movement, which is absolutely impossible to do with the previous insolence. Okay, good hiding. At this time, Buff came to the side, saw 2 people sparring there, and remembered what Zhang Fengjun said to him just now. So I stood there and watched their fight. It's very long. Ganya and Zhang Kuang saw Buff coming here and bowed to Buff. Buff waved his hand and said with a smile, "You guys continue to compare, I'm just here to see." With the audience, and this is the audience or Buff, Zhang Kuang and Ganya are suddenly more serious than before. Ganya, Shicheng is watching there, we have to get something real, I'm going to start serious, you have to be careful. HMPH, yes, arrogant, I'm going to get serious too, you have to be careful too. 2 began to fight again, and when the bow was sluggish, they no longer shot 5 arrows, but a burst of arrows, which was extremely fast. Zhang Kuang just dodged one here, and the other arrived in front of him, and the angle was very tricky. An iron plate bridge dodged this arrow, jumped to the side to help, and dodged again, the 2 arrows that shot to his thigh. The sudden increase in the speed of the bow and arrow and the way of shooting increased the pressure on the arrogant. It was already very difficult to dodge, and the distance between the bow and the arrow was slowly pulled away without realizing it. Buff nodded with satisfaction, and Buff always appreciated the bow and arrow skills. This has a lot to do with Bo and Ya's talent, coupled with the targeted training of Buff. Bo Ya's ability to have today's skills is inseparable from Buff. Ganya also deeply knows this, so in front of Buff, he has a particularly strong desire to express. I want to prove that Buff's sacrifice to him was worth it. Continuous shooting, the bow and arrow did not have a trace of fatigue. He thought of your attack method, let Zhang Kuang retreat back to 100 meters away. Zhang Kuang slowly retreated while dodging, maybe he didn't even realize that he was getting farther and farther from the bow and arrow. Just as an arrow of the bow was about to hit, Zhang Kuang disappeared. Buff's expression was stunned for a moment, and then there was a gleam of excitement on his face. Because he saw Zhang Kuang appear in another place, although not far, only 2 meters away, but Zhang Kuang did teleport just now. Ganya suddenly lost his target, thus interrupting the rhythm of his continuous shooting. When he found Zhang Kuang's position, Zhang Kuang had already rushed over, and the distance he had just retreated slowly was rushed back by him, narrowing the distance between him and the bow and arrow. Ganya didn't care about being surprised, he quickly set up about to shoot arrows, but now he is arrogant. He could no longer catch his shadow. Zhang Kuang was approaching quickly, and soon he was about 10 meters away from the bow and arrow. At this time, the bow and arrow seemed a little flustered, and shot wildly with a faster attack than before. But Zhang Kuang seems to have changed into a person, his actions are completely different from just now. Ganya can't see his figure at all, and Zhang Kuang even has time to make a face at Ganya. It turned out that the arrogance of the 5 big and 3 rough has become very dexterous at this moment. Ganya's expression is very serious now, and when he sees that he has repeatedly missed shots, Ganya closes his eyes at this time. Ganya's actions made Zhang Kuang and Buff stunned for a moment. Ganya actually closed his eyes. Is this another trick? Zhang Kuang was just stunned, but it didn't stop him from attacking. He stretched out his huge fist and smashed the bow and arrow. Seeing that Ganya was hit in the head with a fist, something that surprised Buff happened. Ganya took 2 steps back, and his body leaned back slightly, but it was just such an action that the arrogant fist was just right, so he couldn't reach him. Closing your eyes can do such precise evasion, and it seems that the growth of the bow and arrow is beyond Buff's expectations. They all practiced their own skills, which surprised Buff. Gong Yaduo's arrogant attack did not end, and while he took 2 steps back, the bow and arrow in his hand had already been raised. Although there are no arrows on the bow still pulls the bowstring, and there is a bang, just the sound of the bowstring being pulled will be so loud. This unexpected attack made Buff feel that it was really difficult to dodge. However, Zhang Kuang avoided it perfectly. 2 meters away, a figure of Zhang Kuang appeared, where he laughed. Ha ha ha, Ganya, your move is useless to me. HMPH, don't be complacent there, thinking that if you have a teleportation skill, you will be invincible in the world. Hey, how can it be so powerful? It's just a little bit stronger than before, and it takes a lot of practice to be able to play a greater role. Zhang Kuang's words made Ganya stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. He looked at Zhang Kuang, and Ganya asked in surprise, Zhang Kuang, you've really changed your mind. If you could have this kind of behavior in the past. Ability, that can't be blown to the sky. Hey, hasn't this changed too? You can't suffer in one place, you don't have a long memory, right? It's very long. Ha ha ha, so that's the case, you kid is afraid of getting angry. Go, don't tell the truth. Ganya and Zhang Kuang came to Buff's side fighting with each other. It's very long. Zhang Kuang's speed has been greatly increased. Even my eyes can't judge his real position. Well, it seems that the extraction of the black dragon's soul this time has also helped his body a little. I was worried about him before, because the extraction of the black dragon's soul would affect his previous physical condition, and I didn't expect it would bring him such a big benefit. Ha ha ha, it's just that stupid people have stupid blessings. Arrogant. This guy is usually carefree, and he has suffered so much during this period of time, and it should be all hard work. Fuck you, Gongya, you are the fool. Buff turned his head and glanced at Gongya, and then asked there, when did you develop your mind, Gongya? Chapter 574 Bo and Ya's Heart. Gongya was stunned when he heard Buff's question, and then looked at Buff and said with a smile, I can't hide anything from my long eyes. I just researched it a little recently. I have some eyebrows, and I am practicing. Buff nodded and said, you are all very talented people, and your future achievements must be limitless. But before that, you must save your own life. The war with Chu State is about to start. Or that sentence, you must save your own life first, and the rest is not a problem. Here. Very well, the growth of the two of you really makes me very happy. You must guard against arrogance and impatience, continue to work hard, and keep improving yourself, so that you can truly become a generation of heroes. Well, my subordinates understand. Go, take a rest and go, the big fight just now was very exciting. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Gongya and Zhang Kuang were smiling there, and they were very happy to be appreciated by Buff. In particular, Zhang Kuang was always in trouble during this time, and he was always injured, which can be said to have caused a lot of trouble for Buff. Although Buff didn't reprimand him harshly, he was always very guilty in his heart. Now that he has finally got Buff's praise, he is as happy as a child. Gongya, let's go have a drink and tell me how you escaped my lore punch just now. HMPH, I won't tell you. I finally found a way to deal with you, and tell you to let you punch me in the future. Ha ha ha, how could it be so long? Let's go have a drink together. Buff shook his head and said, I'm going to find Qi Ying for something now, you can drink it yourself. After finishing speaking, Buff walked towards Qi Ying's house, where he originally came to find Qi Ying. I just saw that Zhang Kuang and Gongya were fighting, so I watched for a while. Came to Qi Ying's room. Zhang Fengjung was also here. The two of them seemed to be saying something. Shi Chong, you are here. Buff nodded, came to the chair next to Fengjung and sat down. Qi Ying, tell me what you know. Sir, according to your instructions, I have arranged eyeliners in Chindu and Chudu. They recently sent back news that they are all urgently mobilizing troops and horses. Well, it seems that I can't hold it anymore. And yes, there are only 2 countries left, and they are still waiting there for something to have a decisive battle earlier. Hee, General Fengjung, things are not as simple as you think. Now that Qi State, Yan State, and Wei State have been destroyed, the people of their country can't immediately accept this from their hearts. Where Buff continued, there is a secret revolt by the remnants of the various countries that are still there, and although it is not enough, it will also bring small troubles. Right now, the strength of Chu and Qi countries is almost at the end of the battle, and both lose, the possibility is very high. If the 2 tigers fight against each other and lose both, the remaining parties in the border states of Qi and Wei, who are hiding in the dark, will wait for the opportunity to move. When Zhang Fengjung and Qi Ying heard Bufu's words, they nodded and said, Shi Cheng's words are very reasonable, there will be such a situation. Qi Ying continued, wow, the city we attacked, whether it was from the state of Yan or from the state of Qi, the people in the city were very convinced of us, and there was no big opposition. Resist. Even after we left, have their lives changed too much? It can be said that they are already very happy in this time of war. Qi Ying looked at Bufu and General Fengjung and continued, but according to my information, many cities were forcibly suppressed. The people were very angry, and some even rebelled in the middle of the night and massacred the officials who were attacking the city. So that the soldiers who attacked the city, after occupying the city, treated the people even more cruelly and violently, in order to deter the people and prevent them from rebelling. Bufu nodded there. So the top priority right now, although Chu and Qin countries have captured many cities, he must first appease the people in the cities as soon as possible and let them settle down first. After Buff finished speaking, he looked at Qi Ying and asked, "Is there any other special news?" Shichong, Shangfei, the general of the Chu state who is guarding there outside Daliang County, has been provocatively in recent days. It seems that he wants to induce the defenders in Daliang County to go out to fight. Buff nodded and thought for a moment there. I can't believe that this general of Chu state still has some brains, and wants to use this method to induce the defenders in Daliang County to go to battle first. In this case, they have a reason to attack Daliang County. Qi Ying and Zhang Fengjung looked at each other and felt that what Buff said was right, it must be so. That's so long. What are we going to do next? Bufu thought for a while, then looked at Zhang Fengjung and said, General Fengjung, you and Brother Manto Shito will lead 100,000 soldiers and horses to guard the town in Daliang County. Here. Remember, you only need to guard the city, you don't need to go out to fight. Well, my subordinates know. In this way, the next day, Fengjung took the 100,000-strong army led by Brother Manto and Shito to Daliang County. At that time, Zhang Huang also shouted that he wanted to go together, but he was so frightened by Buff's eyes that he didn't dare to speak anymore. The generals covered their mouths and snickered, and Buff looked arrogant and thought it was funny. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, Fengjung, Manto, and Shito brothers will go to guard Daliang County. Zhang Huang, Ganya and Hua Yunlong will guard Xincheng County. You can only defend, not attack. Zhang Huang heard it, and they also had the city to guard, and jumped up excitedly there. Buff glanced at him, and then said, Insolent, if you dare to get hurt this time, I won't save you. It's very long, don't worry, I won't let myself be so badly injured again. The painful feeling is still fresh in my memory, and I really don't want to try it again. I think you are a good scar and forget the pain. It's just been a long time. When you hear that you can fight and kill the enemy, look at your appearance. Ha ha ha. In this way, the troops were divided into two arrogant and General Fengjung respectively guarding the two cities closest to the Chu army in the direction of Kidu and Waidu. Buff actually did this to put two decoys there. Waiting for the army of Chu state to arrive, if the state of Chu wants to attack the state of Qin, these two cities should be their first targets to attack. By breaking these two cities, you can drive straight to attack the remaining cities of Wei state. There is no better defense than these two cities. Chapter 575 split into two. Bufu thought in his mind was that as long as you dared to move these two cities in Chu state, you would never come back. They sent Generals Fengjung and Zhang Huang to guard the two cities of Daliang County and Xincheng County respectively. However, these two cities were originally guarded by the Qi army, although Sun Bin told them to surrender to the Qin state. But the county magistrates of those two counties were very stubborn. Although they promised to surrender to Qin on the surface, they were actually very resistant in their hearts. He wanted to restore the state of Qi wholeheartedly, not because he knew that the king of Qi was dead, but he also had the heart to be king. 100,000 defenders of Daliang County faced off against Shangfei of the Chu state for many days, and Shangfei of the Chu state was always on the defensive. Hai Liangyu, the magistrate of Daliang County, never left the city to fight, but he had heard of the skills of Shangfei, the general of the Chu state. It is a martial art with unbelievable bravery, and there is a resourceful person by his side to assist him. It is indeed very difficult to defeat him and curse people with his current strength. And now that the king of Qi is dead, and the capital of Qi has been occupied by the Qin state, only this small Daliang County town is still difficult to resist the attack of the Chu state. The county magistrate, Hai Liangyu, knew the situation here very well, but he had a very good idea. It is the misfortune that leads to the east and let the Qin and Chu countries kill each other, so that he can make a fisherman's profit in the back, wouldn't it be better? Now he surrenders to the Qin state and seeks a little shelter. When the two tigers fight and both lose, he will wait for an opportunity to move. In fact, there are many people who think like him, including Wang Shi, the magistrate of Xincheng County. Hai Liangyu is a raccoon dog on the same hill. On the surface, he pretends to be a snake. In fact, he wants to preserve his strength and wait for the time to come. Buff didn't care and didn't know about their careful thoughts, and Sunbin didn't expect them. The most unpredictable thing is the human heart. Although Sunbin is the best at knowing people, in the past, those generals were loyal to him because he was a general of Qi. Now that Sunbin was talking to Qin and asking them to surrender, how could they be convinced and then obey Sunbin's orders? Carrying her own little juju, Hai Liangyu stood there at the front of the city and looked at Shang Fei who was screaming in the distance. He couldn't help but sneered, followed the subordinate next to him and said, "It's ridiculous that this fly actually used such a naive method to trick me into fighting." The next county magistrate's name is Sun Jiafeng, and he has followed Sunbin for many years, and now he is the county magistrate under Hai Liangyu. He also knew Hai Liangyu well, and knew that he would not do what Sunbin wanted at all. He once thought of going with Sunbin, but Sunbin left him here, and when he left, he said meaningfully to him, "Let him stay here and keep a low profile, and there will be a chance to meet the bright master." At that time, Sun Jiafeng didn't understand what Sunbin meant and Sunbin said, so he believed that he couldn't find the words. Now he is standing next to Hai Liangyu, watching Shang Fei's army in the distance. Said that the state of Chu has a strong general. Seeing that the ice chambers in the army are all tall and strong, and their combat effectiveness is extraordinary, Sun Jiafeng thought there. The state of Chu was so powerful, but Sunbin chose to rely on the state of Qin, which is really puzzling. If it wasn't for his admiration for Sunbin's ingenuity, he would not believe that Qin state would be able to defeat Chu state at this moment. As for Sun Jiafeng didn't take Hai Liangyu's thoughts into his heart at all. With this little strength in his hand and his little martial arts and resourcefulness, it is ridiculous to want to sit there and reap the benefits of a fisherman. However, Sun Jiafeng still followed Sunbin's words, kept a low profile and did not comment, and did not show his talent too much. Hearing Hai Liangyu laughing at Chu Jun Shang Fei's naive strategy, there he said, "The magistrate, this flying has always been brave and invincible, but now he is only shouting outside the city, but he does not dare to forcibly attack the city. It must be because he heard about our surrender to Qin, so he didn't dare to act rashly there. HMPH, of course I know that, this guy has never paid attention to our Qi state soldiers and horses. I really didn't expect that the alliance of our Qi country would actually collude with the Qin country now, and it would be abhorrent to our Qi country." Sun Jiafeng heard Xiao Bo's angry words there, and he didn't know what to do for a while and stepped aside and stopped talking. At this time, another subordinate of Hai Liangyu said there, "County magistrate, come down with a tree." Seeing that the Qin and Chu countries have not yet met each other, there is only one introduction, and no one wants to be the first to strike. "Well, Wang Shi, you're right, that's exactly what it is. The two tigers and lions in Qin and Chu, on the surface, seem to be in the water, but in fact they both want to annex each other. There is only one excuse. That's it." Hearing the approval of the magistrate, Wang Shi immediately became proud, and said there, "The magistrate, since this is the case, why didn't we help them?" Hai Liangyu's eyes lit up, he thought for a while, and then said, "You mean?" Wang Shi continued there, "We are going to fight in the name of Qin, which gives them a reason to fight. Then they'll go into full-scale war, and we'll have a chance when they both lose." Hai Liangyu felt very excited when he heard what he heard, and this idea coincided with him. He had always thought this way, but he was always hesitant. This time it was said by Wang Shi, which was exactly what he wanted. "Well, Wang Shi, your thoughts are exactly what I want. That Shang Fei has been very arrogant these 2 days. I have long disliked him. It is also a good idea to let him experience the power of Qi's army and horses." Sun Yifeng listened to Hai Liangyu and Wang Shi sing in harmony there, he could only sigh softly and shook his head. There is nothing wrong with what Sun Bin said. This Hai Liangyu will soon send himself to the guillotine. For Sun Yifeng, Hai Liangyu didn't pay attention to it, because he also knew that Sun Yifeng had always been loyal to Sun Bin, and if it wasn't for Sun Bin's entrustment when he left, he would not have kept Sun by his side. It is very contradictory to Xiaoba Hai Liangyu. In the past, Hai Liangyu was very convinced of Sun Bin. For the small bar, I also deeply admire the more than 10 cities of Kewei Kingdom. However, since Sun Bin chose to join the Qin state, Hai Liangyu's opinion of him has deteriorated with each passing day, and now he is not even willing to mention Sun Bin's name. So although he promised Sun Bin to let Sun Jiafeng stay by his side, he didn't have much regard for him. After deciding what to do, Hai Liangyu, Bian and Wang Shi prepared to reorganize their troops and go out to the city to fight. Chapter 576-Disrupt the Plan. At this time, the soldiers below came to report, saying that Fang Zheng, the general of the Qin state, was here with 100,000 soldiers. He wanted to meet the county magistrate and let Fang Zheng's sudden arrival make Hai Liangyu's plan suddenly impossible. He was a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He had also heard of Fang Zheng's methods. Although he was a native of Yan, he had already taken refuge in Qin before the fall of Yan. It is said that his martial arts are very high and powerful, and he has brought 100,000 soldiers and horses. Now Hai Liangyu and the others are still defending the city here in the name of Qin. Xiang Fei and the others had some scruples and did not attack the city, if at this moment he wanted to have friction with Zhang Fengzheng and the others. Xiang Fei found out, they would help Qin to destroy Qi's remnants and attack him. At that time, the 100,000 soldiers and horses in her hands could not resist the attack of the two armies. After weighing the pros and cons, Hai Liangyu decided to temporarily give up the plan to go out to the city to fight, and will talk to Fang Zheng at first sight. Haha, Zhang Fengzheng, why didn't you inform me in advance, so that we can prepare a banquet for you and the officers and men to welcome you? Buff had already explained how to get along with the surrendered Qi army. General Fang Zheng originally thought that Hai Liangyu, the magistrate of Daliang County, would have hatred for him, but he did not expect to be so enthusiastic. To his surprise. But this is better, since they can surrender sincerely, it will save some troubles. Haha, Hai Liangyu, General Bufu asked us to come here because I heard that Xiang Fei, the army of the Chu state, is setting up camp here. I am afraid there will be a loss here, so I want us to come here to help you defend here. After hearing Zhang Fengzheng's words, Hai Liangyu's expression was a little unnatural, but he quickly adjusted it, but the careful Zhang Fengzheng had already discovered it. But in his opinion, these are all normal. With 100,000 soldiers and horses, making him directly subordinate to others will indeed make him feel a little uncomfortable. Fengzheng had felt this way before. Hai Liangyu said there, we are the descendants of the Qi kingdom. Since you have come here, Fengzheng, they will naturally be in charge of Daliang County, and we will assist you in defending the city. Hehe, these are all trivial matters. Since you have joined the Qin country, you and I are both soldiers and horses of the Qin country, and whoever guards the city is the same. Zhang Fengzheng looked at Hai Liangyu and continued, the magistrate doesn't know anything. I'm actually from the country of Yan. I once fought Buff and was convinced by his heroism, so I joined him. Oh, so you are not from the Qin country, Zhang Fengzheng. Hai Liangyu was there knowingly asking. I first ridiculed Zhang Fengzheng, but then I felt it was inappropriate, so I smiled and drank a sip of tea and looked at Zhang Fengzheng, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Fengzheng glanced at Hai Liangyu and continued, yes, I am not from the Qin country, but the general took me better than the Qin people. Hai Liangyu, I know your thoughts, your feelings. Will feel this way at the beginning, and when you really understand the general, you will be able to accept it readily. Hai Liangyu frowned, and then said with a smile, General Fengzheng, although your words are very reasonable, I always feel that it's not easy to live under people's fences. When Zhang Fengzheng heard Hai Liangyu say this, his heart knew what Hai Liangyu was thinking. He nodded and said, Hehe. Reason why you think so is that you have not understood the It doesn't matter who the army is. Oh, you and I are colleagues. I believe there is an opportunity for you to understand the general's character. Well, Fangjung, you are easygoing and generous. Chatting with you is like a spring breeze. Ha ha ha, I am a rough man and a military general. Please include more if I say something wrong in the future. You, welcome. By the way, General Fangjung, since you brought 100,000 soldiers and horses here, I happen to have 100,000 soldiers and horses here. Together, you and I can fight that flying battle. Zhang Fangjung frowned when he heard Hai Liangyu's words, and then said, the county magistrate's words are bad. We have long explained before I came, we must not go out of the city without authorization to fight, just defend and not attack. Hearing Zhang Fangjung's words, Hai Liangyu was stunned and said in surprise, could it be that your generals are afraid of Shangfei? As soon as these words came out, Fangjung stood up at once. Looking at Hai Liangyu coldly, he said, Hai Liangyu had better take back what you said. If you read your first offense, I will pretend that I have never heard of it. If you dare to talk nonsense next time, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Zhang Fangjung standing there angrily, his eyes stared at him fiercely. Hai Liangyu was a little timid in his heart. He didn't have the guts in Zhang Fangjung to say the words just now. It's just that Zhang Fangjung's face was pleasant as soon as he came here, which made Hai Liangyu feel that Zhang Fangjung had a good character, so he spoke out to try it out. Knowing that Zhang Fangjung was angry because of this, Hai Liangyu hurriedly said there, I'm making a mistake, Zhang Fangjung, don't you get angry. Seeing Hai Liangyu's sincere apology there, Fangjung restrained his anger and sat back again. Even so, the attitude is completely different from the previous one. Fangjung said coldly there, Hai Liangyu, I miss your first arrival, so I talked with you a few more words, hoping to relieve your unhappiness. But don't think that you can talk nonsense there, you must know that your unintentional words will make you lose your head. Hai Liangyu kept apologizing there, and said with a smile, I am very grateful for Fangjung's intentions. Please don't mind Fangjung's words just now. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Wang Shi, made a look, and said, Do hurry up and prepare a banquet, so that Zhang Fangjung and his soldiers will be washed away. Wang Zili understood the intention of the magistrate and hurried down. At this time, Hai Liangyu turned to look at Zhang Fangjung and said, Zhang Fangjung, you said that you are not from the Qin country, where are you from? At this time, Zhang Fangjung was no longer willing to talk to Hai Liangyu, so he didn't say any more after saying a random sentence there. In General Fangjung's heart, Buff was a high-ranking existence. If he hadn't just arrived here and killed Hai Liangyu, it would have affected the military's heart. General Fangjung had the urge to kill Hai Liangyu just now. After sitting there for a while, Zhang Fangjung really no longer wanted to see this person. Hai Liangyu, I'm a little tired from running all the way here, so I'll go back to rest first, and I'll discuss some handover matters with you tomorrow. Okay, that night, for the banquet, you and your soldiers must come. Well, it will be on time for the banquet. Standing up Fangjung and turning to leave, Hai Liangyu looked at his back grimly. Chapter 577 Designed to Kill. His fists were clenched tightly behind that, and just now he also had the urge to kill Zhang Fangjung. It's just that Wang Shi was always there, using his eyes to stop him. He didn't do anything. In fact, he had already arranged the knife and axeman outside, and as long as he gave an order, he could surround and kill Fangjung here. Not long after Fangjung left, Wang Shi returned. Hai Liangyu looked at Wang Shi and said displeased Ly. This General Fangjung, who was originally from the country of Yan but has taken refuge in the country of Qin. This kind of unfaithful and unrighteous person I wanted to kill just now. Why do you want to be by your side? Stop me. Hey, County Magistrate, a General Fangjung is nothing to be afraid of, but I heard that there are 2 generals who came with him in this matter. They are all confidants of Bufu's men. Oh, and 2 generals, why didn't they come with General Fangjung? I don't know about this subordinate, but what my subordinate knows is that these 2 generals were originally under Wang Jian's tent. When Wang Jian attacked the country of Yan, it was because of them that they were invincible. Oh, so awesome. Yeah, that's why the subordinates do not let the magistrate do anything. If you kill Zhang Fengzheng and anger these two people, I'm afraid it will be bad for us. At this time, Hai Liangyu nodded, then looked at Wang Shi and said, fortunately, you stopped me in time, which almost made a big mistake. Hai Liangyu lingered there for a while, then looked at Wang Shi and said, but this time the Qin State Bufu sent troops here to help me defend the city. In fact, we want to win Daliang County, we can't let them succeed so easily. Ah, magistrate, I have a plan. I don't know if it will work or not. But it doesn't matter. At this time, Wang Shi came to Hai Liangyu's side and whispered a few words on his ear. Hai Liangyu heard his words, his eyes lit up, he nodded, and then praised. This is indeed a very good method. Like this, we will destroy this place, and we will be able to wipe out Fengzheng and the others. Good, good. Wei. Hai Liangyu changed from the gloomy cloud just now, and his face showed a light of excitement. He poked his hand and looked at Wang Shi and said, you should arrange it as soon as possible, the dosage must be large, otherwise you will not be able to fascinate these strong men, and you will prepare the knife and axe before you. Follow my orders to throw the cup as a sign, and kill them one by one after you have fascinated them, and the 100,000 troops brought by Fengzheng and the others will belong to me, ha ha ha. Here, this subordinate will do it now, county magistrate, should you tell Sun Jiafeng about this matter? In fact, Wang Shi asked this on purpose, just to test Sun Jiafeng's position in Hai Liangyu's heart. You must know that before, Sun Jiafeng was very popular under Sun Bin's command. Hai Liangyu glanced at Wang Dao from there. Wang Shi, you have followed me for many years, and you are already my confidant, how can you tell outsiders about such a confidential matter? Well, my subordinates understand, thank the magistrate for his love. Well, don't worry, as long as this matter happens, I will make you a county magistrate. Overjoyed when he heard Hai Liangyu's words, and kept kowtowing there. Okay, remember this must be done beautifully. Here. After Wang Shi left, Hai Liangyu was there thinking about the feasibility of this matter, and after thinking about it, he felt that this plan was very good. So he smiled and fantasized about what he looked like when he had 200,000 soldiers and horses in his hands. While Hai Liangyu ordered people to prepare a banquet there, 3 generals were ushered in Sun Jiafeng's room. Ha ha ha, the 3 generals are here to make the humble house flourish. Hey, Sun Yifeng, what kind of general are we? We are just a general under Shi Chong, ha ha ha. Zhang Fengzheng said with a smile, and then came to Sun Yifeng's side with Brother Manto and Shito. Sun Yifeng, this is Shi, and that is his brother Manto. I think you have heard of them. Hee, the names of the 2 generals are like thunder. When they helped Wang Jian's army to attack the city of Yan Kingdom, they were invincible and invincible. No one knew it, no one knew it. Ha ha ha, Sun Jiafeng, you speak very nicely, I like you very much. Manto is a sincere person, and when he heard the words of praise from Sun Yifeng, he said with a smile. Bantu, Sun Jiafeng is just a few words of courtesy, see how happy you are. Ha ha ha, of course someone is happy when someone praises it. Sun Yifeng watched Brother Manto and Shito talking there, he could feel their true temperament, and he also laughed happily. The 3 generals are all gentlemen, without any pretentiousness. Talking with the 3 generals is really enjoyable. Hey, Sun has already said to me, we are not generals yet. Sun Jiafeng smiled and said, General Fengzheng, you have taken the capital of Qi and made great contributions, but your General Bufu did not like the credit, so he gave all the credit to General Wang Jian. But there is only one thing that General Wang Jian is required to do, that is, he must report the merits of your subordinates to the King of Qin. It must be too easy to make Fengzheng and his 2 brothers as generals. I just called a few times in advance, why should Fengzheng care so much? Where did you come from? Zhang Fengzheng looked at Sun Jiafeng suspiciously and asked. Sun Jiafeng looked at General Fengzheng with a smile and said, Our general, Sun Bin, had a deep chat with General Bufu in the tent before, and he also gave Bufu some ideas on this matter. Oh, that's what it is. Haha, don't worry about these mindless things. The 3 generals who came to me today must have some orders. Zhang Fangjung looked at Xiaoxi with a smile and said, we have long said that the rest of Sun Bin's account can be ignored. But you are the only one who has won his heart, so this time, let me meet you with Sun already. Haha, thanks to General Buff's attention, I am really grateful. When General Sun Bin left, let me wait here for Master Ming. I was still hesitant at the time, not knowing what kind of people this democracy is. After listening to Sun Yifeng's words, Fangjung and Manto Shido were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other, then looked at Sun Yifeng and asked, General Sun Bin really said that to you when he left? Sun Jifeng nodded and said sadly, at that time, I tried so hard to hammer General Sun Bin to go, but he firmly stopped him. He let me stay. I need the opportunity to display all my skills, and he is different from him. He is already in his old age, and he is disabled, and he has no intention of participating in future battles. Chapter 578-Sun Bin. When Zhang Fangjung and the others heard Sun Yifeng's words, they also sighed for a while. General Sun Bin is really predictable, no wonder Shi Chong admires him so much. Hey, Sun Jifeng, your generals have already asked you to show your talents with our commander, why are you still hesitating? Hee, I don't have any hesitation. Since I have met the Ming Master, I will definitely agree with you. It's just that this Daliang County seems to be calm, but in fact, the waves are turbulent and dangerous. After hearing Sun Yifeng's words, Fangjung frowned slightly, then looked at him and said, you mean the magistrate of Daliang County, Hai Liangyu, will something wrong? Sun Jifeng nodded, then said, well, before you came, they just planned to go out of the city to fight against Shangfei. Why did they dare to fight against the generals of Chu State? Ha ha ha, it makes people laugh out loud. Shido, how could they be so self-aware? Well, Manto, you are right, they are indeed humiliating themselves by doing this. Sun Yifeng shook his head there and said, Bantu and Shido, you are wrong, they didn't want to defeat Shangfei, they just went out of the city to face Shangfei just to give them an excuse to attack Daliang County. After thinking about Fangjung, he stood up suddenly, looked at Sun Yifeng in surprise and said, Sun Yifeng, you are saying that Hai Liangyu did this just to cause war between the two countries. Sun Jifeng nodded, then looked at Zhang Fangjung and said, Hai Liangyu is always resentful in his heart about the demise of Qi State. He is unwilling to accept this reality, and he can revive Qi State all at once. Zhang Fangjung nodded and said, I said that when I met him today, I always felt a little different. HMPH, it's really unreasonable to have such a scheming. I'll go catch them now, and chop off their heads to see if they're still there to make trouble. Don't be impulsive with steamed buns, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. After hearing Zhang Fangjung's words, Manto sat down. Fangjung turned his head to look at Sun Yifeng and asked, Sun Yifeng, what are we going to do next? Reason why he asked Sun Jifeng was because Sun Jifeng had been here for some time, and he was quite familiar with the situation here. And before he came, Buff had already told Fangjung about Sun Yifeng's situation. Buff's evaluation of Sun Yifeng has only 4 words, and he is very resourceful. Therefore, Zhang Fangjung asked Sun Yifeng what to do next. Sun Yifeng glanced at Zhang Fangjung, and then looked at Manto and Shido. Suddenly he burst into laughter, and then said the 3 generals have come from afar, and our county magistrate specially ordered people to hold a banquet, and the generals must drink a few more glasses at that time. Fangjung and Manto Shi, the brothers were stunned when they heard what Sun Yifeng said. They didn't know why Sun Yifeng, who had just said it well, was suddenly like this. At this time, they heard the sound of the door, and Wang walked in. 3 generals, the banquet is ready, and the county magistrate specially asked me to invite the army to the banquet. Only then did Zhang Fangjung understand why Sun Jifeng suddenly changed his attitude. It turned out that he heard Wang Shi came here. He also blamed himself and Manto Stone for being careless, not hearing Wang Zai's voice. This is not to blame for the three of them, who just came here and are unfamiliar with everything. Sun Jiafeng is different, he is always on guard, so when Wang Shi just stepped here, he heard it, and that's why he said the words just now. Zhang Fengjung looked at Wang Shi and said lightly, "Okay, we know, go back and tell you the county magistrate, we will be there soon." Ah, the three generals, the county magistrate said that the banquet has been up for a long time, and ordered the villain to go with the three generals. If it is later, I am afraid the banquet will be cold. No reason, you. Hey, don't get angry with Manto, what Wang Shi said is right, let's go with him. When Wang Zigang heard Manto stand up in anger, he was startled. Instinctively stepped back, Wang Shi had a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart for these two sturdy men. Hearing Zhang Fengjung calling him out, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding, General, that subordinate is waiting outside." After speaking, Wang Shi withdrew and stood at the door. Zhang Fengjung glanced at Sun Yifeng, then said, "Sun Yifeng, how about you go with us?" Sun Jiafeng shook his head, and then said, "My official position is not enough to have a banquet with the general, so I should not join in the fun." After Sun Jiafeng finished speaking, he gave Fengjung a look. "Well, since the steamed buns and stones are like this, let's go, don't let Hai Liangyu wait too much." Having said that, he stood up and walked out of the room with Brother Manto Stone and came to Wang Zai's side. "Let's go, lead the way." In fact, the banquet could have been waited for a while longer, but Wang Shi did not want Zhang Fengjung, the others, and Sun Yifeng to continue their talks there. Although he wanted Mao to harm Fengjung and Manto, only Hai Liangyu and himself knew about Brother Shiru's plan, but he knew what Sun Yifeng was thinking, so why was he afraid that he would see the clues? It would be difficult if he leaked the rumors, so Wang Exakai insisted Zhang Fengjung and the others leave with him immediately. Seeing the three big men following him, Wang Shi still felt a little guilty. After all, the three people who wanted to murder were all well-known military generals with high martial arts skills. If they were a little careless, they would be killed by the three of them. Not too far from the place where the banquet was held, I came to the room where Hai Liangyu arranged the banquet. Three people in the long-term killing field looked at each other and walked in. Just now, they clearly felt a chilling air, which was an intuition from the experience they had accumulated over the years. Combined with what Sun Yifeng said just now, I finally understood what Sun Yifeng meant. He knew in his heart began to become, of course, because everything is clear, the situation in front of him is also obvious. Ha ha ha, the three generals, please take a seat. Hai Liangyu, thank you for hosting the banquet. Please take care of our three brothers here. Ha ha ha, where is the General Fengjung? I am a subdued general, and I am thankful that General Bufu will not give up. Let me guard Daliang County here. Fortunately, Shangfei has never been able to break through the city, and he has lived up to General Buff's intentions. Zhang Fengjung smiled slightly and said, Hai Liangyu, you are a talent, and we value talent the most. As long as you do your best, no matter whether you are from Qin, Yan or Qi, you will be able to use your strengths and have the opportunity to show your ambitions. Chapter 579_Fascinated. There, Hai Liangyu heard Zhang Fengjung's words and laughed and said, when I heard you say that, my heart was completely relieved. I was still worried that because it is a general, it will not be reused. It seems that I am more heart. You can rest assured that you will be Fengjung, and I will definitely do my best to be filial and loyal to Qin and fight against Chu in the future. Okay, it's rare for you, Hai Liangyu, to figure it out so quickly. It took me a while to figure this out. It seems that you are much smarter than me, Hai Liangyu. At this time, Hai Liangyu looked at Fengjung and Manto, and Shito raised a glass of wine with one glance. I am really very happy that the three generals are here today. I toast the three generals. I hope we can defend this Daliang County together, defeat Shangfei, and do it first. Saying that I drank the glass of wine in one go, I raised the wine glass up 100 miles and looked at Zhang Fengjung and brother Manto Stone. Fengjung picked up the wine glass and drank it. Manto and Shido brother looked at each other, and also picked up the wine glass and drank it. Ha ha ha, the three generals are a good drink. Come on, let me toast the three generals. Hai Lianyu took another glass of wine and drank it, and then looked at Zhang Fengjung and brother Manto Stone as before. Three of them didn't hesitate, and they also had a drink. After drinking 3 glasses of wine in a row like this, Hai Lianyu said with a smile, "It's really a blessing for me to get to know the 3 generals." Speaking of which, Hai Lianyu picked up another glass of wine, then looked at brother Manto and Shido and said, They heard about Manto and Shido for a long time, the names of the 2 generals of the brothers, and seeing each other today, it's better to meet them if they are famous. It is a blessing to be able to meet the 2 generals, and I toast them both. Brother Manto and Stone stood up and had another toast with Hai Lianyu. Watching them eat 4 glasses of wine, Hai Lianyu sneered in his heart. He had already heard from Wang Shi. This potion is colorless and tasteless in wine, but as long as you drink 3 bowls of wine, even an elephant will be fascinated. At this moment, Fengjung and Manto Shishi were about to pick up the 5th bowl of wine when they suddenly felt dizzy with their hands on their foreheads. Zhang Fengjung pointed at Hai Lianyu and said weakly, "You actually poisoned me." Saying that, they fell on the table, and brother Manto and Shido also fell on the ground at this time. Upon seeing this, Hai Lianyu laughed and watched the 3 of them faint. There he said loudly, "HMPH, this is the legendary 3 generals under Boof, and that's all, I took it down so easily." At this time, Wang Shi came to Hai Lianyu's side, smiling and taking credit there. He looked at Hai Lianyu and said, "In this wine, I put 3 times the amount of the drug, and I can faint after drinking 1 bowl. I didn't expect them to faint after drinking 4 bowls each." Hai Lianyu nodded after hearing Wang Zai's words. These 3 people's physiques are different from ordinary people. Fortunately, you are small, and it is not so easy to talk about them and fascinate them. Hai Lianyu looked at Wang Shi and continued, "This time you have made a great contribution, and you will be the county magistrate of Daliang County, and you will be on an equal footing with Sun Jiafeng." Wang Shi heard Hai Lianyu turn his eyes and said, "The magistrate, just now, the 3 of them were in Sun Yifeng's room, and they talked for a long time. I don't know what they said." Hai Lianyu glared when she heard what Xiao said, and said coldly, "What you said is true. My subordinates dare not have half a lie. HMPH, this is the best for Sun, don't be so talkative, otherwise, even if it is Sun Bin's confidant, I will not let him go." Wang Shi heard what Hai Lianyu said, he couldn't stop laughing in his heart. In fact, he didn't know how long the 3 of them had been there. Saying this on purpose is to smear Sun Yifeng and make Hai Lianyu have a bad opinion of Sun Yifeng. "Magistrate, these 3 people have been fascinated by me, what should I do next?" Hai Lianyu coldly looked at Zhang Fengjung, Manto, and Brother Stone who were lying there. "Call a few people and carry the 3 of them to the back mountain and chop them up. It must be done without anyone noticing." Here, Wang Shi didn't understand, since he has already done such a thing, why are these 3 people still secretly doing things in Daliang County? How could he, as a county magistrate, get out of the relationship? In fact, Hai Lianyu has his own thoughts. Knowing that they killed their generals will inevitably cause unrest, which is difficult to control. Why he did this, he could delay for a while and let him control the 100,000 soldiers and horses of the Qin state first. It can be said that he thought very carefully. What Wang Shi didn't know was Hai Lianyu, but after thinking about it for a long time, he thought he had thought the details to the extreme. But what he never expected was that just when Wang Shi wanted to call someone in, a figure jumped over and grabbed his neck, and the other figure also came to Hai Lianyu's side at the same speed. In the same way, Hai Lianyu was also cured. At this time, Hai Lianyu and Wang Zai's eyes widened as they looked at the steamed buns and brothers who had cured themselves. Their mouths are open enough to fit a duck egg. At this time, Fangjung stood up and patted his clothes. Then he said with a smile, I slept just now. It was very comfortable. Thank you so much, Hai Liangyu. I haven't slept as soundly as I have slept in the battlefield for so many years. How are you? HMPH, it's just sweating medicine, and I dare to make an axe in front of Lao Su. That's right, Grandpa grew up eating that thing, not to mention 3 times the weight, 5 times, 10 times the weight, and it's just a few more glasses of wine when you go to Grandpa's place. With steamed buns and stones, Hai Liangyu and Wang Zai's legs were so soft that they almost didn't sit down. They can't care to shout now, the matter is unsuccessful, they know what the result will be. Hai Liangyu, we treat you very well, after you surrendered, you didn't take back your official position and let you stay here, you don't know instead, the pictorial wanted to kill the 3 of us, so why? HMPH, since things didn't work out, I didn't plan to live. If I wanted to kill me, I would have to scrape it. Hai Liangyu looked a little broken, knowing that he was going to die, isn't he not as frightened as when he was first caught? General, spare your life, this is all his own idea, I just follow his orders. Wang Shi cried and begged for mercy by the side, and pushed everything on Hai Liangyu. Hai Liangyu glanced at him coldly, and then said there, useless waste. It is only because of you wastes that she will be reduced to being destroyed by others. Chapter 580 can't help but hit. Wang Shi ignored Hai Liangyu's murderous look and contemptuous words, and knelt there begging Fangjung and the others to spare his life. Fangjung looked at Manto and nodded. Manto had long hated this timid but cruel and cunning person. With Fangjung's permission, he punched Wang Shi in the head. How could Wang Zai's thin body resist a punch from Manto's fist? Wang Zai's mouth was full of blood, his teeth fell on the ground, and the boss with his open mouth really couldn't make a sound. Manto didn't want to see his appearance and punched Wang Shi directly in the face. Wang Shi died like this, and he didn't even make a sound when he died. Hai Liangyu watched Manto beat Wang Shi to death with 2 punches. Only then did he truly understand why Manto and Shido had such a resounding reputation. Only then did I know that it was rumored that the 2 of them were the main force of Wang Jian's army to attack the state of Yan. At this moment, he couldn't say a word, just looked at Wang Shi lying on the ground full of blood and beyond recognition. Come on, put him in jail. Zhang Fangjung and the others did not, and immediately killed Hai Liangyu, because killing him like this would not be able to convince the public. You must know that there are still 100,000 soldiers and horses of Qi state. If you want them to surrender, it is definitely impossible to kill their commander in such an unclear manner. At this time, Sun Jiafeng walked in from the outside, saw the scene in front of him, looked at Zhang Fangjung with a smile and said, General Fangjung, the 3 of you are really amazing. Ha ha ha, Sun Jiafeng. These 2 guys want to use Mengan medicine to harm us, they don't know that we are not afraid of that thing at all. Manto had a good impression of Sun Yifeng, so when he saw Sun Yifeng, he said happily there. Stone looked at Sun Yifeng and nodded with a smile, and then said, in the past, when we were with Shichong, we were specially trained. We have a kind of medicine powder, which is specially used to restrain poison. Suppressing poison. Yeah, I am not even afraid of Huang Fengyan, so how can I be afraid of this very poisonous sweat medicine? Huang Fengyan can't think of it. I can't think that your medicinal powder can resist even such a poisonous smoke. It's no wonder that my proposal to use poison was rejected by General Sun Bin. Manto stared at Sun Jiafeng with wide eyes and said, I'm going to Sun Jiafeng. You are too cruel, you don't seem to be such a cruel person, and you actually want to poison me. There, Manto naively asked if he felt a little embarrassed and replied what a good way to deal with it, so he proposed to use poison, but it was decided by Sun. Humph, I didn't expect you to be such a black-bellied guy, you look honest and honest, but your methods are so ruthless. Zhang Fangjung went on to say, don't be attached to yourself, what kind of means we were the enemy used at that time, as long as we can defeat the opponent, it is normal. Well, that's true. When we killed the generals of Chu state, we also used some tactics. Well, then I won't blame you, Sun Yifeng. Hee hee. Sun Jiafeng smiled helplessly there, thinking in his heart that this steamed bun is really a straight person, and he believes what others say. Look at Hai Liangyu, who was sitting there, looked at himself with vicious eyes. Hai Liangyu came to him, sighed and said, the general trend, even Sun Bin can't compete, and in terms of your ability, it's impossible to defy fate. Hai Liangyu spit there, then looked at Sun Jiafeng and said, it's you who leaked the secret and told them that I want to deal with them. How can you be worthy of the people of Qi country? Ha ha ha, tell these words to children, it's useless to tell me. Sun Yifeng looked at Hai Liangyu with bright eyes and said, I used to follow Sun Bin all the way to the Wei capital. I thought that as long as I broke through the unread and eliminated the Wei king, the Qi country would become stronger. But the balance of fate is not in favor of Qi. Chu betrayed the alliance. Qi has been powerless to return to heaven, this is God's will. Against the sky for your own selfish desires, but accusing me here is ridiculous. Ha ha ha, sophistry, no matter when and where I am, I grew up in the state of Qi, and I'm a native of the state of Qi. As a Qi people, you don't want to revive the country, but you are here to frame your compatriots, you still have the face to quibble here. After hearing Hai Liangyu's words, Sun Jiafeng smiled faintly, and then said, General Sun Bin is right, some people are just too stupid and can't be persuaded. Now that your plan has failed, you can imagine what will happen. You took me well during my days here in Daliang County. All I can do for you now is to plead with them and give you a nice and decent death. Hai Liangyu was there, stared viciously at Sun Jiafeng and said, if you hadn't leaked the secret, how could I have failed? Today, I'm here to plead for me, and tell you that I don't appreciate it at all, and I don't know how to be a ghost. Let go of you. Zhang Feng was listening to the conversation between the two, and felt that Sun Jiafeng had already said everything that should be said, and it would be useless to continue. So he said, Sun Yifeng, let's put him in the prison first, and tomorrow in front of the Qi army, we will announce his crimes to the world, and then we will behead him to the public. Sun Jiafeng nodded, looked at Zhang Fengzheng and said, General Fengzheng, now in Daliang County, you are in charge of power, and all decisions are based on your consciousness. Zhang Fengzheng shook his head there, then looked at Sun Yifeng and said, before I came, we have already explained that Manto Shito and I are only responsible for guarding the city. As for the big and small things in the city, we still have to leave it to you Sun Yifeng to manage. Sun Jiafeng was stunned by these words of Fengzheng. He had never met Bufu, and Bufu would definitely not know what kind of person he was, but even if he had never met Bufu, he trusted him so much. After thinking about it for a while, this should be all arranged by Sun Bin. Thank you for your trust in the general, and your subordinates will do their best to manage Daliang County well. Sun Jiafeng bowed his head there and hurriedly helped Fengzheng up. Sun Yifeng, now that the things that Shi Chong explained to me have been done, then it's up to us. Sun Yifeng nodded and looked at the three and said, now Shangfei is outside, constantly insulting. I hope we will go out to fight and give him an excuse so that he can send troops to attack Daliang County. We must not let his plan succeed. Chapter 581 I can't stand it anymore. Sun Yifeng continued there, although we now have an army of 200,000 people. The strength is enough to defeat Shangfei and the others, but it is not yet time to start, the time has not come. Zhang Fengzheng glanced at Sun Yifeng, then said with a smile, Sun Yifeng, you were right, we even said the same thing. He said that it is not yet time to attack the state of Chu, but he also said that the state of Chu is about to lose its hold, so he sent us to defend this place. The general is talented and strategized. I just got an axe in front of Lubin. Ha ha ha, Sun Yifeng, you don't need to belittle yourself. If your strength is not strong enough, we wouldn't even send me all the way to appoint you as the magistrate of Daliang County to help you defend the city. At this time, Fengzheng took out a letter from his waist. This letter was Buff's handwritten letter. When Fengzheng came, it was handed over to Fengzheng for safekeeping. It is said that if Sun Yifeng is sincere, he will hand over this letter to him. If it is found out that Sun Yifeng has 2 hearts, it can be executed first and then played. Through the conversation with Fangzheng and Brother Manto Stone with Sun Yifeng, he found that he really surrendered sincerely. And thanks to his reminder this time, they were able to take precautions in advance, not being calculated by Hai Liangyu, saving a lot of trouble. Hai Liangyu took the letter from Zhang Fangzheng, opened it, and read it there. After reading it, he looked at Zhang Fangzheng and Brother Manto Stone with a puzzled expression. Fangzheng and the others looked at Sun Yifeng and asked, "What's wrong with Sun Yifeng? What did the chief say here?" Sun Yifeng shook his head there and said, "The general said in the letter, it is said that Shangfei will attack the city in a big way in the next 2 days. Let us take precautions in advance so as not to be caught off guard." Only then did Zhang Fangzheng understand why Sun Yifeng had that expression. Sun Yifeng still doesn't know enough about Buff's skills, and it is normal to have doubts here. But when Zhang Fangzheng heard the words in the letter, he nodded and said, "Although Shi Chong said so, it must be inseparable. We must finish the matter here as soon as possible, and then once again resist the attack of Shangfei of Chu State." "General Fangzheng, you are so sure that what the general said must be true?" Looking at Fangzheng's number to Shi, he looked at Sun Yifeng and said, "We even said it, it must be true. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see." Sun Yifeng nodded there, although the expression on his face was still puzzled, but since Fangzheng and the others said so, he was able to act according to his plan. The letter had already told him how to resist Shangfei's attack from the state of Chu. Not to mention whether Shangfei can really launch an attack in these 2 days as Buff said. Even the method of stopping Shangfei mentioned in this letter is already very powerful. Sun Jiafeng sighed in his heart. No wonder Sun Bin retired from this dispute. Bi Yufu's tactics are definitely not much worse than Sun Bin, but he is 100 times stronger than Bi Yufu. It's just that his legs are intact. In fact, Sun Jiafeng still looked down on Buff. He only knew the tip of the iceberg of Buff's skills, but it was normal that he just started following Buff and didn't know him well. Although there were some twists and turns in bringing Fangzheng to Daliang County, it went smoothly. But it's more troublesome here. Xincheng County, the motherland did not send troops to attack, and there were no zombies in front of them. The army of Chu State was stationed there. The magistrate of Xincheng County, Zhang Wanren, is a sinister and cunning person. And his martial arts are very good, so when Sun Bin came here, he left him with 8 characters. "I would rather die than surrender, sit and be king." Although he didn't understand why he said that at the time, Zhang Wanren had no intention of taking the Qin state to surrender at all. So this time Zhang Kuang came, Zhang Wanren's door was closed, and Zhang Kuang was shut out, so they had no choice but to set up camp in front of Xincheng County. This Zhang Wanren is really a stone in a ditch. It's stinky and hard. HMPH, arrogant, I think we can beat him down by storm. Gangya said angrily beside him. Qi Ying nodded beside him, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "I agree with Zhao Qing's statement, this Zhang Wanren doesn't know how to lift up. We have gone to call the door many times, not only not open, but also dare to let the archers shoot us. I don't think I can teach him a lesson, he doesn't know how powerful our Qin army is. Ha ha ha, I used to be so impulsive, why are you two more impulsive than me?" Gangya and Qi Ying looked at each other, looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "Then what are you going to do?" "Let's take a look first, but I want to see what other tricks he has other than closing the city gate." After 2 days like this, Zhang Wanren was in the city. Seeing Zhang Kuang, they didn't enter or leave, and they set up camp wherever they were. They made a fire to cook every day. Can only secretly check the situation of the Qin army camp. He knew that there was a sharp archer in the Qin army's battalion, but he didn't dare to touch his brow. Now the bow and arrow skills are already well known all over the world. County Magistrate, now that the state of Qi has perished, we are deeply attacked by the states of Qin and Chu, and we simply cannot compete with them in this depression. Talking as a subordinate beside Zhang Wanren, and also a counselor. Looking at his face with sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, it is not a kind of kindness and self-esteem. His name is Zhu Lianzhao, and he is also a confidant who has followed Zhang Wanren for many years. It is said that if there is a master, there is a slave. This sentence is particularly prominent around Zhang Wanren. The two masters and servants have similar personalities and are embarrassed. When Sun Bin was in power, he didn't like the two of them very much. The reason why he said those 8 words was that he wanted to kill the two of them with the help of Qin. Naturally, I told Buff about the situation of the two of them. He knew that although the two had some skills in fighting, they were still unable to resist the army of Qin. But at this time, Zhang Wanren and Zhu Lianzhao, the two of them did not think of these. Zhang Wanren glanced at Zhu Lianzhao who was talking just now and said, "I also know what you said. But now there is no other way. Since I don't want to join the Qin state and are controlled by them, I have no choice but to stay here and stay out of the city." Zhu Lianzhao, he blinked his eyes there and said, "Magistrate, I have followed you for many years, and there is something I don't know if I should say it or not." Zhang Wanren looked at Zhu Lianzhao. There he nodded and said, "But it doesn't matter, you have followed me for many years, and if you have something to say, just say it directly." The magistrate, as the saying goes, leaning against a big tree is good for enjoying the shade. Chapter 582 Take refuge in the state of Chu. If Qin did not send troops, we would naturally be kings here alone, and we would be happy and at ease. But now the Qin army is outside the city, and although we can't stay behind closed doors, it's not a long-term solution. Zhang Wanren nodded and said, "It is true, I just didn't think of a good way to deal with it." Why didn't the county magistrate turn to the state of Chu for help? Xiang Fei, the general of the state of Shu, set up camp in Daliang County. County magistrate, write a letter and send it to a trusted friend. I believe that the general of Chu state Xiang Fei will definitely come to help. Zhang Wanren glanced at Zhu Lianzhao and said, "The reason why I don't open the city is because I don't want to join Qin state and be controlled by others, but if I do it like you said, I will still be controlled by people when I join Chu state, and there are other what is the difference? If so, why don't I go directly to Qin and save a lot of trouble?" Zhu Lianzhao, there he smiled and said, "The county magistrate's statement is not good, the state of Chu is strong, and the state of Qin shows its weakness. In the future, the state of Qin will definitely be defeated by the state of Chu. If the county magistrate takes refuge in the Qin state, and in the future when the Qin state is defeated, and then turns back to the state of Chu, then the meaning will be very different." After listening to Zhu Lianzhao's words, Zhang Wanren nodded there. He never thought of this, because now the morale of the Qin state is high, and no one can see who is stronger or weaker between the Qin state and the Chu state. But when he hears Zhu Lianzhao saying this, Zhang Wanren really feels a little bit reasonable. There are many generals in Chu state, and they have a deep foundation, so it is really difficult to defeat. On the other hand, Qin state, although it has developed rapidly in recent years through reforms, its foundation is not as strong as that of Chu state. Speaking of military generals, there are indeed many military generals in Chu state, and there are even less than 100 of them who are notorious. And here in Qin, apart from Wang Jian, Xin Sheng, and Bufu, a military general who has only recently gained some fame, the rest are mostly unknown. In this way, the Chu country has a better chance of winning. Seeing Zhang Wanren thinking deeply, but not speaking, Zhu Lianzhao continued, "As far as my subordinates know, Xiang Fei, the general of the Chu state, has been stationed in front of Daliang County for several days, but he has not attacked the city, just because he did not get the Chu state. The order of the King of Chu. I believe that as long as the King of Chu gives an order, Daliang County will naturally fall into the hands of Xiang Fei. If he is raising his troops to attack my Xincheng County, how can we resist even if there are soldiers and horses from the Qin state to help us here? It's hard to resist Xiang Fei's attack." Zhang Wanren turned around and looked at Zhu Lianzhao. "You are right, I will go back to Fujiang to write a letter now, you come with me." Zhang Wanren took Zhu Lianzhao back to the mansion and wrote a letter of surrender in his own hand. Then he handed the letter to Zhu Lianzhao, where he said earnestly, "This matter is very important. I don't feel relieved when I leave it to others, I can only feel relieved when I give it to you. County Magistrate, I will definitely live up to Situ and hand over the letter to Shangfei of the state of Chu. Okay, you can go out of the city tonight, you must be young. This letter is related to your life and mine, and it must not fall into the hands of others, do you understand? My subordinates know. In the dead of night, Zhu Lianzhao, I went out of the city through the back door of Xincheng County in casual clothes. Before he was born, he selected a group of fast horses, and after he was born, he quickly galloped away in the direction of Daliang County. But before walking too far, in a grove, he was suddenly chained by a half-horse. Horse stumbles. Zhu Lianzhao, he fell out all of a sudden, he still has some martial arts skills. After falling off the horse, he rolled on the spot and pulled out the treasured sword from his waist. With his back against the big tree, he looked at everything in front of him. Because it was so dark, there was no other person in front of him except the horse struggling and trying to stand up. Zhu Lianzhao, although I didn't see anyone, I already knew in my heart that I was ambushed by others. And he had already guessed that it must be the soldiers of the Qin state who ambushed him. Heart is not good, the book on his body must not be seen by the people of Qin. Just when he quickly took out the book cover from his arms and wanted to tear him apart, a figure on the ground next to him suddenly jumped up. A white light slashed towards him. Zhu Lianzhao instinctively lowered his head, then rolled forward, the letter in his hand also fell to the ground. Who? Zhu Lianzhao shouted loudly there, and the person who attacked him didn't answer him at all. He went straight to the letter and told him to pick it up. Zhu Lianzhao, you can see that your heart is screaming badly, and you will rush forward when you pick up the steel knife. A huge desire overwhelmed him. Figure was moving forward, there was no way to avoid it, and it directly hit the net. Tie up tightly. Ganya asked in panic, who are you and why do you want to catch them? At this time, the torches lit up, illuminating the vicinity. Zhu Lianzhao, only then did I see that there were dozens of people in disguise around me. Their bodies are covered with leaves, and it is night now, even if it is daytime, it is not easy to find them. Ha ha ha, General, I didn't expect that we were really waiting for it. General Zhang Quang can be considered as expected. Fart, that guy is a blind cat who meets a dead mouse, a guy with 5 big and 3 rough, and he expects things like God. You dare to say this, but we dare not say it. Okay, don't talk nonsense, since we have caught him, let's go back and return to life. This guy still looks like an official, so search him to see if there is anything else on him. A while, Zhu Lianzhao found his identity badge from his body. Oh, it turns out that he is still a county magistrate. I said that he is a bit of martial arts, but he actually avoided my sudden knife. HMPH, you guys are quite courageous, even knowing that I am the county magistrate of Xincheng County, you dare to tie me up. I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, our county magistrate will find out and kill you guys. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Even though you already know our identity, you are still pretending to be there. Okay, don't bother with him anymore, I'll talk about it later when I go back, and see how Zhang Quang goes about. Here. Qiying took Zhu Lianzhao back to the camp and came to Zhang Quang. Zhang Quang saw Qiying betting on Zhu Lianzhao, he laughed there. I know that you are surrounded by me, and you will definitely find help, so I specially arranged for someone to wait for you to come to the door. I didn't expect that I was really waiting for you. Chapter 583_crazy calculation. Hee hee. You're nothing more than a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. You can't stop talking about it, hurry up and interrogate him, or you'll bite your tongue and kill yourself in a while, and you'll have nothing to do. Ya said sarcastically from the side. Qiying also looked at Zhang Quang and laughed there. Ganya, what you said is so right. I thought so too. When I brought this person back, I was thinking that Zhang Kuang knew that his method would work, and he would definitely be proud. They've seen him through a long time ago. This guy is still the same as before. He can't have a little achievement, and he starts to be proud when he is a little better. At this time, Zhang Fang was there, and said displeased Ly, I said that you two guys are enough. You finally succeeded with your strategy once, and you were beside you all the time, and you don't want me to interrogate this guy. Ha ha ha, let's stop talking, let's see what you can interrogate. Zhang Kuang glared at them, and then said, your name is Zhu Lianzhao. I said in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Zhu Lianzhao. I was stunned there for a while, glanced at Qi Ying, and thought in puzzlement. Could it be that Qi Ying didn't hand over his letter to Zhang Kuang? It's not right. Logically speaking, how could such a confidential letter not be handed over to their commander in the first place? But if it was given to him, how could Zhang Kuang know that? Zhang Kuang was a little stunned to ask, and when Zhang Kuang saw that he didn't speak, he immediately became angry. Going up as a punch to Zhu Lianzhao. In the stomach, you must know that the current arrogance power is definitely very large. Punch, Zhu Lianzhao. I feel that my internal organs are all gathered together. Vomited out in one mouthful, and even the blood in his stomach spit all over the floor. Oh, it's not arrogant. What kind of interrogation are you doing? If you let you interrogate for a while, this place will become a pig's den. HMPH, I don't need you to care about my camp. With a careful punch, the anger just now vented a little. Then he looked at Zhu Lianzhao fiercely and continued to ask, what on earth did your county magistrate send you out of the city to do? Lianzhao's heart is depressed. What exactly is the situation that he has already obtained the letter, but he is still here for interrogation? Do you want him to say something and then repeat the content of the letter? Punch. This punch, carefully felt that all the internal organs have been shattered. Pain directly made him faint, frowned wildly, and then looked at the soldier next to him. Go get some water to wake him up. Turning around, he looked at Gongya and Qi. I didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. He fainted with 2 punches. The soldier almost fell to the ground when he heard the arrogant words. Thinking in my heart, there are a few people in this world who can withstand Zhang Kuang's 2 punches. Looking at Zhu Lianzhao, who was lying on the ground, the soldiers all felt that their stomachs were aching. Quickly took water to throw Zhu Lianzhao. Wake up! Zhu opened his mouth and spat out blood, and then slowly regained consciousness. These 2 punches almost cost him his life. He didn't expect that he, who is also a martial artist, was beaten like this by the 2 punches of arrogance. It seemed that this arrogant powerlessness was indeed very powerful, and Zhu Lianzhao's whole body was trembling there. Looking at Zhang Kuang, he said with trepidation, General, don't fight anymore. If you want to know anything, you ask me to say everything. Insolent. Just when I was about to ask questions, I heard Zhu Lianzhao. I was stunned for a while, and then burst out laughing. Wouldn't it be better if I had done this earlier? Why should I be beaten twice in vain? Let me ask you, what exactly did your magistrate send you out of the city in the middle of the night? General, the magistrate asked me to send a letter in the middle of the night to Shangfei, the general of the Chu state, and want him to come over to help resist the general. Oh, so that's the case. I didn't expect you guys to take refuge in the Chu country. You really have no eyes. Looked at Zhu Lianzhao with wide-eyed eyes. I wish I could give him 2 more punches. General, please forgive me. All this is the idea of Zhang Wanren, the county magistrate. I'm just a messenger. HMPH, timid, tell me, where is that letter? The general was in the hands of the general who made the show. When he caught me, the general had already picked up the letter. Zhu Lianzhao refers to Qi Ying behind Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang looked behind and saw Qi Ying's surprised face there. I saw that he reached out and touched his waist, and a letter appeared in his hand. I forgot about it. I was quite surprised that he avoided my knife at that time. Then when I picked up this letter, I said a few words to my subordinates, and then I forgot about it. Zhu Lianzhao. Hate, what kind of person is this? He was able to forget that he was punched twice and almost lost his life even for such an important matter. Qi Ying, you are doing this on purpose, right? Haha, I really forgot, I haven't opened this letter to you. Took the letter in Qi Ying's hand and opened it, and it was exactly as Zhu Lianzhao said. County Magistrate Zhang Wanren wrote a book and asked Shang Fei to come to deal with him, and said that as long as the Qin army was defeated, he would surrender to the state of Chu. Zhang Kuang read the contents of the letter once, and was so mad that he wanted to tear it up. Ganya stopped him aloud. He came to Zhang Kuang's side, took the letter and looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "This is evidence, if you tear it up, wouldn't you tear up the evidence?" Kuang was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly and said, "I was so angry that I forgot about this, and I have to keep him to correct Zhang Wanren's crime of collaborating with the enemy." Zhang Kuang turned around and looked at Zhu Lianzhao. "You guys, we are very good at taking you, and even your General Sun Bin highly respects us. You actually have two hearts, and today I will let you see the fate of betraying us." Kuang looked at the soldiers on both sides and shouted loudly, "Cut off his head, and then send it to me to the mansion of Zhang Wanren, the magistrate in Xincheng County. I want to see how he handles himself." Zhu Lianzhao, I was frightened when I heard this, and I was paralyzed there. Ignoring the pain, I kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy. "General, spare your life, I'm just a messenger. All the ideas are made by Zhang Wanren's subordinates." "Humph, you unfamiliar wolves, even if you're just a messenger in this matter, it's useless to leave you alone, it's better to kill them." "General, spare my life, General, the paper wants to spare my life, and I can do anything." Zhang Kuang rolled his eyes there, and suddenly the conversation changed. He looked at Zhu Lianzhao and said, "You are willing to do whatever you say." Chapter 584 / Sneak into Town. Zhu Lianzhao. Right now, it's just to save his life and he doesn't care about anything. He nodded like a kowtow when he heard Zhang Kuang ask such a question. "There," he hurriedly said, "I can do whatever the general wants me to do, as long as I leave my dog's life. General, even if it is a cow or a horse in the summer vacation, there will be no complaints. Since you say so, I'll give you a chance." "Thank you General for not killing. Thank you General for not killing." Zhu Lianzhao. I've been there all the time. I kowtowed, my forehead was bleeding, but I didn't mean to stop. "Okay, please stop first. Listen to what I have to say. You can survive if you can. If you can't, you will still split up." Zhu Lianzhao. I stopped immediately and listened carefully to the arrogant words. "I want you to rush back late at night, and then deceive the city gate." "Well, don't worry, General, your subordinates will follow suit." Ganya and Qi Ying looked at each other, looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "Zhang Kuang, you are." Since Zhang Wanren has decided to join the Chu state, he will definitely fight to the death with us and carry it to the end. Yes, it is true. If that's the case, we'll have to forcefully attack the city. At that time, they will surely resist desperately. If they want to capture Xincheng County, they will have to pay a huge price. "Oh, I see, insolent, you want to sneak into the city while it's dark." "Well, that's it, Zhu Lianzhao, I will let you lead the team to make meritorious deeds. If you can do what I said, maybe I will not only let you live, but also give you a half-official position." Zhu Lianzhao. I heard it, nodded quickly and said yes, and agreed to all the arrogant requests. At this time, he looked at Zhu Lianzhao with a mad face and said, "But if you dare to have other thoughts, I will definitely tell you that life is better than death, do you understand?" Subordinates dare not. Subordinates must do their best and do according to the general's words. Seeing Zhu Lianzhao's frightened look, he nodded arrogantly, and then said, "Go down first and prepare, we will set off immediately." Here. Zhu Lianzhao. After being taken down by the soldiers, Ganya came to Zhang Kuang and said, "Is it a bit risky for Zhang Kuang to do this?" "Yeah, arrogant, this Zhu Lianzhao. I think he's a sly and a traitor. don't deceive us at that time, it's not good to be ambushed. Ganya, Qi-Ying, what you said makes sense, but are you underestimating your own strength, or overestimating them? Careful and Qi-Ying looked at each other and laughed. Yes, they are a little too cautious, although Buff has always reminded Zhang Zhang not to underestimate the enemy, but thinking the enemy is too powerful is actually a restriction on himself. Ganya and Qi-Ying made this mistake at this moment. I know that the two of you saw me being careless and suffered a lot, so you are so cautious, but don't worry, it won't happen in the future. The three emperors watched with a smile. Ganya and Qi-Ying continued, "Don't I see it? I just used him to open the city gate, and nothing else. Forget it." There, Ganya smiled and looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "Zhang Kuang, it seems that you have really grown up. Since this is the case, we can rest assured. Yes, if you can do this, then we won't think about it anymore. Your decision will be our decision in the future." Ha ha ha, in a small Xinjiang county, that thief actually wants to fight against us based on this, it's just wishful thinking. Insolent at this time, the arrogance is dry, look. It looks like they don't take this Xinjiang county seriously at all. After a while, Zhu Lianzhao was brought up. He looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "General, I'm ready, I can leave at any time." Zhu Lianzhao, he has his own mind. Just now, because he was too flustered, he didn't think about anything. He just agreed, hoping that he could survive. Cleaning up just now, he calmed down and thought about what happened just now and what Zhang Kuang said. He thought about it in his heart, and finally came up with a way to escape. When he opened the city gate, he quickly ran into the city at that moment, shouted for help, and let the defenders in the city launch an attack. "Will be shot dead by arrows." Because Zhu Lianzhao, I know, Zhang Hua and the others set up camp here, and then Xinjiang County entered a state of full alert. There are many archers in ambush in the dark at night, just because they are afraid of being arrogant and they will attack at night. Ganya thought that as long as he was unexpected, they would definitely be shot to death by these archers. Madly looking at Zhu Lianzhao's eyes twitching, a sneer in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't easily believe this sharp-mouthed guy with monkey cheeks. He had his own plan, looked at Zhu Lianzhao and said, "Okay, since everything is ready, let's go. Qi-Ying, you stay here and guard the camp, Xiaochen, come with me." Good. Zhang Kuang and Ganya led the troops and took Zhu Lianzhao. They left. The camp and the city gate were not too far away, and soon Zhu Lianzhao, they came to the front of the city gate. "Open the door." "Who?" "I'm the county magistrate Zhu Lianzhao. I came back from the city." "Oh, so it's the county chief. Quickly open the door." Zhu Lianzhao, at this time, I was a little nervous, and I secretly scolded these people for believing in other people's words. Why don't you ask and check carefully before opening the city gate? Because it's just to go out to do business, so Zhu Lianzhao, it's only the small gate in the city, this is what Zhu Lianzhao calculated. Thinking that as soon as the small door opened, he rushed in, but when he heard the soldiers were about to open the door, an insolent hand was placed on his shoulder. This action made Zhu Lianzhao. His soul was blown away. How could he escape like this? Looked back at this picture and laughed wildly and said, "General, don't worry, they will close the door in a while. Open. Well, you behave well, and I will never treat you badly after the disorder." Here. The conversation between them was so low that no one else could hear it. At this time, only a creak was heard, the small door opened a crack, and then a hand came out. "County Chancellor, for routine inspection, please show your waist badge." Zhu Lianzhao, I was so angry that I wanted to scold someone. I thought what was going on just now. This is Zhang Kuang, grabbing his shoulders at this time, so he had no choice but to hand in the waist card around his waist. After getting the waist card, a little while later, the small door in the city opened completely. "The county magistrate, you are back. Well, watch carefully, I have an emergency military situation to report to the county magistrate." Here. Zhu Lianzhao. He walked in with arrogance, bow and arrow, and a few followers. Because of his insolence, Zhu Lianzhao's plan did not come true. Chapter 585_Artists are bold. Feeling helpless in my heart, I can only think about arriving at Zhang Wanren's mansion and making plans. After I entered the city, Zhu Lianzhao, I was not so scared anymore. I felt my own territory and there were only a few people arrogant, so his head began to liven up. Thinking about how to deal with the arrogant people and Ganya behind them, they are also daring and talented, but they dare to enter the city. Their purpose is very clear, that is, they want to arrest Zhang Wanren, so that the city will not be destroyed by itself. Let's go, lead the way, let's go directly to the city master's mansion. Here. Everyone followed Zhu Lianzhao, walking towards the city lord's mansion. At this time Zhang Wanren was drinking tea in the main hall. It was already time for a rest, but he couldn't sleep at all. He kept thinking about Zhu Lianzhao, what happened over there. At this time, he heard a voice from outside, and listened to the subordinate's report that Zhu Lianzhao was back. He stood up in the middle of the night. Because of this, he didn't sleep all night, just waiting for Zhu Lianzhao to come back. Busy calling people, Zhu Lianzhao, come in. At this time Zhang Kuang and Ganya followed Zhu Lianzhao, came to Zhang Wanren's side together. Zhang Wanren saw Zhu Lianzhao. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Kuang and Ganya beside him, seeing their extraordinary bearing, and at first glance they were not ordinary people. Zhang Wanren looked at Zhu Lianzhao and asked, who are these two? Zhu Lianzhao. There he smiled and said, these two people are sent by Shangfei of Chu State to discuss with the county magistrate about protecting Xincheng County. Zhang Wanren heard this. His face suddenly became happy, and he looked at Zhang Kuang and Ganya and said, there. You two have come from a long way. It's hard work. Sit down quickly, please sit down quickly. These are the words that Zhang Kuang said to Zhu Lianzhao in advance. Zhu Lianzhao's eyes were a little dazed. But Zhang Wanren was too happy to ignore Zhu Lianzhao's eyes. He never dreamed that Zhu Lianzhao would betray him. Asking his servants to prepare tea, Zhang Wanren looked at Zhang Kuang and Ganya and said, two generals, I don't know if Shangfei has any instructions for this time. Zhang Peng laughed loudly and said, with the two of us here, forgive me that the generals of the Qin state would not dare to do anything wrong. Even if they dared to forcibly attack the city, we would kill them to pieces. Ha, okay. After the words of the two generals, my heart fell to the ground. Well, county magistrate, don't worry. I have already inquired about the generals of the Qin state, but there is only one archer who is quite powerful, and the rest are not worth mentioning. Ganya looked at a crazy look of nonsense there, and then started drinking tea with his head down again. Zhu Lianzhao. He didn't dare to talk much next to him. He would sometimes be arrogant and wink at Zhang Wanren when they weren't paying attention. But Zhang Wanren didn't pay attention at all. He was attracted by the arrogance, knowing that these two people's martial arts must be extraordinary. Moreover, he never thought that Zhu Lianzhao would be caught, and he never thought that Qin's arrogance and Ganya were so bold that they brought only a few people to his mansion. Because these things are very controversial, Zhang Wanren didn't think about it at all. Zhu Lianzhao. He was anxious at the moment. He originally wanted to come to the attached middle school to communicate with the county magistrate through eye contact, hoping that he would know his situation. Able to be aware of the danger. In this way, with the help of the ambush knife and axeman, you can take down Zhang Kuang, Ganya and others. Such. On the contrary, the words were beneficial to them. This is the thief who was happy to ignore his expression at all. Zhang Wanren chatted happily with Zhang Kuang Ganya there. At this time, he turned to look at Zhu Lianzhao who was standing there, still following him winking. Suddenly he was puzzled, his eyebrows furrowed slightly and then spread out. Then he continued to laugh at Zhang Kuang and Ganya chatting with them. After chatting a few more words, Zhang Wanren turned to look at Zhao King and said, Zhu Lianzhao, I have something to tell you, come with me to the inner room. This was originally a normal thing. After all, if the master and servant have something to discuss, they will definitely be behind their backs. But in the current situation of Zhang Kuang and Gong Ya, they are not allowed to do so. Ha ha ha, the county magistrate just treats our brothers as outsiders. Is there anything that can't be said in front of our brothers? Zhang Wanren's arrogant words made Zhang Wanren even more suspicious, but he didn't show it and said with a smile, Zhu Lianzhao and I have a little private matter, the two generals forgive me, please wait here for a while. I have already arranged a banquet, and I will be picked up by two generals and a few generals later. Ha ha ha, county magistrate, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Zhang Kuang sneered and said, we came here from Daliang County at the risk of death because of Zhu Lianzhao's sincerity and the letter from the magistrate, but we still have doubts about the sincerity of the magistrate. Oh, the two generals are wrong. Since I have already written a letter and decided to join the Chu country, and asked Zhu Lianzhao, bring the two into the city, this is enough to show my sincerity. Kuang suddenly stood up, came to Zhang Wanren's side, looked at him angrily and said, do you call this sincerity? A few of our brothers. In case you have a plan to frame us, and we should not respond, how should we deal with it? Quote. These words left Zhang Wanren speechless, and looked at Zhang Kuang awkwardly and said, how can the general say such a thing? How can I murder you generals? HMPH, the heart is separated from the belly, who knows that? Well, let Zhu Lianzhao stay with us here, we can rest assured with him. Zhang Wanren saw that there was nothing he could do, and although he was a little unhappy, he still said with a smile, since the general is the only way to be at ease, then let Zhu Lianzhao, it's good to be here. I'll leave first, there are some things that need to be arranged, the two generals will wait here, I will go back when I go. Zhang Kuang laughed wildly there, and then said loudly, okay, you can leave at any time, as long as Zhu Lianzhao, just stay with us here. At this time, Zhang Wanren was also a little unwilling. Gloomy face, he looked at the insolent and bow and arrow sitting there. The two of you came to me, and you are guests from afar. I treat each other with courtesy, but isn't it a bit too aggressive for the two of you? Ha ha ha, you are a guest from afar. Since you are going to join us in Chu, you have to show your sincerity and throw our brothers here. Zhang Wanren looked at Zhang Kuang and seemed to be a little confused, and he said the word, sincere, over and over again. Zhang Wanren felt that he was very sincere, and at this time Zhu Lianzhao, I was talking next to me. Chapter 593_resist the three hammers. Who have fought against him have suffered great losses in his hands. Shang Liang is born with divine power, and his power is even greater than that of arrogance. Good at using a pair of glass hammers, and it is difficult for the generals who fight against him to withstand his three hammers. Who vomited blood after resisting his two hammers in a row. Although he did not die later, his martial arts skills were completely useless. Xiao Wu let him go at that time, because he felt that the general had already lost to him, and he had become no fighting spirit. To kill such a person, Xiao Wu felt meaningless. This person is the only person who has not died after the two blows of Shang Liang. As for the third blow, no one has been able to persist until now. At this time, Xu Zi led the army, chasing Shang Liang who was running in front, and he could no longer see his figure. But Xu Zi doesn't have to worry about Shang Liang's safety. In this way, after half a day of running around, the army of Chu State, led by Xiao Wu, arrived in front of the city gate of Daliang County. Asked his subordinates to arrange for the soldiers to set up camp, while Shang Liang rode a warhorse to the front of the city and called the formation. Ha ha ha, the defenders of the Qin state in Daliang County, listen to me, I am here, my lord, you don't have any chance. Come out and surrender quickly, maybe you can leave a whole body for you, otherwise, you will die without a place to be buried. When they arrived here, Feng Zheng, Brother Manto Stone, and Sun Jiafeng had already arrived on the city wall. It turned out to be him. I really didn't expect the king of Chu to take you so seriously and send this guy to deal with you. Sun Jiafeng, if you say that, you know him. Yeah, Sun Jiafeng is quick to tell me what kind of name this person has. Is he very powerful? Sun Jiafeng nodded there. This person is very powerful. His name is Shang Liang. He is a general of the Chu state, a descendant of Shang Yan. He is born with divine power and no one can match him. Oh, natural power. We also have a natural power, but the two of us can still take care of him together. Sun Yifeng shook his head there and said, you must not be careless when dealing with this person. Although his moves are simple, almost no one of the generals who have fought against him can resist his two moves. Sun Jiafeng's expression became very serious. Did she also put away his joking thoughts? Looking at Sun Jiafeng, he continued to ask, is this guy really that powerful? Although I only heard about it, and I haven't seen him, but seeing those two hammers, I knew it must be him. At this time, there was a hammer on his shoulder and a hammer in his hand. Sitting on horseback, there proudly looked at the four people on the city wall. I just arrived here today, so I'll give it a night to think about it. If I don't open the city and surrender tomorrow morning, I'll wipe out Daliang County. Haha, Maodo boy, these two broken 5 hammers, there will be a big word for you to try. Our brother's 2 big axes are amazing. Well, how dare you clamor with the young master and sign up? A swoosh, an arrow flew to Shang Liang, picked up the hammer and blocked it in front of his chest, and with a ding, the glass hammer blocked the arrow. Shang Liang watched the archers on the city wall tirelessly. It's just a little trick of carving insects. You actually get an axe in front of me. Even if you all shoot at me, you can't even think of hurting the young master. I've seen someone who can blow, but I've never seen someone who can blow like you. If you have the ability, come closer and see if we archers can kill you. It's just a matter of tricks. Don't try to trick the young master into being fooled. I'm different from that Shang Fei. That guy just didn't have a brain, so he fell into your tricks. Shido looked at this kid who looked silly, and wanted to provoke him to come closer and take advantage of it. But I didn't expect this guy who looked a little reckless, but his mind was very calm. Sun Jiafeng said there, this is the most terrifying thing about this person. Although he is extremely powerful, neither arrogant nor impetuous, no matter how you mock him, he will not be fooled, and it is indeed difficult to defeat him with tactics. Zhang Fengjung said, this person does seem to be difficult to deal with. But don't forget, we are the subordinates of the Qin state Bufu, except for Shi Chong, no one can make us fear. Seeing Zhang Fengjung's firm eyes and confident words, the brothers Manto and Shido also became happy. Ha ha ha, Fengjung is right, there is no one who is more powerful than us in this world. Let's have a meeting with him tomorrow. I would like to learn how powerful he is. At this time, Zhang Fengjung said, tomorrow, you will be fighting next to you, and I will fight him. Master, let's let our brothers fight. Although our martial arts are not as good as yours, our brothers have rough skin and high defense. Zhang Fengjung shook his head, and then said, this time you listen to me, I haven't fought for a long time, I have improved so much, but I still have no progress. The strong enemy this time can just be used as my sharpening stone, this time you can save me and don't fight with me. But, hey, Manto, believe the master's words, believe in his ability, let's follow his arrangements. Looking at Shishi and shaking his head, Manto didn't say anything but nodded and said, well then, master, you must be more careful. Don't worry. Back in the room, Fengjung stroked his Qinglong Banyu knife, where he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When I recalled the previous battle, scene by scene, I slashed open the city gate with one knife. He had already mastered 80% of that move, and it was with the confidence of this sword that he insisted on fighting against Shang Liang himself. Zhang Fengjung also wanted to know where his limits were and wanted to improve himself by fighting against powerful enemies. Just like that, he was speechless all night, so Fengjung woke up early the next day. Putting on the armor, holding the Qinglong Banyu Dao, he walked out of the door. At this time, the soldiers had already lined up and waited there, and the brothers Manto and Stone were also standing there. Soldiers, we have already conquered the state of Yan and the state of Qi, and no one can defeat our Qin army, and the same is true of the state of Chu. Let them see how great we are today, let's go. Put Fang Zheng on the horse and walked out of the city. At this time Xiangliang had already led the troops and horses to stand in front of the city. Seeing Fang Zheng leading the soldiers and horses out of the city, he smiled slightly. I don't think they really have the guts to come out and fight me. Shuzi, I said next to him. Generals, don't underestimate the enemy. The one who walks in the front is called General Fang Zheng. Chapter 604-A. At that time, he was still proud that he could see through Buff's mind. Thinking that he is above resourcefulness, he can have a higher and lower possibility with Buff. But now, he has given up all ideas. In the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory. The strength of Bufu, he doesn't need any resourcefulness at all. He can directly confront the enemy, and who will be his opponent? After a while, Sun Jiafeng sighed there. Then he shook his head helplessly, and said to himself, Master, you really found a master for me. Buff looked at Xiangliang who was stunned there. Yun Danfeng said lightly, why don't you plan to use the third hammer? Xiangliang didn't speak, he looked at Bufu there, without the slightest movement. Buff took 2 steps forward, looked at Xiangliang and said, if you think you can't beat me, then you can withdraw your troops, and I will spare your life today. Xiangliang felt a burst of anger in his heart at this time, and the anger in his heart overcame his fear. He felt ashamed for his cowardice and timidity just now. Buff, I admit that you are very powerful. You are a strong person I have never met. However, if you need one, you can make me compromise and give in. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some backbone, but backbone doesn't mean you can win. Xiangliang almost said in a roaring voice, even if I lose the battle, I will never allow myself to take a step back at this time. Hearing his shouts, and looking at the blushing face from anger, Buff nodded. It seems that I underestimate you a little bit. You not only have some backbone, but you also seem to be bloody. Buff shook his head, sighed and said, I wanted to spare your life. Since you want to kill yourself, I will do it for you. Haha, who wins and who loses, especially knowing that even if I die, I will die with you, to eradicate your great trouble for Chu. HMPH, courage is commendable, but he is too self-sufficient, and he seems to be just a fool. Hey, stop talking nonsense, come on, let me fight you. Xiangliang rushed up aggressively, swung his double hammers, and attacked Buff. But he already knew in his heart that he was no match for Buff at all. However, with Buff's will to perish together, he did his best for every hammer. Even if he was full of flaws and was stabbed by Bufu with Feng Tianhua halberd, he still attacked Bufu with all his might. Buff hasn't made a killer until now, he is considering whether to kill Xiangliang now. Now that Qin and Chu are at war, Xiangliang's life should not be left. Thinking of this, Buff's offensive suddenly changed. Xiangliang wanted to go all out, but even the chance of Buff's attack could be completely restrained, his desperate moves. At this time, Shuzi was anxious in the back, so everyone rushed forward. He had already seen that Xiang was Buff's opponent, and of course anyone could see that. Go and save Xiangliang. Summer vacation. You quickly recovered from the shock just now, and rushed forward desperately. 2 armies fought together, and Fang Zheng, Manto and Shido also rushed up to fight with the generals of the Chu army. Kill. Chu army and the Qin army were killed together. Their strengths were evenly matched. The soldiers of Qin state. It feels very obvious. They have fought so many times. The Qin army, the Qi army, the Wei army, and the Yan army have fought against each other. Only the current Chu army will make them feel a little difficult. It doesn't seem to be so easy to beat. Sun Jiafeng stood on the city wall, full of confidence, and there was no more worried look on his face. After knowing Bufu's strength, I know why Fang Zheng and the Manto Stone brothers highly respect Bufu. and I also know why Xiaoba said Bufu is the dragon among people who said to Bufu. Ambition, Sun Yibong thought he would definitely be able to do it. Of the battle between the two armies under the city with full confidence. Whether it was a win or a loss, he was full of hope for the war with Chu and the future. He believed that under the leadership of Buff, the soldiers of the Qin state would definitely be able to conquer the world and be invincible. Bufshe has no mind to control Sun Yifeng's mind above the city wall. At this time, he has already made a murderous move, and Xiangliang in front of him must not be kept, and must be removed quickly. So his attack became more and more fierce. Seeing Xiangliang unable to resist, Feng Tianhuaji was about to pierce Xiangliang's chest, but Xu Zi rushed over from the side. He flew to Xiangliang and blocked the fatal blow for him. Xu Zi, who was bleeding profusely in front of the man, Xiangliang felt extremely sad in his heart. They had known each other for many years, and they not only blocked this fatal halberd for themselves. Xiangliang's eyes suddenly turned red, and he looked at Xu Zi and said, "Today you save my life, and I will live and die with you." There Xu Zi choked up and said, "The talent of the general should not fall here. Retreat quickly, and don't waste my heart for saving." Then Xu Zi pushed hard, and the big Xiangliang pushed back. Then turned around and rushed to Buff. At this time he was already at the end of the shot, although Buff's shot didn't stab him in the key. But the sharpness of Feng Tianhua's halberd is not something that can be easily resisted. I have already destroyed the inside of his body, and he will be dead soon. But at this time, with tenacious perseverance, he rushed to Buff's side, blocking Buff's way of chasing and killing Xiangliang. Buff looked at Xu Zi, whose body was in ruins, and nodded thereto. "Although you are not a military general at all, you are courageous. You are a general in the state of Chu, and a subordinate like you is also his blessing. Haha, it's not a waste of life to get the general's praise." Saying that, Xu Zi rushed up. How could Buff be blocked by him and swept away with a halberd, and then knocked Xu Zi out. Xu Zi died in battle in front of Bufu Xiangliang. Xiangliang was standing behind at this time, his eyes were red as if they were about to drip blood. But instead of rushing towards Buff impulsively, he slowly retreated back. "Haha, since Xu Zi died for you today, I will let you live. Today's revenge, I will definitely avenge it." After speaking, Xiangliang ran back. No longer fighting Buff, Xiangliang retreated, and the Chu army also began to retreat. They did not throw away their armor and armor like Qi, Yan and Wei did. In an orderly and slow manner. Please give me the idea that I wanted to pursue the victory. After chasing and killing for a while, and finding that it was meaningless, Buff returned to the city with his troops and horses.